Okay, let's try that again. Okay,
Okay.
looks like it should work. So,
Would I
simple
be
we
able to
say.
see? Would I be able to see your video on your channel if I
Yeah,
go to
I can
videos?
see it now. Yeah, I can see it now live on the channel, so we're good. Okay, sorry about the interruption, folks. Not sure what that was, but looks like I can see that we are live. Can you see the video?
No, I'm looking at your videos. Church of Entropy. I don't see it. Not the end of the world. If we're live, then let's continue.
Okay, I'll try sending you the link.
Okay.
I'll just message it to you
Okay,
in the
got it.
Hangouts.
Oh, in the Hangouts.
Can you see it?
I can see it, but it's on my iPhone.
Well,
It's
anyway,
not.
it looks like it should work. I've got.
Okay.
Let me see. I'll just put a test in there. All right, looks like it's going. All right. So where were we? We were talking about you didn't believe in quantum mechanics, and then we were going to start with the Socratic method, and then I said that I believed in atoms, and you agreed with me, and then I argued that this was a form of quantum mechanics. And so we had at least a starting point for, asserting that quantum mechanics is something.
Right, but where people like Deepak Chopra, so I don't know if it got recorded that you see that quantum mechanics ends up giving people like Deepak Chopra the foundation to make a lot of money over nothing. So and Sam Harris, he hates it, and I hate it. I'm sure a lot of scientists hate it that he's abusing quantum mechanics to just
I think I
make
would
money.
positions. That's how I would say that. When I see Dawkins talking to Chopra that way, I feel like Chopra was selected because he's not particularly good. He's not a powerful debater.
Mm-hmm.
You could hardly see
Okay.
that points where, like, if you didn't already believe in what he was saying,
Mm-hmm.
you wouldn't necessarily be swayed by his views. Like, the only people who are going to be on Deepak Chopra's side at the end of that debate are the people who already agreed with him. Right?
Okay. Yeah, but well, I feel my intuition is that Deepak Chopra is very wrong.
Well, wrong about what, right? Like, he talks about things in the abstract, like quantum healing, right? Like, what's quantum healing?
Well, I mean, okay, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. What? Okay, so when I'm referring to when I'm saying I don't believe in quantum mechanics, I'm specifically referring to the what's known as the particle wave duality and
Okay.
the observation, right, and the fact that the observer influences or when the electron noticed that it's being observed, it changed its behavior from I think from a wave to a particle, from a particle to a wave.
Yeah, well,
I don't.
I would argue that particle wave duality is actually a misrepresentation of quantum mechanics. I don't think there is a wave particle duality. I think it's just waves. So you can say that particles sometimes, can appear to exist, but what actually exists is waves. Right. So the wave particle duality, that was something that was imposed by the Copenhagen interpretation when they're saying that, well, we want there to be a correspondence between, because they only believe that quantum effects happen on the micro scale. They believe that classical physics accurately described everything else. So they invoked or rather imposed a correspondence principle saying, yeah, well, it's got to line up, right? So for every quantum representation of a system, it has to, if you take the large limit, like limit as n goes to infinity, are you familiar with that from calculus?
Yeah, sure.
As n of quantum systems goes to infinity, the limit of that n going to infinity is a classical system. That's something synthetic that humans impose, yes? Then nature never told us that. We said that. We said, well, we figured all this stuff out, with fluid mechanics and electromagnetics. We figured all this stuff out. The only thing we really can't figure out is the teeny tiny, weeny woony atomos tier stuff, right? But other than that, we've got it all figured out. That was the belief.
Hold on. Can you explain to me the double slit experiment?
Well, now you're off on a completely different topic here.
No, but that is what I have in mind. When I talk about quantum mechanics and where I lose physicists and where, that is where particle wave duality comes in. They brought it in exactly to resolve, quote unquote.
Well, where's the particle and where's the wave, right? Like from where I'm standing, the electron is behaving like a wave in both cases. It's just that its waveform properties are affected by the presence of a slit. So don't even go to the double slit, go to the single slit. Start with a single slit. So why is it when you put a single slit in the path of an electron, a single electron, that the result is a diffraction pattern and not a unique point of resolution on the screen?
Okay.
So I don't see, basically what I'm telling you is that you don't need to invoke wave-particle dualism to explain what's happening there. You say, we're starting with a waveform, the waveform's undergoing diffraction, and then the result is a diffracted pattern of registrations of that waveform. I don't see, my thing is, I don't see where you have to invoke particles.
I agree. So why, so what's the paradox, right? It always goes back to...
There's no paradox. What do you mean by paradox?
The behavior of the double slit experiment.
Okay, yeah, that's not a paradox unless you insist that you're dealing with wave-particle duality.
No, they being physicists, basically everyone, all physicists agree that the double slit experiment, you cannot explain it. Can you explain it?
I can explain the single slit experiment, and the double slit experiment is just a simply more complicated version. Basically, there's more diffraction happening with a double slit than with a single slit. But yeah, I can explain what's happening. That's the major strength of my theory. It can explain everything, which is what I really like about it. Do you want me to explain it to you, or are you just going to be doubtful no matter what?
No. I'm on your side. I agree that, I don't like the particle wave duality.
Yeah, so we don't need to use it. It's a stupid theory, and it doesn't do anything. It sucks.
So why do, can you repeat why, how a normal quote unquote scientist, physicist would use the particle wave duality to explain the double slit experiment?
Well, it's a particle when it reaches the screen, and it's a wave when it's at the slit, which is why it can experience diffraction. But they're saying, well, because it's registering to a screen, therefore it's acting like a particle. And I'm saying, well, a waveform can register to a screen, you idiot.
So,
you know what I mean? You're not the idiot, but you know what I mean.
No, but why do they say it's a particle? What's their evidence?
Because of the correspondence principle. That's why you have to follow the train of thought all the way through. I was explaining that earlier. The correspondence principle insists that there's wave-particle duality is a result of the imposition of the correspondence principle, because particles are what we experience on our scale, right? And waveforms are what's on the quantum scale. And if we're saying, well, there's a correspondence between those things, therefore there has to be wave-particle dualism. But that's wrong. That's an incorrect assumption, but that's what the logic is.
When you say correspondence theory or
The
what
correspondence principle.
principle? I've never heard of this before. This is yours or this is standard?
This is part of the Copenhagen interpretation. This is
okay.
me. I actually say that this is not accurate. But you're asking a very specific question. You're saying, why is there wave-particle duality? And I'm saying, I think it's because of the correspondence principle, which is a philosophical axiom of the Copenhagen interpretation.
But what's the evidence for there being a particle? Why do they think it's a particle?
The evidence is that they thought they had solutions to everything except micro state of systems. Prior to discovering quantum mechanics, they thought they had it all more or less figured out with particle approximations, aka classical physics, right? So this was the dominant paradigm. Oh, we've got all the answers. We've got Maxwell's theory of electromagnetism. We've got super advanced algebra and calculus. We figured it all out. The only thing we're missing is what the heck's going on in the very tiny nuclear scale. Okay. Therefore, the axioms of classical mechanics are particles because things are modeled as point particles, right? Like on a Newtonian diagram. You ever do those?
Sure. But
our approximation to the material universe vis-a-vis math is approximation of forms with rigid bodies, aka a geometric entity that has a single center of mass about which the net torque is 0 relative to said center of mass.
Right, but I mean, Newton thought light is a wave.
The point is that classical mechanics understands things as point particles.
But you can understand waves.
This is not whether you can understand waves. I'm trying to answer your question for before you asked why is there a correspondence principle? Or sorry, you said, no. Why is there wave-particle duality? I said because of the correspondence principle. And why is there a correspondence principle? Because of the culture prior to the discovery of quantum mechanics. The dominant belief in science was we pretty much figured everything out with point particles. So why would we go outside the paradigm of point particles? Therefore, even if we have to model things as waves on the quantum scale, we have to be able to yoke that result to a point particle representation because we already have all the answers vis-a-vis point particle representations. That's why. Not because it's true, but because our approximations of things worked really well using point particles, basically.
What were they firing in the double slit experiment?
There's more than one slit experiment. So I don't tend to invoke the double slit experiment. I invoke the single slit experiment because the double slit is just an additional degree of complexity. Okay.
But okay.
But single slit, we're talking about electrons. Photons going through slits, they do something completely different because a photonic waveform isn't subject to the Pauli exclusion principle. There's no limit. There's no restriction to how many light quanta you can put in a single state. So the light waveform expands uniformly like a sphere. That's what's real, is a three-dimensional spherical waveform expanding. That's real. Our approximation of it is point particles because that's what sort of made sense primitively to us, which led to a bunch of incorrect assumptions about quantum mechanics.
What do you think light is? Is light a wave or a particle? Or neither or both are?
It's pure energy. But as humans, we have a hard time dealing with pure non-dual concepts. Because everything that we know in our primitive human mind is dualism, because essentially what we are is contrast detectors, light and dark, up and down. These are the things that we recognize, whereas something ubiquitous is really hard to recognize. So light is pure energy, and in our universe, this pure energy has a maximum speed of displacement.
I mean, I need to be able to imagine what you're saying. So when you say pure energy,
Okay. White ball light. White ball of light.
okay,
That's pure energy. Except it's not a ball, it's just infinity.
I still can't imagine
That's what
what you're
energy
saying.
is. That's what energy is. It's the pure light.
I mean, energy is
Is that currency is the universal currency for doing work.
right.
But if you want to
So
visualize it, it's a big white ball of light. Infinity ball. So that's what energy is. Now, energy, you're familiar with E equals mc squared. So energy is in some way bound up with matter, mass, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a connection between energy and mass. It's not 100% clear what it is, but there's some connection.
Okay.
And energy, and in our universe, the material nature of our universe is quite variable. So the sun versus the Earth versus Pluto, those are all pretty different, right?
Right. Wait, where are we going? I'm trying to understand.
I'm trying to explain to you what light is.
Okay.
So you understand there's a bunch of stuff in our universe, but most of it is just emptiness, which is called ether.
Hold on. I can understand if you would say light is tiny particles called photons. I can imagine that. If you say
you can use that, but that's not actually what it is. So that's what you call an approximation. So that approximation is really good. And we do use that approximation sometimes. But to model them as anything other than three-dimensional wave fronts is a mistake. And these wave fronts are further modulated through material, through the fermionic field, the massive field. So you have this infinity ball of energy, which is basically mass is like a dragnet for energy.
Wait, let's talk about light. So I can understand if you would say light is particles called photons. I can understand that. If you would say
it's not particles, it's waveforms that are called photons. Okay. And the waveforms are quantized. So what does that mean that they're quantized? Well, if you look at stars that are really far away, rather than being really dim, which is what you'd expect if light was continuous, right? If light is continuous, then it should just get dimmer, 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 dimmer as the stars get farther away. If light's continuous, but that's not what happens. After a while, the stars start to blink, i.e. light is quantized, not continuous.
That's the evidence?
Well, that's pretty strong evidence, isn't it?
I think they can explain that.
Well, this is also evidenced by E equals h omega. I mean, the quantization of light is the basis of quantum mechanics. It's been pretty well established that E is h omega. So anyway, back to what light is. Mm-hmm. It's true that modeling light as quote unquote, three-dimensional waveforms emanating through ether is a good approximation. But really what it is that energy energy is the capacity to do work. Work is the deformation of the physical array of a system. You following that so far?
No, I'm trying to imagine.
Okay, so you've got the sun, okay? Let's say some light's going to come from the sun and go over to us. So the way that looks is a sphere starts at the sun and gets bigger, bigger until it's as big as the area between the sun and the earth, at which point the earth absorbs the entire photon waveform, which just starts out as a big sphere the size of the interval between the sun and the earth, and then shrinks down to being fully absorbed into the earth.
Wait, hold on. Are you saying that sphere is the photon?
I'm saying that's the energy field displacing that we're describing as a photon, but that's actually just an approximation. That
Okay.
energy field is displacing in that manner. So it's quantized, but it's not quantized in the sense of like it's broken down into divisible subfields, because photons are not subject to the principle of quantum state exclusion.
Okay, I'm lost.
You understand that fermions are subject to the principle of quantum state exclusion.
Yeah.
So we have chemistry, SPDF orbitals. So how many electrons are in the s orbital? 2.
Okay, it's 288 or something. 2882.
2 electrons in the s orbital, 6 in the p, 5 in the d, 10, or sorry, it's 7 in the f.
Yeah, I barely remember.
6. Anyway,
my chemistry.
The point is that you can't fit a third electron into the s orbital. Why? Because of quantum state exclusion. The locations that are able to be filled up by electrons are quantized. They're finite. There's only 118 of them. You can't have 1.5 electrons in a valence shell. So fermions are subject to quantum state exclusion.
How do you imagine if I would miniaturize you to the size of an atom? What would you see as an electron?
You couldn't see anything, because none of that stuff is defined, because that stuff's only defined for a subjective observer. Space and time are entangled on that scale. So we have no basis to comprehend entangled space-time. We can barely comprehend non-entangled space-time.
I mean, but there is something there. Why can't you? I mean, you can't see it, but there's something there. I mean, you have to explain. I mean, we say that electrons orbit the nucleus of the atom. Sorry. So, what's happening there? It cannot be orbiting like a planet, they say, because then it'd be radiating.
Yeah, so
photons.
what exists is the quantum periodic table. What exists is the quantum periodic table. That's what actually exists. That's your Platonic pure form, is the quantum periodic table. And then energy oscillates within this array.
Wait, if I can I hold a free electron in between my fingers? Can I hold it?
No.
Why not?
Because on the micro scale, space is entangled with time. Things like distance are only defined on our scale. It's only possible to define distance if the space-time dimensions are resolved, which they're not resolved on the quantum scale. Are they?
I mean,
that's the whole point. The whole point is to look at the quantum periodic table and realize that that information is 3 plus 1. Same with the 3 plus 1 of space-time dimensions we experience on this scale. It's just that on that scale, they're entangled, so they look different. So their scale of potentiation is different. So we have, relatively orthogonal space-time directions, so we get to experience all this other stuff that we couldn't, that the periodic table can't experience, but by the same token, we can't experience the periodic table. We can't experience, the length of it. Length doesn't exist on that scale.
Hold on. You can go to YouTube, on YouTube, and you can search for experiments where they shoot electron beams from what they call cathode ray tubes.
Okay.
So they shoot electron beams, and you can almost make out the tiny electrons as they're flying. And they can
So,
actually. So why can't I hold an electron in between my fingers?
well, I mean, I suppose you can, but what are you gonna? You can't do anything with it.
What do you mean? Why, I can't pick it up? I
Oh, what are you
can't.
gonna do with it?
Can I put an electron on?
What do you want to do with it? I mean, this is a very stupid line of questioning. Like, what is the end result of this line of questioning?
Let's start by firing photons at it, firing light at it.
Okay.
I think haven't they done this experiment and they've
Yeah,
actually
it causes
measured.
it causes a diffraction pattern.
So you can basically see an electron, a free electron. You can see it. You can see its shape.
You can see some sort of evidence of its existence on a screen. That's not the same as saying you can see its shape. Yet again, don't see what the relevance of this line of questioning is.
Line of questioning. I'm trying to figure it out. There's a lot of action in. Oh, okay. So you're talking to people on the chat. I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand what the quantum world looks like, and I don't like.
It doesn't look like anything because for something to look like something, you have to be able to render an image of it, and you have to be able to discern different dimensions of it. But you can't do that on the quantum scale because dimensions are entangled on the quantum scale.
I don't know what that means.
No, nobody
I mean,
does. I'm the one who discovered it, so it's obviously going to take some time for people to accept this revelation. I mean, it even takes me time. It's taking me time to fully understand it because it's like, oh, well, that's kind of counterintuitive that, time is not always distinct from space. The point is like Heisenberg uncertainty principle. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
So what does that say?
It doesn't say anything different than what I'm used to in the macro universe.
That is not an answer.
Oh, yeah, it's half an answer. It's no different.
Well, that's an
it's
incorrect answer. Let's put it this way: it's an incorrect answer. Pretend you're in physics class in university.
Right.
What's the uncertainty principle? That's not any type of answer.
It's the fact that when I step on a scale to measure my weight, I have modified the universe.
That's actually not at all how it works.
No.
There is a canonical conjugation between position and momentum observables and energy and time observables, which means that a very small uncertainty on one of those observables causes a corresponding enlargement of uncertainty in the other one. The observation of one changes the range of observables of the others, aka the eigenstates.
Right, but I'm just saying we experience the uncertainty principle in the macro world, so I don't have a problem with that.
Our consciousness functions based on the uncertainty principle because that's what's causing the diffraction. The uncertainty principle and the diffraction is the same thing because the diffraction, what is that? That's a small delta x. And delta x times delta px is larger than h bar.
The uncertainty principle exists when I step on a scale to measure my weight.
No, it doesn't.
Hold on.
There's no impact whatsoever.
Yes, there is.
The only thing the uncertainty principle operates on is the photons that reflect from the display on the scale to your eyes. That's the only place the uncertainty principle operates. That scale is completely unchanged by your stepping on it.
It is changed, but more than just the scale. The universe
not in a fundamental way.
It
not the way quantum mechanics changes things. The act of observation fundamentally changes a quantum system. This scale was not fundamentally changed by you stepping on it. The only thing that was fundamentally changed was the photons reflecting off the
The
scale and going into your eye.
the scale measures the universe. It measures
No,
me in the
it measures you.
on the planet, around the sun, in the universe. It measures the universe, a certain universe. When I step on the scale, it's a different universe. So it's measuring a different
That
universe.
is false. So again,
Okay.
this is the misinterpretation of quantum mechanics that you were complaining about before. You're now doing it.
That's not quantum mechanics. That's my life. That's everyone. That's the universe. That is the universe in which we live.
What you're
We
saying
live
is,
in
well, if I move something, then it moves. Wow,
no.
congratulations! You've
I'm
just solved everything.
I'm saying we live in a universe that has an uncertainty principle built into it. That is the universe in which we
That's
live. And
not
I
an
can,
uncertainty principle. That's an observer effect.
okay. I mean, but you cannot untangle, sorry for borrowing the term, the uncertainty principle from any universe as far as I can imagine. I cannot imagine a universe in
Yes,
which
but
you can.
the fact that if you move something, it moves is not the same principle as the Heisenberg uncertainty principle.
But you didn't mean to move. You meant to know my weight. I meant to just know my weight. In order to know my weight, I had to modify the universe. And my weight is basically a parameter in this universe. And I modified the universe. So I can never know what my weight was because I measured a different universe. I measured a universe in which I stepped on a scale, not the universe
Yeah,
before.
but who's going to agree with you that the act of stepping on the scale is fundamentally changing your weight? Nobody.
Well, but I modified the universe. I stepped on the
But that's
scale.
not what the uncertainty principle means.
It's
All
an
you're saying is that we're active agents in the universe. Yes, we know that.
the same
We know that it
uncertainty.
requires we have to do work in order to get anything done, which involves changing things. We get that. That's not what the uncertainty principle is.
The same uncertainty that you used that Heisenberg. That's his
It's
name,
really not the
Heisenberg.
same. Like if you want to assert that it's the
Why
same, you
not?
have to prove that it's the same. You can't just assert that it's the same with no
I mean,
justification.
they say this story when you fire a photon to measure the electron, you have modified the velocity of the electron. The answer you get is a different universe. It's a different electron. The electron has moved, has changed its velocity. The result you're getting from the measurement is not the original velocity of the electron. You're getting the modified
Okay.
velocity. So you can never know the original velocity.
Okay, so
That's what
that would
happens.
be considered an observer effect, not an
Fine.
uncertainty principle.
Isn't that the uncertainty principle?
No, the observer effect and the uncertainty principle are not quite the same thing, no. The Heisenberg
The
uncertainty
way.
principle is like
Mhm.
the reason, I think it's the reason why there's an observer effect, but
No, I mean,
I can't prove it.
I remember listening to a lecture in Yale University online, like the first introduction to quantum physics. That's the way he explains the uncertainty principle. That he derived the delta x times delta, who remembers the two deltas, delta x or delta m, whatever. The two deltas, he multiplies them and he gets the result. He shows exactly how he derives it geometrically from the apparatus, from the experiment apparatus. I think don't quote me on that.
Right,
Anyway,
that's the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. The
so
slit
that's the same.
experiment, the slit experiment demonstrates the Heisenberg principle.
Fine.
But
I experienced.
the observer effect, which is that the act of observing something changes that which is under observation, that's more generalized. Because what you're describing is a secondary observer effect, not a primary observer effect.
Okay.
So
I mean, as far as
Heisenberg, think of it like this: the Heisenberg uncertainty principle is the primary observer effect, and then the fact that you have to accelerate the electron in order to register it going through the slit, that's a secondary observer effect. But they're
I
both
mean,
observer effects.
okay. I mean, I don't have a problem with Heisenberg uncertainty. That's not where my problem is. My problem is with particle wave duality?
It doesn't exist, so you can just let it go.
I
I
mean,
don't accept
talk
it.
to talk to any physicist.
Well, they're wrong. They don't have the answers.
Do
So what do I care what they
like,
think?
I mean, you have to be able to debate them. You have to be able
I
to
have.
understand
I've
them.
explained to you twice now why wave particle
I'm not.
duality is false.
I'm not a physicist. I'm not. I mean, you can easily kill me with
Yeah, and I can.
physics.
You don't think I could debate the physicists too?
So So that's what I'm asking you to pretend like use their terminology. Don't. I mean, you're telling me to
Okay.
let go.
The correspondence principle is false. Evidence, quantum field effects manifests on the macro scale. Evidence, the sun. The sun behaves quantum mechanically. It's obvious you can point to spheres leaving
No,
the sun,
no,
quantized
no.
energies. Therefore,
I
therefore, the correspondence principle is false. Therefore, wave
yeah.
particle duality is false. Not hard.
You lose me every time you go to the
That would
sun
be
because
what I would argue to a scientist, and the
I
scientist would be forced to accept that. And you're saying I don't accept wave particle duality. I'm saying I don't accept it either, and now you're saying I don't understand your
I
explanation. Well,
mean,
do you need to understand the explanation if we both agree that it's not true?
I mean, what is the dilemma? What is the paradox that is so that every time you talk to a physicist, every time you watch a YouTube, there's thousands of YouTube videos explaining the double slit experiment with this particle wave duality.
Ask them.
No, so you
I don't invoke
explain
it.
them
I
to
don't
me.
invoke it. Now the burden of proof is on me to explain why other people are wrong. No, I'm sorry. Go ask
It's
them.
but,
Say, why are
but
you invoking wave particle duality? I don't accept with this theory, and see what they say. I'm not about to confront these people because to me they're basically religious. They're religious zealots in my eyes. They believe in this Big Bang thing. They believe in the wave particle dualism. They believe in the fundamental particles theory. They believe in standard model. Okay, have fun in your cult.
no, but even if you
They
even
can't
if I would
justify why they believe those things. Those things they believe don't bring them greater knowledge. I
they
don't give a
have
shit what they have
lectures,
to say. They
they
can
have
give as
online.
many fucking lectures as they want. It doesn't make it true.
No, I'm not saying. I'm just saying they really believe this stuff. I mean, you have to be able to
Well, good for them.
go. What?
I said, well, good for them.
No, but it would be nice if you'd be able to go into their mind and explain to me how they're thinking and why they're coming, what they're explaining when they're saying
Do you
particle wave
realize
duality.
how insane that is? You're like, explain to me if this other person's thinking. Okay, well, what are you thinking?
I'm me. I'm having a hard time imagining what the atomic universe looks like. What quantum mechanics looks like. I'm trying to understand like an electron. I've seen an experiment where they actually
They
show.
are
Yeah,
not
yeah.
something you can visualize
No,
because
no.
distance is not defined on that scale.
There
However,
is.
their energy has a predictable form due to entropy, which is a
Wait,
sphere.
wait. You lose me with this terminology. I can show you a paper that was published. Wait, who's Gandalf? He just entered the chat. There is there is a paper that I saw a couple of years ago where they were able to show a picture of an electron, or they came to the conclusion that they measured the diameter of the electron, or they showed that it's symmetrical in every direction. It's a perfect sphere or something. It's a tiny, it's dimensionless, whatever. They were actually able to measure a particle, which I don't have a problem with. Fine. So my question is, fine.
Okay,
What
proof that
happens?
it's a particle.
I mean,
If it's a particle,
they
shouldn't it have a diameter of 0? If it has a diameter of 0, how can we observe it? There's a logical fallacy built into the very fabric of the point particle.
fine. So it's very tiny. I don't mind that it would have a very tiny diameter. I don't
Well,
mind.
your logic minds.
But I personally don't mind. What do you mean? I don't
But
mind.
you have to care. Your
I
your metaphysics If your metaphysics contradicts reality, do you understand how that's not going to work?
Fine, so it's a tiny particle. It has a tiny, tiny diameter.
No, it
Really
either is a
tiny.
particle or it isn't.
Let's assume it
It's not
is. I don't.
kind of a particle. It's like me particle. It's like a particle-ish. No, it's either a
No,
particle or
I
it's not
agree.
a
It's.
particle. And the point
Let's
is that a
assume.
particle, we have no way of even conceiving what that is. We have no way
Wait,
of
what?
observing a particle because that would imply it was dimensionless. We can't observe
Why?
dimensionless things.
Why can't it be just a tiny sphere? What's wrong with a tiny sphere?
Tiny because that's a contradiction of the definition.
Of what?
Don't you understand that science is predicated on precision?
Wait, hold on. I'm just trying to imagine
You have
before.
to. You must. You should imagine. And you got to follow
Okay.
these things to their logical conclusion and realize why you can't have a fuzzy boundary on causality because then you could just dial it up
I'm
to
I'm not
11 on
there.
crazy scale.
I'm not there. I'm totally not there. I'm saying it's just a tiny sphere. What's wrong with an electron being a
That's
tiny
not a
sphere?
point particle. That's my point.
Fine. I'm saying it's not. It's a tiny, not point, just tiny. I'm
Okay.
not saying zero.
Okay.
So let's assume an electron is a tiny particle. So the next question is fine. What happens when the electron becomes bound to the nucleus, to a proton? So it starts what? What
That's the thing. I'm
happens
not
to
saying
it?
I'm not saying that it's a particle. You're saying it's a particle, and I'm saying why are you saying it's a particle? Like we're
Oh,
really
so
into crazy town here.
but what do you mean crazy? I mean, it's it's either a
But you don't see it as a bit
particle.
crazy for me to hallucinate. You're asking me to hallucinate why other people are wrong.
No, not at this point. I left that discussion. I'm just trying to imagine what happens when I can imagine a free floating electron. That's not a problem. But when it becomes bound to a proton, what
Okay.
happens?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I mean,
You gotta start with the quantum periodic table. What happens in that.
before you answer, I mean, an electron we know is negatively charged and a proton is positively charged. So
No,
they
we
should
know that the proton is oppositely charged to the electron. Negative and
fine.
positive is something we imposed on top of
We
it.
know fine. Let's go with it. So why doesn't the electron crash into the proton? Or yeah,
Electrostatic repulsion.
but what do you mean? It should electrostatically
Opposite
has
charges attract.
attract, so it should crash into it. What stops the electron from crashing into the proton?
Oh, okay, that's a good question. I just have to
So,
grab a drink, so I'm gonna be gone for like 10
me too.
seconds. Maybe
No
Gandalf can
problem.
introduce himself or say hi or something. I'll
Okay.
be right back.
Oh, okay.
Hey, hello. Nice to meet someone new in this streamosphere. What's up? What makes you interested in quantum mechanics?
I'm interested in anything, in in science, in understanding this universe, um, our brain, the beginning of life, aliens. Like yeah, I'm a normal, I guess what they call geek.
Okay, I'm back.
Well, it's important to, like I said in the chat earlier, I mean, there's the people that are like the I fucking love science people and the whole scientism thing. That's the people that read popular mechanics, basically, and treat it as gospel truth, versus the people that love science as a method and a practice that's almost spiritual in nature. So, I think that's always something people have to consider. Am I listening to a technocratic cultist who's just a shill for the system and a shill for that, or am I listening to someone who's just trying to get down to the root of reality itself?
If I had the power, I would bring down the system of the cult of the scientism and the academia. Just very similar to JF's experience, if you're familiar with JF.
Yes.
So I loathe the academia and the cathedral of science and academia.
Yeah, because they don't worship truth. They worship prestige within this system. I mean, it's important to practice science for truth for its own sake, and like you have to figure out. I mean, one thing is when you're having trouble discovering a concept or understanding something, is this person? I mean, this is just the very base level. Is this person concerned with truth for its own sake, or are they concerned with prestige within a false system?
Exactly.
Well, you don't have to qualify it as being within a false system. I mean, presumably these people would be interested in prestige, regardless of the system, and it's not even clear whether it's possible to not care about prestige. I'm not convinced it's possible because I care about it, and I'm me. So back to your question, Brahmic, do you know the answer?
No, I'm trying to
Quantum state
imagine.
exclusion. It's quantum state exclusion.
So what happens? Oh, that's
It's
good.
quantum state exclusion. That's why they don't crash into each other.
So they come very close.
Oh, heck yeah, as close as universally possible. But quantum state exclusion forbids a full overlap.
So the electron is
Quantum
attracted
state
to the.
excluded from overlapping the proton, of course, but they maximally overlap.
Fine. So wait a minute. So we have basically 2-point particles or two tiny
They're-
spheres.
Don't think of them as point particles. Think of them as waveforms. Think of them as spheres.
Spheres. Why are you saying waveforms?
Waveforms are sphere. The primordial waveform shape is a sphere, and I say waveform because it makes me sound smart. And I have tremendously low self-esteem. You know.
Wait. So we're saying we're saying tiny particles. Let's go with tiny particles.
I don't like the word particles. It's so. You know, it's
really?
so. It's cringy.
But I've seen experiments where they basically show electrons, and they say that
they have machines that do something. That doesn't speak to the nature of the electron. That's the whole point, is that these things have a metaphysical existence. And when we try to abstract that through measurement devices, just like you said, it distorts it. So you're saying, well, it's a particle, it's a particle. I'm saying it is your machines that have generated this particle-like behavior. It is which generates the impression of particle reality. It is not itself a reality.
Wait, hold on. I mean, let's assume it's a tiny particle, and after we're done with that, let's go with your version of what an electron is. I can't imagine
why do we have to go with particle? Because what I'm arguing here is that particles are inconceivable. Geometric objects are conceivable.
I can conceive of a particle. What's the problem with conceiving of a particle? It's just imagining it, right? When you say
particles don't have dimensionality.
Why not? Why can't they be tiny
spheres? That's the definition. Because then they're not particles anymore. They're rigid bodies. And rigid bodies are, again, defined. They're predicated on the existence of a center of mass, which is linearly dependent upon a point particle. And what I'm arguing is I'm saying there is no fucking point particle.
Hold on. I don't care if an electron internally is composed of subparticles. I don't mind.
It's not.
For now, fine. I don't mind either way. I'm just saying, let's assume that it's a tiny sphere. What's the problem with that? Why can't we assume that? Just for, for the short...
You have to imagine it as a spherical waveform, which is more like a cloud. Because you don't want to visualize it as a rigid object, because rigidity is something which is not defined on that scale. Okay, nothing we experience subjectively is really defined on that scale. The only thing that comes remotely close is space-time, and even that's tenuous. So all the other stuff has no existence on that scale.
I mean, I don't know that, and I don't mind.
Because the Heisenberg uncertainty principle proves that distance is not defined on the micro scale. Because since distance is affected by measurements of momentum, it's not defined prior to observation. It's undefined on the micro scale.
I mean, I don't mind having a hard time measuring the velocity of an electron. Fine, I have Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. limiting my ability to measure the velocity of an electron. Fine, that doesn't make it a cloud. That it's
I'm
still
telling
a
you
part.
that there is a cloud is something that exists for us. Cloud doesn't exist on that scale, but I'm saying that out of all the things that exists, on our scale, the best approximation.
Measuring.
Brett,
Yeah.
you have to mute yourself.
Yes.
Right now we have massive.
Okay, let me mute myself here. Let me see if.
Okay, I just muted him. Okay, so you have to turn the YouTube audio off because I have to listen to myself talk. And as much as I would love that, I sense it may be somewhat annoying to the remainder of the audience.
You
Yeah,
told me
so
to mute.
I think it's good.
there's still a tremendous
Hello?
amount of No, I can hear myself coming. You gotta put headphones on.
Did you say there's still echo here?
Yeah, big time.
Please.
Is it my echo? Am I echoing?
Okay, so the problem is that we can hear your audio from your speakers coming through, and it's coming through at a different time than when we're hearing ourselves speak. So you just have to put on headphones, I think. So graded stages, if you're coming on, yeah, it's better to mute when you first come on and make sure that all your audio is turned off. And if you have headphones, that's good. And hopefully not bad. I think Bra McDude's audio is pretty good, I gotta say. And Gandalf's is always okay. But yeah, it was really bad for Brett. Okay, sorry, where were we? Sorry, where were we on that?
So
traits?
you're saying
I'm
so
saying that
I'm just saying-
nothing will suffice. All of our human experiential forms and notions, those are things that only exist on our scale of okay, there's a huge background noise. Like a huge background noise, Brett. So maybe what you could do is just mute when you're not talking. It sounds like a fan. Can you say something, Brett?
Yeah, hello. Am I there? Are we here?
Yeah, you just sound like extremely tinny, and I can hear myself. Yeah, your audio's it's not good enough.
Okay, it's my audio.
Reverb. Well, you got to put headphones
Is
on.
is it acceptable? I don't have any headphones at the moment.
Do you have a phone?
But is it now acceptable?
It's completely unusable because I hear you have to mute yourself as soon as you're done talking if you want to do it. But even then, there's like.
Okay. Got you. Okay, I'll do that. Okay. I'll mute myself after if I talk. Okay. Thank you. Let me mute.
Awesome. Okay, so yeah, if Brett wants to interject, we'll just not talk so that we don't hear any echo, and then we'll be good. Okay, so where were we? I feel like we were on a very good line of inquiry there.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I would say let's assume the electron is a particle. It's a tiny sphere with a tiny mass with a velocity. It could attain a velocity. We can stop it. We should be able to stop it because it has. We're able to change its velocity using a magnetic field or an electric field. So we should be able to stop it. We should be able to suspend a single electron in midair. I think they've done this. So that's an electron, fine. A free flying electron is easy to imagine. Now let's imagine that electron flying head on to a proton. So actually it's attracted to the proton. It wants to crash into the proton. It's accelerating as it's moving towards the proton. And then just as it gets closer and closer, it suddenly, what? Is repelled because of the Pauli's exclusion principle or something?
Well, you wouldn't want to think of it as an active repulsion. It's a static repulsion.
So what does that mean? Hits a brick wall?
Well, there's it's precisely that. It's quantum state exclusion. There's only enough room within the fabric of space-time itself to accommodate 2 protons in the first valence, 8 protons on the next
No,
valence.
electrons.
Well, it's the same for protons, right? You want to start in the nucleus, right?
Oh, no, but let's use one photon. Let's have a simple universe in which we have a single proton and a single electron. So what happens when the electron, as far as I know, the electron is orbiting at a huge distance compared to their sizes. The size of the electron.
That's the thing, like size. There isn't a size. There's a range of a waveform, which is it corresponds to something size-like, but it isn't.
So what makes us think? What makes us think electrons have any inherent value?
Yeah, you're asking what is an electron absent a proton? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, it always depends on an interpretation. I mean, who is determining what is what? This is a fundamental question. Like, I mean, we have to analyze the photon, the proton, but who is doing this analysis? What or who or why or when? I think this is more fundamental.
Us. We're doing it now. And why? To prove the Vedic supremacy hypothesis. And how? By providing...
So what's the Vedic supremacy? So you mean the race, some racist theory?
Excuse me?
I'm just saying a Vedic superiority hypothesis. This could never stand in a postmodern world, let alone the scientific community.
Because it's racist. Presumably.
Is that why?
Well, that's what you're asserting.
Well, yes, yes, absolutely.
Now we can't use it because it involves acknowledging that it's really good?
No, we can use it, but we can't claim supremacy of that value.
Okay, so we can use it. We just can't claim that it's better because that would be racist. Is that correct?
We can claim it's better. Incorrect. We can claim it's better than inferior views, but we can't assert its supremacy over mathematical or scientific forms of logic.
Because that's
Could
racist?
Could you fill me in? What's going on? I'm lost.
Well, this guy is just like a quasi-troll. Like, I don't think he sees himself as a troll. He sees himself as like a warrior for social justice in the non-pejorative sense.
I'm not a warrior for social justice. I'm a warrior for human dignity. I think, and for atomic dignity. I mean, we're all made out of atoms. We have to respect those. And each person is a cosmic constitution of atomic parts. I think we have to respect the molecular, and basically we have to give value to people at the molecular scientific level. I mean, that's my belief, but feel free to disbelieve.
Why are you the authority on this? Why should I trust you?
Well, because there are, I mean, of what? Of understanding human constitution?
Where are you the authority on this? Why are you? Why should I believe what you're saying is true?
Nobody should believe what I'm saying is absolutely true in authoritarian terms.
Okay, then why did you make all those statements?
Because they're postulates, they're a series of hypotheses, of affirmations and understandings.
Those are all hypotheses, affirmations, postulates, and understandings are all completely different terms. You're conflating way too much.
I'm not conflating postulates and theorems. I think they're basically unified. I think, and in terms of what I'm saying, human beings have to respect each other in the social commons. And I think trying to impose Vedic astrology on people is a form of imperialism.
Right. Well, I would say that you're trying to impose your values on me right now is a form of grug imperialism that I'm not very fond of.
What kind did you say?
This is not Vedic astrology either.
Yeah, exactly. It's like you come in here mischaracterizing what I'm saying. What I'm arguing is that Vedic science is superior to materialistic science. And already you've said that that's racist, that that's definitely wrong, and that atoms have intrinsic value, presumably as some troll. So, but then you're begging for human dignity. It's like, how much do I feel like I've been uplifted by this convo? Do I feel dignified by this convo? Not really. I kind of feel like you're spitting in the face of the legacy of civilization, sort of cutting off your nose to spite your face. Like you feel like it's beneath you to acknowledge that this stuff is valuable.
I acknowledge Vedic utility, and as well as, in that vein, Buddhist utility, and in that vein, Zen utility. But yeah, that's pretty much what I naturally tend to value in this sense.
Yeah, you value stuff with no evidence associated with it, and therefore people would reject the authority of your claims as you base them on no discernment.
That and you're guilty of something I used to do quite a bit of. Lots of positive assertions, very little axiomatic foundations and logical chains of proof.
I mean, the logical chain of proof is our existence in some sense. We don't need axioms to determine we exist. This is my opinion.
We need axioms. So whether you think we need axioms, if you're going to convince us of anything, you have to do it on the basis of axioms.
The axiom is a methodological understanding, a sequential understanding, a logical understanding. I feel it.
That's not at all what an axiom is. An axiom is a presumption.
There are no perceptions. I mean, in my view, there are no perceptions. There are just
not perception.
When you walk in with perceptions, you end up categorizing and ultimately conquering those who oppose your perceptions. This is even whether it's Christianity, Buddhism, whatever philosophy.
Church, can you hear me?
Yo.
Do you want to continue our discussion? Do you want to switch discussion? What's happening?
Well, I think we should continue this discussion in a scholastic fashion. And I really like what Gandalf did, which was interject. But, you have to realize, Brett, that we were already very deep in a philosophical discussion that had already been built up to a certain point, and now it kind of seems like you're coming in and smashing it down like a castle and saying like, well, your castle had some structural flaws, so I smashed it. And I'm just like, all right.
Well, I'm just saying, you can't assert that you're some kind of that this Vedic truth is somehow acceptable in modern, in the post-Kantian world that we live in. It can't survive.
Those are assertions which you have not proven.
That sounds like a challenge.
I don't even know what you said.
Well, we're getting into we're getting into a whole ontological debate here that Brahmic dude had not interrogated me on the ontological. Well, he actually sort of was doing his version of an ontological interrogation, but since he already has a basis of metaphysical understanding, it was a productive and fruitful inquiry. Whereas this one is just, you've already decided that I'm somehow wrong. And now you're just cherry picking to justify it. And it hasn't occurred to you that what I'm saying is accurate. Brett.
It is very. I'll give you that. It's true but partial. I won't say it's wrong in every sense, but it's something we need to integrate. I'm pro religious curiosity and spiritual exploration. I've been meditating for over 7 years, and I've explored some of the heights and depths of meditative discipline and spiritual experience with that. And so I have sympathy for the religious traditions. I have ultimate sympathy.
That's all well and good, but Brahmic Dude was going down a particular line of inquiry, so I hope that if you want to join our discussion, you'll follow along with this particular line of inquiry rather than interjecting ontological issues, which at this point in the conversation have all been resolved. If an ontological issue arises, Brahmic Dude immediately stops the convo. He's actually being quite a good student, and I think people should seek to emulate this example if they're not sure what direction to go in. Okay.
Thank you. But I can leave the conversation if I mean we can continue our discussion any other time. We can have other discussions.
Well, I think our discussion, yours and mine, was the one that people are interested in. The ones from the chat, anyway. Like, I feel like that would be giving precedence to somebody who was a latecomer, which would be very bad form. But I also think it's good to incorporate people into the learning process. But you can't just interject with ontological disputes when we're already like 25 steps down the steps of reasoning. So what the point that we were at was, why doesn't the proton and the electron crunch into each other? Okay, so the reason for that is what you call electrostatic repulsion and the uncertainty principle. So they're basically as close together as they can get without triggering uncertainty effects. Because what do the uncertainty effects do? Okay, so quick, how does uncertainty effect work?
Wait, hold on. Exactly. So the uncertainty is not an effect. It's just a principle.
It's an effect.
So
it's a law. It's a law of the universe. It's a primary effect. You could call it a cause as well. I mean, you want to call the laws of physics causes or effects? I don't care.
Wait. So as the electron is collapsing into the proton,
don't think of it as collapsing. Don't think of it as collapsing. Think of it as attraction because of the polar opposite nature of the charges of the corresponding waveform proton and electron. They have a polarity, right? The electron is diffuse. The proton is dense. The electron is charged in one direction. The proton is charged in the opposite direction.
Wait. The electron
is very low in mass, and the proton weighs about 1,000 times more than the electron.
Wait, but I'm saying let's assume the electron is a particle. It's not diffuse. Let's go with not diffuse for now.
Well, if you want to go on that basis, you're asking me to argue outside of my own ontology. And I'm saying, why do we need to do that? If you don't even agree with it, why are we arguing for a position you don't agree with?
I mean, I don't have a problem with the electron being a particle. I mean, I think in quantum field theory, they say that everything is a wave. So ultimately, there's an electron wave. I cannot imagine. Maybe, I don't know.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Perhaps, I think where you're getting stuck, I'm just trying to imagine where you are for a second, is you remember in your high school textbook in your chemistry or physics class, you probably saw the Bohr model, BOHR model of an atom. And I think you're struggling to get outside of that picture of what the atomic structure looks like, if I may make that suggestion.
Let me look up the Bohr. BOHR.
Yes, after Niels Bohr. I think that model was made in 1910 or 12.
The issue here is that if you want to invoke that they're particles, that means they have a rigid boundary. And in practice, the boundary is not rigid. So you can encounter a problem.
So the Bohr model is just a planetary model. And we know, they say that that's not possible because the electron would radiate its photons and collapse in a spiral into the proton. So that cannot be what's happening in the quantum scale. So the Bohr model, let's assume it's wrong. So what does it look like?
Okay,
I mean, Bohr.
stop. We have
Yeah.
to start somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Somethingness and nothingness. What's the difference? Somethingness is that which bears a true form of material reality, i.e., that which exists whether or not we do. And the most transcendent universal law we can observe is that entropy is maximized. Everything goes to the maximum entropy state.
Okay, but I mean, entropy is just statistical mechanics. I mean, that's
No, it
that's
has
like
to do with the number of accessible microstates. That is a geometric, tangible entity that is powerful.
right. But right now we have a single electron and a single proton in this universe that
You
we're
want to
imagining.
start with that. You want to invoke
Yeah.
that. That's because of individualism, dude. That's your mind on individualism, man. The only thing that exists, it doesn't even exist in the dark matter. The quantum periodic table is unobservable in the dark matter. It doesn't exist because the dark matter is timeless. Time is Let me finish.
Oh.
And then as soon as matter leaves dark matter and becomes instantiated in a space-time interval, the periodic table begins to exist simultaneously. Therefore, there is no isolation of a proton or an electron or a photon in the primordial quote-unquote creation event, which is not truly creation because creation ex nihilo is a contradiction of conservation of causality.
Okay, you completely lost me. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Basically, the Big Bang is total Kabbalistic bullshit.
No, I can explain the Big Bang. The Big Bang is simple.
The periodic table does not exist in dark matter.
But I'm not. We don't even know that there is dark matter. Why are we bringing in dark matter into this universe? Let's have a simple universe.
When you look up at night and you see some huge motherfucking black shit, and it's motherfucking 99.9% of what you're fucking looking at, and it's coagulated, that means that there's some mass coagulating it all together, some unseen mass. Because the action of those individual twinkling stars is not sufficient to hold that much together.
Okay, let's imagine a simple universe that is empty.
Let's
completely
not,
empty.
because the universe isn't like that. Because the things you're saying, I want to build it up from bare bones metaphysics. I'm saying you can't. The universe has integral metaphysics. You have to accept the integral metaphysics of the universe, and only then can you understand on which level of causality the constructs you're now identifying as primordial truly exist. Because there are only a few concepts that exist primordially, right? So dark matter, the periodic table doesn't exist there because it's timeless. Because in order to instantiate a time interval, you need differentiated space-time. And that's not differentiated because it's all the same. Black, nothingness. It's not really nothingness, it's somethingness. It's just in the universal maximum entropy state, which is why we invoke entropy. We look at the night sky and say, all I see is a dotting of stars. Most of it is complete utter void. That means that the majority of the statistical majority of universal matter is in the maximum entropy state, and that is the blackness.
We don't need entropy in this discussion.
I'm sorry, but are you an entrophobe?
No.
Because I'm feeling slightly oppressed right now.
I'm sorry.
Okay, I get it. I get it. And I agree. There is a way. Okay, so there is an angle on thermodynamics that's just like statistical, right? But there's also a metaphysical angle to it, which is saying that it's, well, basically K log omega. So it's basically saying that there's a finite number of microstates into which a system can expand. And that a system over time will tend to saturate its energy in the state that corresponds to the maximum entropy out of all the possible configurations that it could have. So that's telling us something substantially about the material nature, which is extremely important because this concept of entropy transcends the universe. There's nowhere you can look in the universe and not find it.
Entropy is a nice discussion when you have so many particles that you cannot keep track of each one, and you
Well, that's
want
just
to
like your opinion, man. Don't you
No,
understand that things need to be reinterpreted in light of better evidence? Are you like, so you're saying that entropy is only statistical mechanics? I'm saying no, it's something else. It's telling us something metaphysical. It's telling us that physics is dictated by microstate saturation. The system looks around and it's literally looking around with light into all the possible microstates, and that once it finds the maximum entropy, aka minimum energy microstate, all of the energy saturates there. Just like a rock going down a hill.
But
It's
we
like a
don't
rock
need.
going down a hill.
Okay, so we have a rock down a hill. We have an electron falling down the electrostatic field of the created by the proton. That's it. It's a rock falling down a hill. That's all we have. A single rock and a single hill.
No, the rock falling down the hill is you start with dark matter, then dark matter.
We don't know that. Why
Because
introducing?
it's the maximum. It's the statistical maximum. If
don't
I
know
look at
about
the
things.
universe, 0.0000001% of it is humans, or less. So why would I start on a human? I'm going to say, well, I'm going to look at the thing that is, okay, what is it? Well, it's this big black stuff in the sky at night. I mean, that's the vast majority of what's out there.
Yeah, you're completely losing me. I'm lost.
Well, if I'm starting, my analysis is I want to understand everything. So how am I going to understand everything? I have to take everything I can observe and subdivide it into categories. And I should start by analyzing the category that consists of the largest amount of stuff, because that would make sense. If I have a dead elephant in my house and a dead cat, I should get rid of, you know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
There's a metaphor somewhere in there.
I'm just saying, I'm just trying to understand what the quantum world looks like. I'm just trying to understand.
You have to understand on what level quanta exist. And what I'm telling you is that entropy and mass exist on a level which is more fundamental than quantization. So before you can understand quantization, you have to understand what's being quantized. And what's being quantized is the maximum entropy state, which is this dark matter, which is what you see up in the night sky.
I don't need to quantize anything. I'm assuming a single electron and a single proton. So that's it.
And I'm telling you, your assumption is fallacious. You are using a false assumption because you're saying, I want to start with a proton and an electron. And I'm saying, well, those things don't actually start to exist until down the line, down the chain of causality.
Let's imagine
is not that. So now you're saying, well, I want to start in the middle. And I'm saying, I can't do that because there is an actual beginning.
Why can't we imagine a brand new empty universe?
Because that's what crazy people do when they want to hallucinate garbage that doesn't make sense in order to hallucinate their way into thinking that they're competent. Sad. Many such cases.
Fine, not a universe. Let's imagine a single electron somewhere in space and a single proton somewhere in space. Not a brand new universe, in our universe. So somewhere you have a single electron and a single proton attracting each other.
If I may for a second, just to help you with this, I think where you're struggling is like, between the I fucking love science cult and doing science the proper way, there's a little bit of a difference here in approach. You try to construct ideal worlds of your own creation to try and understand the real world that's out there. In some respects, is an affront to the act of faith required to look at natural phenomenon as revealed realities. So you need to look at the revealed reality of the universe as opposed to trying to construct an idealized construct to make it more palatable to some pre-existing construct of the universe in your own mind.
No, so I said, fine, let's assume our universe. Let's just go into space. Let's imagine a single electron and a single proton pretty close to each other, and the electron is attracted to the proton. It's about to hit it. That's all I'm saying. In our universe, right. It could be inside a vacuum chamber in a laboratory on Earth right now, where we are able to separate a single electron and a single proton, which shouldn't be a big issue. And they're in a chamber, and the electron is now attracted to the proton, and it's about to collapse onto the proton, but it doesn't. It actually stops, and then it orbits, what they say, quote unquote, orbits the proton. It becomes a helium or a hydrogen atom. Is that a hydrogen atom? One, or helium? I think it's hydrogen, right? One proton, one electron. So it becomes an atom. Why? Why doesn't the electron collapse into the proton all the way?
We've been over this exclusion.
What does that mean? What mechanically?
Quantum
What
state
happens?
exclusion. Mechanically, they're quantum state excluded.
No,
If they were pushed
Mhm.
together past a certain point, they would precipitate uncertainty effects, which are, tell me what it is. Tell me what the uncertainty effect is.
That's just measurement.
No, exactly. You're not understanding what the uncertainty effect is. Delta X, delta PX, larger than H. What does that mean?
There's a limit to your ability.
That means we don't know. That means we don't know anything in the observable quantum world.
Right. It's just about
That is
knowledge.
an absolutely absurd statement, Brett. So you're saying that because there's an observer effect, therefore we don't know anything. So because it's hard to know about stuff, because learning about stuff distorts the waveform, we can't know anything? That sounds like total nihilism to me.
Ultimately, yes. I think either nihilism or we.
Brett, you're becoming the meme for how to do postmodern physics.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I'm really sorry, Bra. I lost
Mhm.
my train of thought. Can you help remind me where the hell I was? Because that interjection really effing threw me off.
I'm just
Okay,
just
uncertainty
trying.
principle. King Kush just said it. Yeah, it's uncertainty principle. So
But the uncertainty principle
here's how
doesn't.
you want to look at it. Okay, uncertainty principle tells us that delta x times delta px is larger than a constant. Okay, it's a very small number, but it's a constant number. Okay, so that means that if delta x gets small enough, delta p will get larger, because if the product of two things is a constant or larger than a constant, if one gets really small, the other one has to get correspondingly big. Do we kind of understand that intuitively?
Yeah, but that's just a measurement problem. That's not.
Don't try to trivialize this. This is probably the most important aspect.
It's not
This is the most
trivializing. I'm saying
important aspect.
that-
I still haven't gotten to the point yet, though. So
Mhm.
the point you have to understand is, what is delta x?
the location of the electron.
The uncertainty in position.
Right.
What is uncertainty in position? Well, it's traditionally understood as the error bars. Okay, it's the error bars. So if you want to know where something is, you don't know exactly quite where it is, you say, well, it's about there, but then you put error bars on either side.
Yep.
That's what the uncertainty really means. So when you are basically, when these waveforms are getting to the point where their error bars are overlapping,
Wait, why are you saying waveforms?
Because
We
that's
said
what the fucking universe is made up of. So you're asking me to answer the question in terms of waveforms, in terms of particles. Okay, I'm going to stop you right there. I can't do it because that's not fucking real. You're saying explain the universe in terms of something that's not real. I'm saying I can't do that. You're going to have to just let the whole particles thing go.
Okay.
Like there is, like, a particle only approximately exists on the macro scale. Yeah, it's approximately, on a macro scale, you can convince yourself that you have continuous solid objects, but the micro scale, it's just completely breaks down. It doesn't even really actually fully work on the macro scale either. It just seems like it works for a wide variety of things.
Okay.
because particles are not capable of, okay, here's the thing. Uncertainty principle is a wave effect. It's not a particle effect. So you're saying explain the uncertainty principle in terms of particles. I'm saying I can't, because the particle doesn't lend itself to what that action is. Only the wave, and not even the wave does. It's literally only the wave form, which is a closed geometric surface that oscillates, aka a cloud. That's why the cloud is the best metaphor.
A cloud of what? What do you mean metaphor? What is it?
A cloud of potential. So the potential of the cloud of the electron, the electric potential of the electron cloud, is equal in magnitude to the electric potential of the proton cloud, but in an opposite direction.
A cloud of what? A cloud of
electric
tiny
potential. Electromassive potential.
But that is the electron with its electric field. Even if you assume it's a particle, you still get the cloud of the electric potential. So you're saying it's a particle?
So how do you go from particle to cloud?
What do you mean? How do I go? I mean, I
well,
can
you just said that you can get a cloud from a particle, and I'm saying how.
You said
those things are incompatible.
You're saying the cloud is a cloud of electric potential. I agree. I mean, you can have a particle that is a particle, a sphere that emanates, that creates a field, it creates a field, an electric potential field around. Why? I can imagine it. I mean, they say it's
you can imagine a particle. You think you can imagine a particle. I'm
like
telling you, I can't imagine a
sphere.
particle. I don't think you can either. You're imagining something that's not real. Why do you think a model that's false, that can be demonstrated to be false, is a good idea for an approximation of reality?
I'm just imagining a tiny sphere. What's wrong with that?
Because you can't understand the exclusion principle. Because it is a waveform effect, and you keep coming back to the uncertainty principle and saying, why does the electron push the proton away? I'm saying, well, it's a waveform field effect. And you're saying, well, it's a particle. I'm saying, no, it's not. It's a cloud of electromassive potential. And if you don't understand it as a cloud of electromassive potential, you're not going to understand the dynamics of the system, because a particle doesn't lend itself to the quantum uncertainty principle.
Okay. This is where I am currently lost.
You have to build up the universe in a way which is accurate. You have to start from the beginning. But the universe doesn't have a beginning because it's uncreated. Okay? So we have a situation that is, on the face of it, impossible, as Brett might say. Because we're looking for the beginning, but there's clearly a beginning, because we can date, using known isotopes, the age of our planet, which is finite at 4.5 approximately billion years.
Okay. I mean,
so clearly there's something that happened at that time, but the question is, at what point did the electron and the proton, in that whole series of events, whatever led up to our planet becoming something that started to age 4.5 billion years ago, what happened? Where did that dominoes? You think of it as like pushing a trail of dominoes, because that's what the universe is. It's like a self knocking over chain of dominoes.
I actually have a very nice explanation how the universe was created. Very simple. Very simple. And
creation violates causality.
No, it's actually part. There's no problem with causality.
But it does, and it doesn't matter what you say, because creation always violates causality.
So does creativity itself violate causality? This is my question.
Creativity? Anyway,
what is creativity? Yeah.
I don't know. I'm gonna
like if we believe the universe has no fundamental meaning, then we're never far from depression or suicide even.
What? That's psychology.
Yeah. I mean, psychologically speaking, I mean, if our universe is just a particular...
life has no meaning. If you're asking, you can. There's no problem committing suicide or not committing suicide. There's no difference.
See, that's that's the problem with materialism. I think the universe has a place, some kind of place for human beings.
The universe doesn't care about. I don't think the universe cares about human beings. I'm sure there's many aliens. There's like.
So I like you were beginning to say how you thought the universe is created.
Is there
Yeah, I
any
can
way to like?
explain.
Can you turn your mic down at all, Brett? Because it's really, really loud. Like on your computer settings,
Yes, yeah.
turn that down.
But we should have a separate discussion about my theory is how the universe began. It's really very nice, very straightforward, very simple. Sits perfectly well aligned with what every physicist agrees with.
Which is all basically wrong.
I mean, they have evidence for the Big
They
Bang.
don't have.
So
They don't have evidence. They don't have valid evidence for the Big Bang. It also violates the exclusion principle.
We can just have this discussion like
I mean,
separate.
you gotta think about it. An infinitely dense object that violates exclusion because there's a maximum density in the universe. So anything predicated on some sort of magical explosion of hyperdense matter, that's not going to fly because it contradicts quantum state exclusion.
We can discuss it. That's the.
I'm not really
think about
interested in
that.
discussing alternate theories of physics, to be honest. I mean, you're not going to
Oh,
persuade
okay.
me that your theory is superior to mine because you would need to invoke your theory to predict the entirety of physics and give better predictions than my theory. It's like, I don't see that happening. You're
No, my
speculating about the nature of the universe. Why would anyone care about that?
No, not about the nature. It's just an explanation of the Big Bang. It's really a tiny part of physics. It's nothing to do with the nature of the universe. Just the nature of the Big Bang, the nature of where the universe came from. I cannot
It's
predict
uncreated. It's uncreated. I'll save you the torment.
I mean,
It's uncreated.
once you hear my explanation, you can choose whether to accept it or reject
I've
it.
already rejected all creationist hypotheses as flights of fancy of people who were not particularly good at physics.
I rejected those even before I met Church of Entropy. The idea of one creation event is absolutely ridiculous.
No, right. I don't need one creation event. I actually, my theory precludes that. I can, if you don't like creation, then my theory is perfect.
Do we want to exclude
You read
the
Big Bang is bullshit article on Church of Entropy's blog if you haven't already, Bra McDude. I put it in the chat.
Okay, I'll take a look at it at one point. Let's continue some other time, because I think this discussion has been extremely long. I don't want to kill anyone who has to listen to this.
I'm used to having really long combos, but if you want to piece out, that's cool. Why don't you have a think about what we talked about and maybe come back next time? Because if you want to learn my theory, great. I don't really have time to be audience to everybody's pet theory on physics, to be honest. Like, does it provide a benefit for the audience? I don't know. I don't know that the audience wants to hear, because like Howie has a pet theory on the universe. You know, Super Librix has a pet theory on the universe. Brett has a pet theory on the universe. It's like, does anyone care about these pet theories on the universe? I don't know.
Okay.
I don't, because none of them can explain the polarity of the water molecule.
So it's interesting if it can give predictions, but if all it is an aesthetic depiction, it's like those are a dime a dozen. No offense, but it's about as interesting as hearing about someone's dream. I mean, even learning about physics can be really boring even when it's accurate, because it just takes so much focus and stuff. And it's like, okay, well, you're not really focused on what I'm saying. You're trying to get to your theory so that you can profess your theory and why it's so great. But it's like,
well, we can discuss it. I mean, you can prove me wrong, whatever.
Do I want to prove you wrong? It's like you want to do a bunch of work for the privilege of me proving you wrong.
I'm a truth seeker, so I don't care. I'm open to have a discussion if you want to. It's your choice. We can discuss other things like consciousness and stuff and free choice. Like
Well, I'm
whatever
kind
you
of
want.
interested in explaining my theory to people who are interested in having their own questions answered. Because I feel that my theory actually does provide those answers.
Okay. I mean, my theories usually are mechanical. I don't need anything fancy. I don't need. I don't
Wait,
even.
who are you to judge what is fancy or not? Using very
I,
qualifying terms here.
I'm just saying, I barely use terminology from physics, from science. Like I use very little terminology. My theories are very mechanical. You can always see them at the macro scale or imagine them at the macro scale. I use spheres and stuff like that, or like I don't like I try to
Why
say
is that aesthetic preference in your model development evidence of veracity and truth?
no, I'm just saying usually that's the way it comes out. I'm just a simple guy. I just don't use anything like any advanced physics. I use very like Newtonian physics and stuff like that.
Well, see, my problem with your argument is that you seem to be basing the veracity of the argument for your model of the world based on your aesthetic preferences for something that's simple and not fancy and not pretentious and whatnot. And aesthetic preference is not evidence that some model or edifice having explanatory or truth value. It's just not. And that's a mistake lots of people make, and they have to be humble enough to admit that we can't start doing investigations of the nature of the universe based on aesthetic preference. We cannot do that. That's just
No.
simply wrong.
No, I mean, if we go to Occam's razor, so we
And
prefer.
Occam's razor is terrible.
And the universe no, there's two problems with Occam's razor. The universe is under no compunction to comply to it, and we are not in a position to interpret it on the fundamental level. Because how do we know what's actually more or less complicated? Because something that may be less complicated on one level ends up being ultra complicated on another level because something forgot to be taken into account. It is unclear how to apply Occam's razor. I think the spirit of Occam's razor is good. We should seek to have a maximally simple theory, which is also maximally predictive. And since we know from experience of previous models, it is possible to predict the entire range of observables. So we should seek models that predict the range of observables and are simplest. And that would technically be your spirit of
Right.
Occam's razor. But it is not always clear. Like I'm invoking entangled space-time. Someone could be like, well, that's really complicated. You can't invoke that. It's like space-time's entangled. I didn't fucking design the universe. And it would be kind of dumb for me to claim that because it was hard to understand that space-time was entangled, that wasn't a fact of nature, when all the evidence points to that being a fact of nature.
And it also hurts Occam's cause that he worshipped a false religion. So so if he's worshiping a false religion and a false god, how can he claim that he has the simplest explanation and that you can be biased toward what he claims is the simplest explanation as a heuristic for discovering the truth?
I don't even care that Occam existed as a person. I mean, the principle. I like the principle. I can basically. I don't know. I mean, I like the principle. That's it.
Well, do you see where I'm going with this, though? Like, I don't mean to be too hard on you. It's like, I like the see, you're basing something on the authority of your own preference. And you have to that's a difficult thing to get past, but the aesthetic authority of your own preference cannot be the basis for any sort of scientific investigation. It just cannot.
Wait, before science.
But why do we assume?
Well,
Why do we assume science is always necessarily objective?
Exactly. So I before science, I'm just a truth seeker before science.
Well, science is our best way to get to truth. That doesn't make science, quote, objective.
Science is a method which
Bingo.
is basic. Right, science is a method which requires belief, which is basically a religion, which I am a believer in. But that is all that
Yes.
science. Fine, but before that religion, there is truth.
Which is
Whatever. I mean,
yeah, but you
that's
can't
it.
just
I mean,
you can't brush it off and be like truth is real, man. Because if you just say truth is real and you don't actually define your criteria for truth, your vestigial metaphysics creeps into your overall understanding of the universe. Vestigial metaphysics is
I don't know what that is.
it's our understanding of the universe precipitated by our animal existence, which note is the majority of our history. Our civilization is but a day in the lifetime of our existence as living animals.
Right. So my
So
preference.
our ability, the thing is that we're calibrated to operate on this level. We're calibrated to operate within a particular space-time interval, and we're hyper optimized to that. But then we turn around and we want to say, well, how does the universe function objectively? Just because we were really good at taming material world, building buildings and such, doesn't mean we can then be that good at metaphysics. We can't impose our own assumptions onto that world and
Right.
insist that we're right.
Right. But as a truth seeker, all I have is myself.
But you can't define truth.
But before I define it for you, I live inside my conscious state. So within my awareness, I have my truths,
Which is
and that is which is what I'm seeking. I'm seeking my truth.
okay. So
I'm
that's
seeking.
self-referential. You're saying I'm looking for a thing that I'm looking for. Don't you understand me? And it's like, well, that's self-referential definition. There's no
No,
information in
but-
that.
But this is what science does, as a matter of fact, not just Brahmic dude. Science is caught in the same pursuit, which is terminal self-referentiality, basically.
Okay, well, this is
Is-
correct. This is technically correct that every system of reasoning is conscribed by its axioms, and so is self-referential within its axioms, which is why we want to insist that the range of observables is fully observable.
Okay, so
Yes, but there's a self-consistency that betrays itself.
That makes no sense to me. That makes zero sense to me. Less than zero. Not even joking.
I'm gonna head out.
Thank you
and
for
if you
joining.
ever, yeah, if you
We
ever
could stream
want
again.
to,
Let me know. We'll talk again on JS
Sure.
chat. I'm sure. That was a good
Excellent.
chat.
Okay. Absolutely enjoyed every second. Thank you guys. Terrific. Bye bye.
Yeah, really nice to meet you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, that wasn't too bad.
Yeah, I think the one thing that I think I struggled with it more than I've admitted to myself for a while. But there's this faith and authority dimension to science that people have a lot of trouble with. They want to reduce science to their own particular model of explaining it based on aesthetic preference, and that's a huge mental block for people. I mean, I've seen this pattern quite a bit.
Notice this pathology: belief that it's possible to make assertions without faith, and belief that it's possible to make rational arguments without axioms.
And then often have it reduced to personal aesthetic preferences and not be able to distinguish the two. Yeah, these are very, very common pathologies, and they worry me quite a bit because I worry a lot of, we have a lot of arguments on Twitter about 2 + 2 = 4 can't be done because, someone like Brett and postmodernists will claim it's racist or something. That scares the fuck out of me that we're in that stage as a society. We won't be able to keep the lights on much longer if society tolerates this level of affront to true knowledge seeking.
Yeah, you have to confront the presumptions. You've got to know how to confront the presumptions, right? Like every statement requires faith and axioms, and just because you think you're using the axioms of science doesn't mean that you're necessarily correct in your interpretation. all it means is that science is the best way we have to access quote unquote truth, aka reality that it exists objective of us. But our own interpretations significantly skew the understanding of that, even in science.
Yeah, I mean, it becomes a question of
Perhaps
authority.
Okay, it looks
there's a
like
question of authority, and
that's the thing. Every single question of authority, every single assertion of information rests upon the authority of the axioms, rests upon the accuracy of the axiom. So it's always,
I see. Oh,
yeah, go ahead.
I would say it rests upon the community, the valid community of those who are trained in that discipline.
And who validates?
If we're talking about science, it would be a community of scientists. If we're talking about meditation, a community of Buddhists. If we're talking about postmodernism, a community of postmodernists, etc., etc. And if we're talking about systems theory, a community of systems theory.
Who defines what the proper community of scientists, Buddhists, postmodernists, and all these things are? Who defines all that? You're being self-referential in your definitions here, and you're conflating lots of terms. This is a problem I've noticed.
I'm not making any conflations intentionally, but who defines what was your question?
You mentioned that valid science is determined by the community of valid scientists. And the same goes for all these other categories. Who decides those things? You didn't answer those questions. You just provided self-referential definitions.
Who decides what good science is?
Yes. Who decides that?
You tell me.
Well, you said that the answer was the valid community of scientists. How do I know when I'm looking at a valid community of scientists? Because right now I don't really see any such valid community. I've never been. I just know that Church of Entropy has, I think, the correct model of the periodic table, and I'm interested in it. And so she's a community of one, as far as I'm concerned, because her model predicts the polarity of water, which is actually kind of cool. So I don't see the community of science as being valid anywhere. So prove that it exists. Show me.
I'm just saying at a basic level that's what determines good science from bad science. It's Popper's verification principle.
Why is Popper an authority?
Because he's one of the main dominant branches of scientific naturalism that we know.
Okay, so that we know. So you're going to basically an argument of proof by consensus, which is not actually a proof of what is. People can consent to believe in something totally wrong. Like Jim Jones was the reincarnation of Jesus, and in order to prevent the alphabet people from destroying everything, they all had to drink Kool-Aid. That was consensus. You can make anything into consensus. It's not an argument, as far as I'm concerned.
But you would have to agree. You would have to agree that the enterprise of science is valid.
Different question.
I think we can agree that science in principle is our best method for ascertaining objective things. But that doesn't mean that science is 100% accurate, does it?
I like that.
And it isn't clear how it's inaccurate because you can't go outside of axioms. Science cannot tell you why science is wrong within the parameters of science, because within its own parameters, it's right. It always works. Science always works, but science is only one part of a complete picture of knowledge. Science is a method. And it's very hard to actually fully assimilate what that method is, because it involves going in blind and leaving your own assumptions at the door to some extent, or attempting to. But just because we attempted to leave our assumptions at the door, and we thought we only made reasonable metaphysical assumptions, doesn't mean that we were right. Does it?
I would say we should go in without any prior assumptions about the nature of the cosmos.
Why do you
And
say that?
what I'm saying is that it is impossible to derive any information without assumptions.
Okay. So would you call an assumption? Would you call that an axiom?
That's correct. So axioms are your fundamental assumptions. You cannot
So
make any argument without assumptions. So even if somebody tells you that they're making an argument without assumptions, they're lying, because it's not possible. Because if that were true, there's no information that can be deduced. The whole notion of getting information out of stuff is predicated on axioms. Hey, Samish.
well, yes, it can be. I mean, it depends. You can talk in terms of Occam's razor, where you're cutting close to the bone of the axiomatic truth of reality, the quantum, etc.
And that's the point, is it's unclear how to interpret Occam's razor on the quantum scale. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So, in order to solve this problem of reducing the cosmos into microstates of entropy, I would say we need to understand the process of cosmic creativity. And what's been demonstrated, there have been system scientists such as Ilya Prigogine, who actually won the Nobel Prize for discovering forces of matter, basically chaotic self-organization, at the most basic, irreducible micro state level.
And why should I care that he won a Nobel Prize? What does that prove?
Because his work is valid and validated consensually.
Does winning a Nobel Prize make a work valid, and does having that consensus respect make it valid?
It's a factor.
Okay, that doesn't mean that it makes it valid, though.
Okay, but you can conduct your own research, disprove it, whatever you like.
I could, but the question is, why should I care about Ilya Prigogine because he won a Nobel Prize?
Because there is something to be said for the way that nature is evolving, and what we call chaotic matter is driven towards states of inclusivity and structuration. So that's very mind-blowing, first of all. We only discovered this in the 1970s.
Gibberish word salad.
Yeah, I don't
Not
know
at all.
It's scientific. I don't know if he has a model of quantum physics.
The definition of fucking complete gibberish.
Yeah. It is.
Go. I don't think you won the Nobel Prize.
And
really?
why does winning the Nobel Prize
where
matter?
This conversation has ended up now. That's funny. Hey, Ron. I hope that this helps to grow your mind back. I believe in science. I think we could do it. We could get you back to fighting shape, buddy. You'll be accidentally dubbing over yourself 18 times without realizing it in a live stream in no time. Anyway, so I'm sorry, but a prize is not an argument, right?
But the argument is that matter is a chaotic. There are chaotic structures, and that at the smallest macro scale.
So
In
you're
this
saying
case, I think it's
chaos-
atomic
you're saying
or protoatomic.
Chaos is the basis of the universe. Chaos is the fundamental universal element. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying at the proto level, there's entropic degrees of microstates that self-organize.
That is nonsensical. You can't have degrees of microstasis. Literally nonsense.
Well, I'm talking about variations, statistical probabilities.
Are you?
Of what?
Of protoatomic matter.
Which isn't a thing.
It's not.
So quanta are not a thing.
Quanta are atomic, not proto-atomic. I mean,
But there's a spectrum of.
atomic is in a way a synonym for quantum, because atoms are quantized, right? I mean, that's the basis of it. We have to keep coming back to the exclusion principle. Exclusion principle. Well, why are they excluded? It's because they're quantized. They're like bubbles, you know. You can't have, if you're going to line up bubbles, you can only fit so many IKEA balls into a room. Because there's a maximum density.
Okay. I see. So, my question. So you assert entropy is a fundamental process, but my understanding is that entropy is the least fundamental because there are these self-energizing, self-articulating manifestations, if you will, of systemic and holistic process within our cosmos.
And how
Right,
do you demonstrate the existence of word solids?
How do I demonstrate what?
I said, how do you demonstrate the existence of these word salads? Because what you said to me literally makes no sense. And I'll acknowledge that I know sometimes the stuff I say makes no sense, but you have to realize I'm trying my hardest for it to make sense. It's just that sometimes this stuff is ultra complicated. Okay, so that's why I'm fine to go over it over and over again. But what you're saying here sort of sounds just like gibberish.
I mean, how can you determine that it's gibberish? I'm telling you, it's consensually validated research.
So to me, the term consensually validated, that to me is meaningless. Who is consenting and how are they validating? And we already know you've been down the Nobel Prize. That route is not good. If you've had to argue down that, it means you've done an ad populum fallacy. You're not.
That's not ad populum. I mean, I think you're using ad populum wrong.
Or am I? You think because they're scientists, they're not somehow subject to normalcy bias?
I mean, this is validated. I mean, just in the same sense we discovered the Big Bang.
It's been consensually validated the same way the Big Bang has been consensually validated. So imposed cryptically is what you're trying to say? It's been cryptically imposed, inconvenienced we've been by these metaphysical constructs.
I guess we're inconvenienced by the truth deforms us. It's supposed to be inconvenient.
The truth deforms us? What does that mean?
The truth either reforms and gives us something we can grasp or understand, or the truth is something that we simply don't understand. That's all.
I think you're I think those two things are in contradiction to each other if those statements can even be made to line up together at all.
What is truth? I mean, you're presupposing you have the truth. What is your truth?
No, I consistently, my line of questioning to you is, I am challenging your basis for making lots of authoritative assumptions that don't really seem to have a whole lot of logical consistency or established axiomatic foundations, and that's been a problem with a lot of what you've said here in this discussion. And I'm just encouraging you to just be a little more, let's just say, humble and open to learning things apart from, I think, whatever kind of postmodern solipsisms seem to kind of cloud your ability to absorb new truthful information.
Yeah, you don't think it's a little weird that you're trying to fix us off the bat?
I'm just saying, you presuppose this fundamental physics that I've never heard of. It's not. There's no validation, and yet you guys are both.
In my mind, it's been validated. In my mind, it's been validated, but you don't agree.
That's solipsism. That's the definition. You just accused me of that.
No.
Okay,
Her theory of the
Jake
quantum
Doctor.
periodic table proves how and why water is a polar molecule. I don't think you've developed a model that can do that.
That water is a what? Can you repeat?
How and why water is a polar molecule.
Okay, I understood. So I mean, okay, anybody can do that.
Anybody can do that?
it, yet somehow I'm the only one who's managed to do it, but it's like trivially easy, right?
Yeah, there was a live stream about 20 months ago where someone who had some significant training in physics was totally stumped by her explanation. Thinking like, why didn't I see that before? Damn, it was as plain as the nose on my face, but somehow I didn't get it with all my physics training.
Oh, okay. Very good. So publish a paper, have it peer reviewed.
Peer
by more than
review
15 people.
does not make good science.
You don't actually have to do peer review to do science, right? Because science is something you can check if you're right, but you better be good at it, right? I don't have peers, Brett. Not everybody has peers.
Well, then that's the problem. The solution is to find your peers that can validate or determine the accuracy, Popper's principle, falsify, verify, and confirm the repeatability of your fundamental axioms.
If only one person's developed a model of the periodic table that proves how and why water is a polar molecule, there are no peers doing the same level of work.
During the early 1900s, there was only one person who could understand Einstein's relativity, and that was Whitehead. That was at the mathematical level. That was Whitehead. North Alfred Whitehead. So I'm not saying you can't be validated. I'm saying, okay, if you're that brilliant, then you might not be understood, but it might be in your best interest to find some sort of validation or help the world understand your great discovery.
So like Gandalf saying what he just said, does that count as validation?
I mean, is he a scientist?
Because to me, Gandalf is a definitely what you'd call anecdotal validation. Why is it anecdotal?
He is what? Say that again.
I said it's anecdotal validation.
Anecdotal.
So why is it anecdotal? Hello?
Anecdotal validation is, I feel it's a different domain of,
So what
discovery
does it
and
mean, what does it
understanding.
mean for it to be anecdotal? What does that mean?
Anecdotal is to understand something based on, let's say, someone in a courtroom, for example,
No,
saying,
no. Brett, if you don't understand what a word means, you have to ask, okay? So anecdotal means that it came from a single example. So Gandalf's the anecdote. His own personal testimony, that's one anecdote, which you could say would be something maybe like a brick in the castle of an eventual validation.
no, that's called
So.
fake news.
See, like that's, you know what I mean? Like it's like you're just going to disregard his testimony. And it's like that's not how this works. Different people are given different weights to their testimony. And if you demonstrate that you have no discernment, very little weight will be given to your testimony.
Okay.
Is that what you want?
Well, I want your testimony to be worth what it's worth, and not underestimated in any sense. Yeah.
Well, what position are you in to judge the validity of my assertions?
Well, I am, first of all, I am not a hardcore scientist like Brian Greene or a evolutionary biologist
Well,
or
that's the thing.
something like
Neither is
that.
Gandalf. Gandalf is maybe what you could characterize as a bookworm. Perhaps a
Okay.
social scientist. But yet he has
Oh, right.
he has seen fit to judge my model as valid. How did he do that? He didn't have any peers to check with. Oh my god, I could check with the peers. Where are my peers? I have to find them now. Brett, won't you join me on my super fun journey into finding my peers?
Find. I mean, there is Gandalf the White valid. Is he going to validate every discovery? I guess
He is the one. That's impossible.
yeah.
Is Gandalf in a position to validate all my theories? No. Is Gandalf in a position to validate some of my theories? If the answer is no, then I've failed as a teacher.
Yeah. So you're teaching a form of, I feel, information science of information / quantization and experimentation at quantum level.
I'm thinking I should call it like quantropy. So that's a combination of quantum and entropy, because that's kind of like the basis of it.
Okay.
Yeah,
You know,
so that's
there's
the
a-
basis plan.
There's a discussion going on in the chat, and this will kind of give you a little bit of a meta perspective. There's a guy, his name is Dr. F, who wears all the masks. We won't say his name, and the kind of way he's abused the scientific process, and because most people don't understand how science actually works, we're in a very critical phase where this Dr. F and the kind of scientism around this guy is going to set science back to where it was before Galileo. So it's very important that we understand how scientific knowledge comes to be and how it can be validated. And it's a question we can't afford to get wrong.
That's all. That's fine and good. Yes.
Dr. Kevin B is really getting it in the chat, by the way.
I mean, it's like a gift in a way. It's like, thank you for making it so obvious that you're wrong. because my last life it was like Blavatsky Tier's stuff. Now it's like Claire Tier's stuff. It's like Blavatsky sucked, but she was better than Claire. That's good karma, if your opponents get worse over time. Because it's pretty bad karma, to sort of have to get snapped out of this dream of know-it-allism associated with this materialistic science culture. I mean, we can't be predicated on that.
I mean, the way the scientific establishment has handled 2020 should make this plainly clear that we need major reform in how we approach the study and acquisition of knowledge and the validation thereof. If you can't get to that point, you're not going to be able to be a significant contributor to the kinds of reforms necessary to preserve knowledge. It's not possible.
Major corporations, one could say, have hijacked valid science in many spheres, sociological spheres. Oh, sorry.
Well, because corporations have different incentives than those who study science do. Corporations have incentives to push up stock prices and direct the flow of money to them. They do not, and those incentives override pursuing knowledge for its own sake. So we have a problem of an improper social hierarchy, and that's distorting knowledge at a time where the society is getting more complex, and what kind of knowledge we use and how we discover it is becoming much, much, much more important and much, much harder to discern properly.
Agreed. Totally agree that that's the problem, or a big part.
Yeah, so this is why it's very dangerous. Why I was hard on you earlier when you're getting very postmodern. I mean, in a postmodern world, there's a reason why, corporate foundations love to fund various postmodern kinds of studies in universities, because that allows, or I should say, occludes the discovery of real science and allows corporations to continue to make money. And even if that distorts knowledge, which is, pretty much a profanation of everything that should be sacred and holy.
Yeah, but I think it's kind of good that, in some sense, that these deconstructive movements have begun to dominate the already dead corporate state that we live in, which is, by some commentators, has been called a form of inverted totalitarianism. So I just want to offer that to you.
Corporations hijacking, right? Phenotypic revolution metaphor for corporations, right? What exactly are you after? Like, what would be, like, it seems like you really want to have some form of egalitarianism.
I think we need to balance egalitarian thinking with aristocratic values.
Well, what if egalitarianism is not possible?
Then we continue to brutalize the spheres. The domain of science will continue to brutalize itself, and postmodernism will also continue to brutalize scientists, and scientists will brutalize meditators, and everybody will brutalize everybody in the war to the bottom, I think.
I think you have it asked backwards. I think it's because we've embraced egalitarianism, which no one has proven corresponds to the way nature actually works, but yet we use that as our operating assumption. So because we're using that false assumption toward a false end, we're actually brutalizing each other. That's you have kind of think the line of causation asked backwards there.
What? Okay.
There is no equality. I'll give you a good example.
I think you need to take a break from using emotional language. because you're using so much emotional wishy-washy language that the information content of your words is so small.
I think that's a presumption. That's your own personal bias.
Right, but what you're saying is trivial. I mean, that's true every time anyone speaks, but you'd be well served to heed my
I'll give you a good metaphor for why equality is false, or at least one I like to use. Okay, we'll see how good it is. Okay, let's just say you have a pile of snow, and we had a lot of it during the polar vortex and the cold months, right? At the macro level, that snow all looks the same. You'd think that every single unit of snow, for lack of a better term, is every single speck of snow is the same. But actually, when you take the microscope up to it, every single particle of snow looks very different from every other one. Equality is an illusion, like a snow mound. At the microscopic level,
But you can also
every
argue
single
that
snowball looks
because
different.
every snowflake has 6 sides, they are all equivalent.
That's true too.
So you don't want to use an argument that has an equally easily positable counter argument.
Bad example. I was trying to come up with something that could be sort of valid.
It's okay. It's going in a good direction. It's just, I guess I've had a lot of experience with what you might call rhetorical traps.
Well, then we have to get into the difference between equivalence and equality, which is
that's sort of where I think Brett is confused. So that's why I'm trying to get him to flesh it out a little. Like, what does that even look like? What is your aristocratic values and egalitarian, whatever the hell it is? That's so vague to me. It doesn't have any meaning.
Yeah. Well, we need more democracy. I would say.
You're going in a more vague direction. I said
we also need free speech.
Again, super vague.
I'm just saying we need democracy, but we also need. I would say free speech is it can be considered to be the privilege of certain groups, of certain people in the West, particularly. It's somewhat of an aristocratic value or concern, and this is. On the other hand, democracy is the kind of counterweight to some of that. Kind of I don't know. This is kind of my theorizing. Just tell me what you think. I mean,
well, I don't think
should we allow corporations?
I don't think you have any basis to justify democracy.
Okay. So, all right. So you're an individualist.
No, individualism doesn't exist. Neither does free speech. Neither does democracy.
So then, okay. So
nor
what
free
exists
will,
here?
nor free markets.
So what exists to you? Quantum flux, atomic entropy, or quantum entropy. What if that doesn't exist? That seems the most flimsy.
The thing that predicts everything is the most flimsy.
You can't predict. Science doesn't offer predictions. It offers conditions of extrapolation, but not necessarily prediction.
Well, it does offer predictions. That's what hypotheses are for. I mean, it's definitional. Now you're saying, well, I want to change the definition of science, and I'm saying, why? The definition we were using was fine.
I'm opening that to the broadest understanding here.
It doesn't broaden understanding to change the definition of a word. All it does is cheapen the communal understanding of that word. If assholes start to say that, stuff like astrology is scientific because they want to hijack the credibility of science to bolster their own agenda, that doesn't make it what they're saying more scientific. That makes science cheapened. And I don't want.
But I feel that's what you're doing. Yes.
Oh, I'm cheapening science.
I feel so. Yes, no
Would
insults.
you care
feel
to
so.
In that.
substantiate the claim with something called evidence?
I mean, you're making the claim. The burden of
No,
proof
you're making
scientifically is.
claim that I'm oversimplifying something. I'm saying
Well, entropy, first of all.
so you're saying
You're oversimplifying entropy. Yeah.
you're saying you don't understand entropy well enough, and therefore you don't like my theory.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying entropy is a how do you say it? It doesn't occur within human minds, and it doesn't occur within cultures.
Yeah, it
in
does.
general.
Yeah, in general it does.
Okay, I mean that's just an assertion.
No, it's the truth. I can prove that culture is subject to entropy and minds are subject to entropy. If someone has a
That's entirely impossible. That's an impossibility. You're going from the physiosphere and you're jumping towards the middle.
if somebody has a stroke that changes
Say that again.
if somebody has a stroke that increases the entropy of their brain, that makes it harder to project the mind because the projector's damaged. You're basically trying
Okay.
saying that's not possible.
I mean, is that your definition?
Well, you're saying the mind
Of
is
entropy.
affected by entropy and culture is not affected by entropy. And I'm saying, well, of course they are. You know, houses eventually decay. People's bodies eventually fall apart. That's what one of the workings of entropy.
Well, this is a Buddhist principle of impermanence. I feel,
So
at least for me, this
what
is
the
what it
fuck does
means.
that have to do with you asserting that entropy doesn't apply to stuff because you say so, and then not establishing it, and then not acknowledging the blatant proof that I basically proved you wrong just there?
I mean, you didn't prove me wrong. I'm
You're
just
saying
I'm curious.
culture and the
I'm
mind
curious
are not
why.
predicated on entropy because of Buddhism, and I'm saying I don't really think that. Are you trying to say that the pure form realm isn't subject to entropy?
Well, that's clearly not subject to entropy. But other than that, I would say the realm of standard system science in general is not subject to the same processes that you're saying occur in these micro states at
Entropy
the
applies.
interobjective level.
Okay, so that's an assertion with no substantiating evidence. So I have to wonder, it's like, is this guy just being an asshole and antagonistic for fun? Is he just disagreeing with me like as a sport? Because it's like also tiresome. We both know you don't have a right. Right? We both know
I
you don't
mean,
really have grounds to question my metaphysics, but you're still doing it, and it's like, at what point does this?
I do have grounds. Yeah, that's my question. I mean,
What is? Why do I assert the epistemological high ground?
sure, or yeah.
Well, Brett, haven't you noticed something that I've been doing? You notice that I've made, and I've been bad at this in the past because of my own arrogance about spheres of knowledge, where I have a lot of knowledge has made me in the past think I have more knowledge than I do in other realms. So, but just in general, notice that I've made very few positive, declarative, assertive statements, and then mostly just ask questions and try to get to the root of things in a way where I don't leave myself ways to be attacked for being erroneous. Have you noticed that approach in my rhetoric? I've mostly just been asking questions.
Yeah. Let's be Socratic.
Well, you don't want to be. There could be problems with being overly Socratic, but in general, the approach needs to be ask questions, show, propose potential hypotheses or explanations, but show some willingness to doubt or play with it, and be less assertive about what you think is true. Because, to be honest, I think you seem bright in some respects, but you haven't established any authority or credibility with me, and I'm increasingly just don't think anyone has any authority or credibility. I just don't believe anyone anymore, pretty much, because pretty much everyone lies and doesn't really seem to care a whole lot about truth. So we're still at stage one, and our civilization is
What
burning.
makes us think that truth is not? Yes, we're still at stage one. What makes us value or even think that truth is something that we would desire in the first place if we know the truth is basically a lie? What makes us not desire error?
I did not say that.
No, nobody ever said the truth was basically a lie. Nobody ever denied that there were subjective limitations on truth, and that's axiomatic. Anybody taking part in this conversation has already accepted that they care about the pursuit of truth for its own sake.
But why? Why not? Why don't we pursue error as opposed to truth?
Well, we do pursue error a lot in this society, it would seem to me.
Truth is traditionally sought after. So I'm saying I accept that the traditional knowledge is the correct knowledge. And that means that the truth is...
But that's just... Okay, but that's just another form of dogma.
And if you want to change that, quote, dogma, you need to offer a superior result to what I have, which you can't do. You're attempting to circumvent your duty to demonstrate a superior result and go immediately to the level of assailing my credibility. This is in and of itself...
I have no doubt. What kind of fallacy?
It's a logical fallacy.
Okay.
I doubt you understand why.
I'm just... So, okay. Yeah.
Brett, you lack humility, my friend.
Lying? I'm lying.
What?
No, I said you lack humility.
Yes, to some degree.
That's a huge problem if you're going to pursue true knowledge.
Yeah, you have to stop being arrogant. You do have to embrace humility to be a devotee.
But I mean, humanity has spent so much time pursuing what we call knowledge, and
how do we know that? How do we know that? Most people seem very content to believe in all sorts of lies and illusions.
So do people who claim to be scientific in the sense that they only value atomic or monological beliefs, if that makes sense.
That last part of your question seems like a word salad. It does not make sense to me.
Monological beliefs, monological tautology. That's what atomic science reduces to.
He's saying because I have a unified field model that applies to quantum and to like elements, therefore it's not going to apply to the macro state, because what we are is just so much more complex than individual elements.
Then why do physics at all? According to Brett's
well, if you're a physicist. Well,
you're saying that there's something in the domain of knowledge that is squarely outside of physics, and I'm saying whatever your fucking LARP is saying, whatever your fucking LARP is, and now I'm physics and reining in the stupidity with something actually good.
Oh, sorry. Say that again. No, I couldn't hear. I forgot to mute my mic. So would you repeat that last thing you said?
I'm saying you've tried, you've failed, and now I'm using physics to rehabilitate these failed disciplines. You've tried.
I see, but I
Yes,
wouldn't
a
call
lot of
physics
times.
totally failed.
You've tried to construct your own metaphysics for centuries and you've gotten fucking nowhere. If anything, you've progressed backwards.
Okay.
I'm not talking about you as an individual. I'm talking about society's understanding of things in general right now. People's average understandings of how things actually work is very low.
Yes, it's very, very low, yeah.
So you're proposing that you already know the remedy to that.
I have some aspect of the remedy, but
And what I'm
it's
saying
up to
is
each to discern.
what I'm saying is that the
Sorry.
fact that you think that is indicative that you have something wrong with how you're thinking. Because you're arrogant enough to make an unsubstantiated claim, offer no substantiating evidence, and then act like the burden of proof is now on other people to disprove the assertion, which really had no business being made in the first place. Like, one has to be careful when one is making assertions.
Yeah, I try to be careful.
Well, let's see.
I just want to make sure.
You said some pretty dumb stuff today. You said you didn't think entropy was the basis of causality, but you didn't substantiate that. You said that what I am professing is racist, which is really also stupid. So there's at least two incredibly dumb things you said on just one stream. So you're not very.
Okay, but would you deny that Vedic science? Would you deny that Vedic science was generated from a basically patriarchal agricultural society where oppression is somewhat of the norm?
I'm not.
Dude, this is why
premise of your fucking position, because that is presuming that there's less oppression in this system, which is false.
Yeah, this, Brett, this is why we have the system I call it medicalized anarcho-communist technocracy. It's because of the arrogance of these kind of views. And it really pisses me off.
All right. What's it called? Radicalized anarcho-communist technocracy?
Yeah, that's what we have. And it's going to get a lot worse because people aren't humble.
Just think about how fucking stupid. Just think about how fucking dumb it sounds to be telling a woman that she's professing something patriarchal and oppressive.
So dumb.
Just think about how dumb.
Well, what are the views here? Again, I wouldn't say, okay, yes, we live in this, like you said, sociologically a techno-anarchical communist.
Think about this.
Say that again?
You're telling a woman that she's repeating some patriarchal agricultural crap while we're living in a society which is far more totalitarian. It's what I'm calling medicalized anarcho-communist technocracy. Think about this whole picture.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to reduce anyone. I think we have to fight. I think we have to fight the major corporate powers.
When we're living in a technocracy that's far more oppressive than any patriarchy that's ever existed.
Yeah, well, certainly there's unwarranted effects in this totalistic system, sociologically speaking.
So the point is that you have passed judgment on a system you know nothing about. Ergo, there's something wrong with how you're thinking.
I know there's something wrong with how people are discarded in this system.
Well, I know that there's something wrong with how you're thinking, and you're not addressing what I'm saying, which suggests you have a huge ego, and you're afraid to admit you're doing.
I would love to offer solution build how to escape our hellhole predicament.
You
But-
can't offer that when you hindcast your own views and preferences to condemn a patriarchy you've never experienced and never understand, and you can't give a descriptive name of the current system, which is far more oppressive, which I have given you.
I submit I'm willing to understand. I'm willing to be humble here. I accept Vedic knowledge and Vedic science to the degree that that's possible, because it's the most exquisite form, in my view, of experiential, phenomenological, depth psychology, in some sense, real psychology.
I would just encourage you. You have a choice. Basically, this is a choice. Do you want medicalized or narco-communist technocracy that is far worse than anything that you Jacques Ellul to Uncle Ted to all these people ever described? Do you want that? Because that's facing you. Or where you'll own nothing. And
Yeah, you mean kill to lose.
Or do you want to submit to true knowledge and true science? Your choice. Pick one or the other. You got only two doors.
Those are not the only doors, you know. As a
Those are pretty
Buddhist,
much the only two
I've
doors.
attained. Well, not necessarily.
No, those are pretty much the only two doors, as far as I can see.
As a Buddhist, I
And as a Buddhist, what does that mean? Is the Buddha true
I
knowledge?
refuse to accept the terms.
Well, then you're already showing quite a bit of arrogance, and so you're not going with the humility. How do we know that Buddha is true knowledge? We don't.
Everybody wants to.
Yeah, but the point is to go beyond this LARPing and social LARPing. I think there's a bigger
Social
problem.
LARPing.
There's yeah, there's a corporate problem there. I think we have a system of, like you said, whatever you called it. In my view, it's
Medicalized or
destroyed.
narco-communist technocracy. That's the name.
Yes, medicalized and narco-communist technocracy. But yeah, I would say it's communism for the extremely wealthy.
Use my term. It's the most descriptive. It's more descriptive.
I would call it anarcho-communist capitalism. I mean,
I used my term for specific. I've tested out this term in many forms for quite a while. Medicalized or narco-communist technocracy. Don't use any other.
okay. So, in my view, what the threat we're dealing with is, in large part, well, there's terrorism. That's a threat because
No, that's not.
there's also you want to talk to your.
You don't have authority to make those statements. We have basically we have two major doors in front of us. One is we can move to a society. We have authority based on true knowledge and true science, or we can go the way we're currently going, which is a whole world. It's a system encompassed in what I'm calling medicalized or narco-communist technocracy. Accept that term. It's the most descriptive term that's out there.
Yeah, no, I agree, because I think that we have to go through the Vedic gate, back to true knowledge, back to true constructive knowledge. That's the door I'm trying to go through as well, through the Vedic door. I wouldn't shut it on anybody. I think we need to go towards that source of knowledge. We need to take away and prune the aspects of patriarchal thinking there.
You need to remove your assumptions. You need to remove your assumptions that you're coming in here with the moral high ground. You're not. You're coming in a complete novice. So then to insert your own horse shit onto the tradition is extremely arrogant.
Well, we need to recover what we can of these traditions. Everyone has information.
So you're
To
basically
every
saying
knowledge source.
You're entitled to all this stuff you see as good and you also feel entitled to reject the stuff you identify as bad. And you don't see a problem.
We're all entitled to the universal commonwealth. We're all entitled to the universal.
You're just entitled to whatever.
Well, you're entitled to the universal commonwealth of human knowledge.
Nope. The plan is, under the current regime, you will own nothing and you will be happy. So you're not entitled to anything. The current system has already told you that. So that's where the world is going right now. You're going to own nothing if you just keep the way you're going.
Okay. But I mean, what we need is some kind of perhaps a form. We do need socialism to curtail the excess of capitalism.
No, you need to stop making positive assertions, period. Because you're just wrong.
I mean, who makes positive assertions determines history.
No.
Not the person who makes idiotic, unfounded, random, self-aggrandizing, egomaniacal assertions. No.
Did you notice that my definition didn't mention capitalism or socialism?
Okay.
Take that as a clue. Just meditate on it.
Okay. You mentioned communism, so tell me more.
Medicalized anarcho-communist technocracy. You will own nothing and you'll be happy. Because there's a move afoot to an occult move to change basically how humanity at the global scale operates. And there's a lot to say about it. I don't want to say too much because I don't want to speak in error. I just have my own private thoughts about it, and it's not good to speculate too much.
How do you define humanity?
The various peoples and nations and races of man.
Okay, so for men only.
This is getting painful. You have this patriarchy thing. You're gonna have to let that go.
I know. No, I don't. I'm just questioning. I'm just saying, is it man or is it women and man?
You're being basically by invoking this dichotomy, you're being sexist. You're saying, "Oh, I'm looking for sexism, so I got to invoke that it exists." It's like, what the hell are you talking about? They had no conception of a patriarchy in that time, so now to impose a patriarchy on them, you can't understand what they were thinking. You've already defeated the purpose of undertaking this study, which is presumably to understand.
What I'm saying is that our definition of mankind is that it serves man, and we're in the 21st century. I think it's time we have equal basic rights for both sexes, and
you've asserted another exigency. You're ignoring what we're saying to you. We're both saying stop asserting exigencies, and you keep doing it. You keep saying we have to do this, we have to do this, we have to do this. No, we reject your testimonial authority, and we're asking you now to stop telling us these exigencies, because it's like, we've already rejected your testimonial authority. Stop making the exigencies. All you're doing is compounding your lack of testimonial authority here.
Okay. My testimony is just that we can have a better world if we all work together and create an integral commons, a social net that connects. Yeah.
And with the fact that even if that's true, you're not in any position to contribute to said commons.
And
that's not true.
I would report to you that the people that are designing the current system and its current hierarchy are already planning on defining a commons and are framing their legitimacy for their system based on those very same rhetorical devices as you are using, which is why I'm trying to get you focused back on my term, medicalized anarcho-communist technocracy.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I understand, but what's that going to look like? What is our medicalized anarcho-communist technocracy?
You will
what will we
own.
make it?
They say it. They say it. You will own nothing and be happy.
Yeah, yeah. But so I think that there's an open conspiracy against Western culture, and I think that that's just the culture war. It's been going since the '60s. So my question is, how can we confront the social war? How can we confront this cultural war with solutions like atomic, social, psychological, cultural,
We have to
anthropological?
Humility.
Yeah.
construct the nature of what the West even means, because people invoke that term and they have no fucking clue what it even means. So your first step would be to fully understand what exactly built the West as an ideological construct.
Well, as far as I know, it was the Hebrew prophets, Ezekiel, and the others. It was a history of calling out institutions for corruption and Christian, and it was basically we were established from that point on. We became It just went from there to the Enlightenment, and then after that, feminism.
Hold on a minute. Where's the history of calling out corruption in establishments exactly?
Well, in the Bible, the prophets are notorious for calling out the corruption of Pharisees, the corruption of people abusing institutional power.
So the basis of Western civilization is the Old Testament.
Is what now?
Well, that's what you're saying. You're saying the basis of Western civilization is the Old Testament.
It is. It's
that
basically
right?
you are illiterate if you don't understand.
Idealism.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Can go back further.
There isn't even a consensus as to what it even means to be what. What does it even mean?
Well, we know that it's a combination of Greek, Christian, and Jewish ideology.
And you're missing a huge portion of the history of peoples of my ethnic heritage. Because
So
you've been taught incorrectly.
Western is basically when Europeans stop thinking of themselves as descendants of India.
Okay.
So why would I want to support Western civilization?
Well, yeah. I mean, I would say there's two branches of beautiful. I mean, okay. I would say there's. I want to put it in terms of spirituality too, because I can talk in terms of exoteric and esoteric.
Well,
in the esoteric sense,
yeah. Single subject, for Christ's sake. Can we stay on a single subject? Even remember what the subject is?
Sure. It's up to you.
Yeah, if it's up to me, I'd like to stay on the same subject, which is the basis of Western civilization and what that exactly is.
Well, it's Judaism. Let's just say it's Judaism, and in my mind, that's the greatness, you know.
So it's Judaism and Ionian.
Maybe some Greek too.
Okay. And then there's an attack on Western civilization. And who's doing the attack?
And what the attack?
You said there was an assault on Western civilization, and I'm saying, who's coordinating it?
Well, I would say Western civilization is coordinating it against itself. That's what is happening.
So Western civilization is committing suicide.
That's correct.
Okay. Seems weird.
And so we shouldn't, externalize it as a form of conspiracy. It's an open conspiracy. We're all participating.
It's a conspiracy against ourselves to destroy ourselves because we're sad because we severed our roots to India, maybe?
Yes, and Christianity is fundamentally lacking some of the Vedic maxims. So I think that contributes to. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, there's no non-dual or spiritual understanding in Calvinist or Lutheran Christianity. So I think, I mean, I'm somewhat like enthralled because I just wait for the day when we start integrating non-dual conventions into our daily patterns of thinking, and I just think that, I mean, I guess suicide is never pretty, but
I wait
the
for
society
the day,
is that,
when people who are apparently, I'm going to take you as being of goodwill, who are novices, are just humble and submissive, and they wait for God and King and stop believing that they know anything without proving it. And it's clear, especially after 2020, that everyone from the lowest peon to the big sets of people that, make all the policies at the very top, that none of them seem to really know anything, and that we really need to take that in deeply, accept that we're a part of it every time we think we know something more than we do, and most of us know almost nothing worth knowing. And we need to take stock of what that really means and be super humble. It's an attitude. And that attitude exists almost nowhere, despite the fact that we're facing, some much more technocratic form of communism than we experienced last century. And if we learned anything from communism, let's just say 100 million bodies piled up like cordwood the world over, with civil war and famine everywhere it's been tried. And I wouldn't want to see that happen, because I don't particularly like a lot of unnecessary human suffering, when we could solve all of this with just a lot of humility and submission.
but does that mean we have to never question the system itself? I mean, the overriding system. You call it communism, but that's your presupposition. I don't think we live in a communist state. I think we live in a form of capitalism, under late capitalism. You can theorize it however you want sociologically, but in this sense, I think we have to question the underpinnings of the system of automated capitalism, and in my view, that is causing mass devastation to all organized human life. And I think communism was a reaction in the 1900s to the basic form of capitalism that existed at that time.
No, you got that history completely wrong. I know that history inside and out, and we're not going to go into it a lot on this stream, but you get all of that completely
So Marx
wrong.
sociologically critiqued capitalism in 1885. And from that point onward, you had a turning towards communism at the turn of the century.
Nope, you don't even know how to historically situate the question of communism. You fundamentally get that history wrong just by, I can tell within a few sentences of this, and I know more history than 99.9% of people. And most people who've talked to me on streams for years will tell you that. So you fundamentally misconceive how Marxism turned into Bolshevism and all that stuff. It's a very complicated subject.
Well, I never mentioned how I thought it did.
But just how you said that Marx actually critiqued capitalism, not really. Like, Marx, even under, the whole nature of what the word capitalism is somewhat problematic, because there's other processes at work that are more fundamental, like the nature of the fact that we have an economy based on a form of usury known as fractional reserve central banking. So the fact that you didn't even bring that up, the fact that you didn't even bring that up with respect to your discussion of capitalism, communism, proves you don't even understand the historical frame by which to look at these questions.
So who defined I have a question. Who owns the Federal Reserve by fractional banking
We're
system?
not going to talk. We're not going to talk. That question is not going to be discussed here. The thing is that fractional reserve central banking is usury, and usury violates kind of. It goes against natural law, and if you're going to have an economic system governed by those who would go against natural law, you're going to have a society filled with, say, unnatural things. That's what you need to understand.
So, but I think we have to who's on the board of directors of any institution.
That is
We
not
have to question
a
them.
question. Wrong. That is
It's not important who rules it. It's just important to know.
No, that is not who runs it is actually not important. What is important is that the system is badly designed and does not work. It violates natural law.
Okay, so what's your solution?
Well, the solution is, and this is step one, absolute humility. Because we've gotten a lot fucked up for, if not 2 millennia, at least 3 millennia, as far as I know, from my understanding of history. And damn, that's a lot of bad karma that we've had, a society so poorly designed. We've gotten it wrong for 2,000-3,000 years.
Yeah, right. You're so sure about all your assumptions, and that's the problem.
I'm just looking at history as I understand it.
You have a very shallow understanding of history.
Yeah, of course. I'm not an expert, a historian.
One thing you get wrong, like for instance, in your discussion of communism, you assume communism and capitalism are these like mortal enemies. I mean that's like William Buckley tier shilling. That's not how it is at all.
But okay, the problem. I think the problem with our system is a form of exploitation of labor.
Again, you think
And
you think you know everything. You think you know it all. You think you know it all. Why are you so sure of yourself? That's the problem. We keep repeating it. You keep not listening. Why the hell?
Well, the question boils down to: do you want?
How dare you be so sure of yourself? Is kind of what we're both thinking. Because neither of us is that sure of ourselves.
All right. How dare you defend capitalism?
I've never mentioned
capitalism. How dare you strawman my position with such a ridiculously reductionist moral binary?
Okay. Okay. First of all, what's the history in your view, Gandalf, and in your view, Jennifer? What are your perspectives on history, and how do you view where are we going? Where have we come from? Any clues? Do you have any positive understandings?
I can give you a quick and dirty. I think since the beginning of what Karl Jaspers named, and that's his name, not mine, the Axial Age, which was around the time of the Hebrew prophets you'd cited earlier, and some other thinkers like the Buddha. It was around that century that world trading networks, which included what was left of ancient India at the time, kind of got a lot more united. And there was a lot of spiritual and religious reformation toward abstract monotheism at the time, which just so happened to coincide with a rise of occult powers that align themselves with nascent forms of central banking that fully metastasized probably 400 to 500 years ago into a global network of connected fractional reserve central banks that have been gradually enslaving the whole planet. And now they're coming toward a final crescendo and what I'm calling, because I think it's the most descriptive term.
Hold on, I wouldn't quite describe it in such apocalyptic terms. It's more or less a necessary consolidation of power, because one needs to understand that this free market thing is a fucking LARP. It's not real. What happens spontaneously, and I can prove this using a simulation, what happens spontaneously is resource monopolies. And resource is a very general term, but what entropy dictates is the resource monopoly. So basically, they're putting a lot of money out there to sort of prop up the illusion of a free market. And it eventually isn't going to work because it's only a mirage, right? So then at some point, there has to be a consolidation of like imaginary money with actual assets. And due to the repeated repo crises, so what you have to watch for is financial crises happening in shorter and shorter time intervals, because that means that the effect of whatever they're doing to counteract it is becoming priced into the process, i.e., it's like less effective each time. So I wouldn't want to cast it as this is a final, oh my God, it's the end of the world. It's just so much like I think that's a really good Christian thing to want to do that. But it is a good analysis, nevertheless. I didn't want to sort of end it on a note of like pure hysteria.
Well, I do appreciate that.
I mean, people have been saying for years,
yeah.
for a very fucking long time, that this breakdown is inevitable, right? For various reasons.
Yeah.
Like Michael Berry is the first one that comes to mind, but he's not the first one to say it by a long shot. And some people were Peter Schiff's another one. He's been saying it. I mean, his dad's been saying it, right? Like in the Hunt brothers and people like that. Like,
yeah, doesn't Peter Schiff always think we're going to have Weimar hyperinflation next week? He's been saying that for 15 years.
Well, we have to understand the appeal of the 2 more weeks psychology, Gandalf. We have we have to take a step a little deeper into the pool of Coomerism.
Yeah. But,
after Weimarization takes place, there will be a resurgence of Christian fascism.
Well, that's possible that some actors in the system could be aiming for that. I mean, I could buy that hypothesis, but that's just me.
I have a hard time buying it because you got Tsar Nicholas shafted by communism. You got, Trump's basically an atheist. You don't have this religious resurgence. I mean, was Hitler Christian? It seemed to be into the whole Blavatsky LARP.
Although he switched to positive Christianity. I mean, Hitler had no clear idea of religion at all, actually. I mean, he was just a pretty stupid shill.
Yeah, so...
But he convinced, he convinced the Christian, Southern Christian Church of Germany. They combined the German, they combined the symbol of Christ and the symbol of Nazi Germany into the same kind of symbol.
Do you realize how dumb and degenerate that degenerate things were even in the 1930s? Like, I mean, it was always going to be a shit show, and the shit show
kind of like
be run by a Schittler, and if it weren't Schittler, it would have been von Schleicher or some other fucking idiot. Western civilization, as you call it, I just call it Europeans, were in such horrid shape even 80 to 100 years ago, it was never going to look much different than it did. And we're in much worse shape now.
We're in worse shape now because of the gutting of basic regulatory
It's not because of gutting of regulatory things on banks. No, we're in much worse shape because spiritually we're just as arrogant and individualist as we always have been, despite the fact that society is far worse now than it was in, say, 1933. This is what people haven't figured out.
Yeah, we're just as unethical, unmoored, and existentially in the same situation. I mean, it's like the same situation, just a higher level of that, a more intense version, I feel.
I just think I think a better way to say it is we're just a hell of a lot more degenerate, and we were degenerate even then, which is what idiots like OV and his Streamosphere and all the people that LARP like the 1930s was some great era don't understand. That was degenerate, and it's more degenerate now.
You're buried under a fucking mountain of cynicism and nihilism, and you're stuck in this ultra-critical loop of just shutting everything down and not accepting any authority. And you have to, maybe I would say, walk into that feeling, because denial never helps long term, and realize that there's no such thing as an information positive assertion absent axioms. And you have no means to deduce what the proper axioms are from nothing, right? And so at some point, you're going to have to take someone's word for it. And so you should spend time studying different people to see whose word you'd like to take with regards to explaining to you, because basically they're gonna tell you how to frame everything.
Yes.
So Brett, you've already got everything framed. You're saying, well, everything has to be like, we have to oppress them. We have to go against the patriarchy.
No. There is no patriarchy. I'm not asserting there is a patriarchy.
I'm just saying, like, the fact that, like, I checked my statistics, like 98.1% of my audience is male. Is that because I'm a sexist? It's like, no, like, men and women have some differences and they're interested in different things. And there are also people that fall out of the typical statistical distribution because there's a lot of people and we have our individual uniqueness. Those things aren't contradictions, nor does it imply some sort of nefarious plot. But this idea that
I feel
everybody needs to be indoctrinated, everybody needs to be educated and indoctrinated. Maybe I can agree with you, but what are they being indoctrinated with? What are they being taught? Because I don't really want people to be taught stuff that's going to result in something bad. I want to be taught people to be taught stuff that's going to result in good stuff and a deeper understanding.
But bad for who and why? What's the question? I think it's reflexive. Why do we want something that we consider good, and how can we determine it's good if it's good for me or yeah?
Well, I think the short answer is that you can't, and eventually you have to submit yourself to someone else's authority. Like I kind of think this is the point Gandalf keeps cycling back to.
But I think that's the flaw with your thinking.
Exactly. The
Your
fact that you think that you're in a position to judge the fallacy of my thinking indicates the fallacy of your thinking.
And
no, it indicates the need to
and this is why we are doomed to a communist technocracy hellhole that makes Blade Runner look like a utopia.
No, it's why you need to educate we need to educate ourselves on basic social theory and
getting educated here. You're not getting educated at every step of the education process. You're interjecting and saying, "Well, maybe I don't agree with that. I'm so smart." Ha ha ha. It's like you don't get a vote. You either conform to the traditional technique 100% or you don't. And you don't get to make any allusions to the contrary. You either do or you don't accept the axioms. You don't, well, maybe I'll sprinkle in the axioms occasionally when I feel like it, but actually it's ultimately my decision. No.
I think I'm coming from the integral approach, where we have to include
is not the tradition. It's not the tradition. The integral approach is aligned with people funded by the technocracy, which wants to impose a vicious form of communism upon you. So you're a dupe who doesn't even know you're a dupe because you're refusing to have the humble attitude you need to have in order to get the so-called freedom you desire.
I'm not for grotesque forms of communism or, in this case, capitalism.
Okay, don't even use... Okay, if you're not for all those grotesque forms, the answer for you is still step one. Absolute submission and humility in terms of your attitude.
I think that's a form of fascism.
Well, it's actually quite fascistic to be so young and be so self-deluded as to think your opinions are worth something. You're the one imposing your ideology on us. You're the fascist.
Well, I may have to. I may seem, to be superior, but I'm not forcing you to believe these things.
Well, you feel confident enough about your presumptions as to impose them as exigencies upon the conversation numerous times. Have you no self?
I'm offering. I'm offering suggestions.
And you have no authority by which to offer those suggestions, as you've not demonstrated your competency in many of these spheres of knowledge, whether in physics, which is Church of Entropy's sphere, or history, which is mine.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So we need some common ground. My sphere is developmental psychology and Buddhism.
And I don't accept Buddhism, and psychology is a soft science with lots of quacks.
So that's your choice. I mean, that doesn't invalidate my experience.
I would argue that my psychology is a hard science, but I'll obviously submit my work to the public for whoever feels it's their duty to confront whatever inconsistencies or fallacies may be present. Because although I don't endorse the peer review system, as that sort of violates the natural tapestry of nature, it's redundancy department. You know, trying to be realistic here. That's all.
Yeah.
Like your attitude.
I'm trying to induce you.
Your attitude is extremely condescending. And it's like,
Yes. Well,
maybe sometimes one does have to invoke. I think it's never really good to invoke condescension, but I've been accused of condescension, and I think what it really is monotony. So I'm speaking in an ultra monotone voice. That's just me, and maybe that's what comes across as condescending. But the fact that you keep telling us what we have to do because reasons is ultra condescending.
okay, but okay, I can accept that.
So you kind of have to let go of the idea that you're going to have influence, because influence doesn't really work like that. Influence is based on a bunch of things, but the most important aspect of influence is actually some core understanding.
Well, I have a significant degree of understanding in my own domain. I'm not saying that makes me that in the public sphere. I'm not saying I wouldn't.
You think you do, but have you really validated that assumption? Because your own personal assumptions, that's one thing, but it's usually good to check.
I would love to validate. Yeah. This is why I think we need postmodernism, because my theory could just be some form of fashion.
Then you're choosing technocracy over tradition, because the technocracy supports.
Of course, I choose technology. Can I choose both?
No, you can't.
See, I think this either or is destructive.
You think.
Yeah, exactly. You can't see that all your presumptions, you're so damn sure about yourself. The fact of being sure about yourself, that's actually a way to tell that you're wrong.
Well, at least I don't presume to be 100% correct. I could.
That's a total straw man, right? So you're like, at least I'm not being as bad as you, who claim to know everything, and I'm just like, I never claim to know everything. Nowhere are you going to see me say that I know everything. It's like, no, I just have you beat, but you're not the only one I have beat. Like I got physics beat, so you've got no hope. And a person who had an inclination towards this stuff would have realized that. They would have said, oh, there's just no hope of besting this, because it is so good that it has to literally invent a new thing to just describe how great it is.
Yes.
An adult,
I think we have to take
potential. A person with potential for this stuff, they would have realized that from the get-go. Like, I don't think it took Gandalf all that long to find out. Like you spent so much time judging everybody else that you didn't realize you fell into somebody else's judgment trap and were judged unfavorably.
Well, your voice is somewhat condescending.
Oh, is it? Well, I have a right to be. I have a superior knowledge. And I don't really think I'm being particularly condescending. I'm stating a matter of fact.
What you call fact, what I call fact, I think we have to contest what are called facts. There are no self-existing facts. We just have to admit that we create intersubjectively. We as a group, as a collective, we understand and try to interpret our reality, and we can interpret facts, but ultimately we're creating an intersubjective interpretation of those facts, so we can never escape the hermeneutic circle.
Unless
Hermeneutics
we exclusively assert the laws of physics as true and nothing else. That solves your little LARP problem, doesn't it?
I mean, no, well, you can assert the laws of physics, but there's a lot of we don't even know how electrons work. We don't know how photons work.
Yes, we do.
I think you can assail my epistemology. I'm sorry, but the credibility of science doesn't hinge on your little LARP interpretations of it. It stands on its own. It's not going anywhere. It's been validated. It has problems, but
My view is if it can be. My view is if it can be deconstructed,
Okay,
it
can I
must.
ask you? Hold on. I'm going to ask you a
right. So
point
you're
blank
extremely
question.
self-righteous.
Point blank question. Do you want to avoid being in some sort of technocratic medical gulag where there's darkness and ignorance and
He
suffering
said no.
beyond?
He says he wants to have the license to practice moral relativism, and he's willing to exchange freedom in exchange for this LARP of moral relativism. He's already told you. He's on the
Okay.
side of the technocracy. Just accept
Yeah.
it, Gandalf. Stop projecting.
Guess it's my fault.
No, it's just.
Yes, I'm on the side of
Makes me feel sad.
technocracy.
My sadness.
I'm just saying.
Projecting my sadness onto you, I guess. You've chosen
Well,
the
I am not.
technocracy. You've chosen the technocracy over tradition because you refuse to do the step one, which is to humble thyself.
I'm humble before
No,
technocracy.
you're not. You are humble before the technocracy, so you are on the side of the technocracy, not tradition. You have two choices, two doors: technocracy or tradition. You chose technocracy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you realize the weight of that choice?
He doesn't want to have to contend.
Yes.
He doesn't want to have to meet a high standard of truth. He wants to be able to define truth for himself.
Okay.
I mean, at
I
least
think
he's being honest. At least he's being honest. Most people
I
would
do
not be
appreciate
this
that.
honest. Most people would not be this self-aware. So you have to appreciate the honesty.
I do appreciate that. I'm sorry for my projection, but yeah, I do appreciate the
the world
honesty.
would be a different place if everyone was guided by reason and abstract principle. People are guided largely by
Absolutely.
emotionalism.
That's true.
And his ideology allows him to believe that he's smart and know nothing, and mine does not. So of course he's going to pick the one that's easier to believe.
Okay, let's see. I mean, it's not me versus you. It should be about all of us together fighting the capitalist system.
I don't see how our ideas are compatible. I feel like your ideas are antagonistic to mine.
I'm antagonistic. I appreciate your view.
So why would I appreciate?
I mean, I think they're somewhat technical.
Views? Why would I appreciate views?
I'm
All they do is seek to undermine what I'm doing. There's
I'm
no
seeking
value
to
proposition. You're
understand.
not bringing anything to the table. You're bringing.
I'm saying you're a
liability.
technocrat.
You're bringing a liability to the table.
You're a technocrat without being aware that you're a technocrat.
So is this like where you call me a fascist? And you think that's an argument again? Because I think we've already been over why that's ridiculous.
Well, I'm just telling you, you don't
And the
know
fact that you
that we're
think
immersed.
to pass judgment on me is itself your thinking fallacy, which you continue to ignore because you're just so damn sure of yourself. And it's like, yeah, and it's like, when is this going to dawn on you?
That doesn't help being so condescending.
Just deal with it. You called me a fucking fascist and a racist. You don't think that's fucking condescending? Oh, and you don't like it now that the shoe's on the other foot, and I'm being quote condescending, which I don't know. Does the audience think I'm being condescending? Because I don't really think I am. I think you're just trying to
It always feels
stall.
like you're
You're
scolding.
trying to stall because you don't have a comeback ready because your mind isn't sharp because you believe something that dulls your mind and you want to feel good about it. And I'm saying, whatever, but that's not going to work to you know.
I'm not a communist. I don't support communism.
Yes, you do.
I don't.
You don't.
I
you
see
don't
it as a
understand-
short-term.
You don't understand anything about
Yeah, you
communism.
see it as a short-term thing, right? Sure. So you support it in the short term.
Yes.
Well, it's either communism or capitalism.
Oh,
No.
is it? So the fact
it's
that you're
not.
so sure about that, again, proves that your thinking is extremely limited. You can't conceive of anything outside of communism or capitalism. Okay, well, you've already lost.
Well, okay, I can. I'm just what I would suppose is that we introduce beauty, truth, and goodness, and we undermine this
And what I would
form of thinking that I have.
I would suggest that you realize that you should stop making these positive assertions as if you know the answer to things. It's extremely bad form.
Okay.
I used to suck at this quite a bit.
Yeah,
Ryan.
Gandalf was bad at this too. It's honestly, it's just like, here's the thing about being an NPC is that we're all on a continuum of NPC-ness, and it's like this is one of the things about it that people go into this loop where it's like you point something out, they totally ignore it, and they keep doing the thing that you pointed out, even though it's like, can you stop? But it's like, it's not. I don't know. It sucks, eh?
You think it's funny you think that I'm an NPC because that's how I view you as an NPC and Gandalf. That's how I view you
fine. No,
without any spiritual backing.
because it's like I've got all these results, right? I've got all these results, and you
But those
think
are
I'm an
NPC
NPC,
results.
and it's funny because it's like projecting much.
Well, your results are monological. They're not what I call dialogical. So you can just self-assert your own facts, and then you can check them yourself. But there's no dialogue. There's no discussion. I think I think this is a form of either fascism or NPCism.
See, again, it's like, how disrespectful can you be to just insult something that you've had a cursory introduction to and just be so dismissive of it? It's like, can you acknowledge that maybe there's something wrong with the way you're thinking?
Well, I'm just trying to decenter the
So the
question.
answer is no, you cannot. So you're under full mind control. So until you accept the fact that there may be something wrong with your way of thinking, you're doomed. You're going to be stuck under this full-on NPC tier, which is just going to be this continued, repeated assertion of completely unfounded statements based on tenuous axioms that have never at any point been either.
So you're a fascist. So what you're saying is that you're a fascist. So what you're saying is you're a fascist.
No.
Oh my God, you know what this is just like? I wonder if Duvid's still watching because this is just like what happened with Charles Moskowitz. It's the exact same pathology. It's classic. What do we call it? Like,
I'm just asking.
you're making the same accusation over and over of fascism. It's like this word is extremely trivial. It just means ideological collectivism. So you're a fascist too, genius. With all the people that align with
I'm not a
fucking ideology. What I'm saying
I claim no.
because fascism involves more than one person. I think what you're trying to say is I'm authoritarian. And I'm saying that's a fucking good thing. And if you think it's a bad thing, I don't care, because the burden of proof is on you, and you're not going to be able to do that because you're essentially assailing the credibility of testimony. You're cutting off your nose to spite your face.
Yeah, when terms are thrown around carelessly, like fascist and all the other ists and isms, it just shows that you either don't have an argument or you just want to lampoon someone's character as if you're shouting witch at them. It's not good form. It doesn't show that you bring a lot to the table. And plus, fascism has a very specific historical definition that most people who use that term don't even have any clue about.
Well, it's frustrating because it doesn't. Its definition is very vague, but then it has this specific instantiation where there was a rise of quote unquote fascism in Germany, Italy, and other places about a century ago. So, since we're not 100 years ago, I assume that I'm not being linked to that kind of fascism. I'm being linked to some sort of like fascism as a archetypally bad thing.
Well, basically, fascism is being set up as a straw man for anybody who questions anything about the technocracy.
Yeah, there you go. And this is a perfect example of it.
But question the questioning of technocracy. We have to question the questioning. A meta level.
Why do we have to do anything? Why should I believe your authority on this when you've gotten so much wrong?
Yeah, like the fact that you keep asserting authority that's been denied proves that you're not even listening to the content of our words. So it's like you keep digging the hole of credibility, because credibility is something, it's like you start out at neutral and then it either goes up or down, but it can go into the negative. And
I mean, if you don't want to have good faith, that's your decision.
Well, you're straw manning, right? You're the one who's being in
I have good faith. I have good faith. I feel like I haven't been shown the
called me a
good
bunch
faith.
of horrible names. You've called me a bunch of horrible names. So how is that good faith?
Okay, well, you're asserting things that have no proof.
Says you.
Then don't.
So because something
Okay.
I said upset you because you didn't know it or disturbed some of your illusions, you get carte blanche to insult me, but you're still a good guy.
No, because you're pushing a form of archetypal fascism.
So because
which is basically your
archetypally fascist, because you think I'm archetypally fascist, you have the carte blanche to treat me like shit and disrespect everything I stand for. Is that correct?
I have the right to question the premise of your structures.
That sounds pretty fascistic to me. That sounds pretty dictatorial and authoritarian to me, that you invoke this right out of nowhere. So I think you're the real fascist.
I have the right to think freely.
But I don't.
You do too. Yes, of course. You have a right just as much of a right as I do. Yes.
So what if you don't have a right to think freely? What if your illusion that you can think freely is actually an imposition on me? What then?
Well, we live in a social commons, and I think we should accommodate each other.
No, you're just repeating the stuff that the medicalized technocracy would have people like you repeat.
I mean, I don't think that any form of technocracy is for free speech necessarily.
Free speech? I don't believe in free speech. It doesn't
what's
exist.
the effect of free speech on just calling someone a fascist and insulting them endlessly? What's the effect on free speech then? Not that free speech even exists in the first place, but let's say that it does. Constant heckling and insulting. What is the effect on free speech from that? So I highly doubt that you actually support free speech.
I doubt that you're not an archetypal fascist in your assertions.
Right. So I think it makes you a piece of shit to put the burden of proof on me to prove that I'm not a fascist, because that's basically presumption of guilt. Okay? So the fact
And
that
proof of a negative.
the fact that you've both asserted or you've asserted your own moral superiority and asserted my moral inferiority, that makes you a bad person. That's the
I don't
essence
see
of
how.
evil. It's the essence of
I-
evil. It's arrogantly asserting that which is false is the essence of evil.
What's evil is not questioning our presumption of arrogant knowledge over the, asserting our
How do
anthropomorphic,
you know?
human.
How do you know? How do you know anything?
Because
Everything you know has been spoon fed to you.
has been what? Been fed to me. I mean, we're all interdependent.
No, what's evil
We
is
rely on each other.
What's evil is claiming authority when you've demonstrably shown that the authority you claim for yourself should not be granted to you if any standards of truth or logic are to be applied back at you.
Like for example, take Howie. Like, why would we not accord Howie much testimonial credibility?
I don't know.
Because he didn't meet the burden of proof. So he met the burden that he knew a little bit about computers, but then when we went into more abstract subjects, he demonstrated a limitation of his ability to understand an idea. And you have demonstrated a tremendous limitation to understanding ideas by denouncing what I'm saying as fascist, even though I never said anything about fascism. So you're mischaracterizing what I've said because you want an excuse to deny it because you're afraid of the truth. And that's pathetic.
I'm afraid of false truth.
Brett, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Are you over or under 30?
I won't answer.
Okay. I would suggest that if you're under 30, you should probably have even fewer opinions than you do now. If you're over 30 and you have opinions, listen and ask questions and make fewer statements, and you'll find yourself happier.
The question is, who is trying to assert the ontological proof of torsion, physics, Vedic laws, and so forth and so on without reasonable questioning, validation by a scientific community? I mean, these are just basic standards of consensus science. We should inspect our knowledge.
There's a
And
bunch of people whose
populum
results
fallacy.
are absolute shit. So a bunch of people who produced atrocious science said a bunch of things. Why don't you meet this standard, Jen? It's like, I'm meeting the standard of actual science, though. And if you understood what science was, you would see that. But you don't, because you're already fixated in a particular mode of thinking, which is a simplistic moral binary, which I can guarantee you is false because there's no such thing as a true simplistic moral binary. Do you understand that? The world is too complicated.
Okay.
It doesn't reduce to a simple moral binary.
I'm not reducing it.
Yes, you are. You're
I'm saying that it's so complex.
Jen's bad because she's a fascist. That's literally what you're saying. That's literally the definition of moral reductivism. So binary moral reductivism is just not how it works, okay? That's not how reality.
Well, I'm saying, your theory isn't how
Excuse me, I
reality
don't mean to
works.
interrupt, but can we
You
let
are
to
in
Dr.
no
Kevin...
position to deter. You are in no position to judge whether my theory is correct, Brett.
Well, then I need the proof that I need the communal consensus.
You don't need the proof. You need an attitude of humility, which you totally lack.
Plenty of humility.
You do not have any humility.
Plenty of humility. I'm seeking truth, but I want it to be validated. I want there to be consensus, and I want there to be dialogue about that truth.
If I were your teacher and you behave like this in my class, I would put a boot up your ass and kick you right out of my room.
That's how you teach, okay?
No, because you're a bad student.
A but who determined that?
The teacher determines that, not the student.
Okay.
Our civilization is collapsing because we don't have many good teachers and we have no good students.
Our civilization is collapsing because we're not paying attention to the lesson that nature is showing us as we disintegrate the very foundation of human subsistence at an existential level.
That's why we study physics, because it's the laws of physics and their operation together in the symphony known as nature, in the grand habitus of life. That is the only subject of study worth doing if we're going to have proper social, cultural, and political reform to get us out of the technocratic nightmare into which we're descending. And
that's part of it, yes.
The first step is absolute humility. And you refuse to take the first step, and so you're choosing the door of the technocratic.
See, that's Christian. That's Christianizing jargon. That's Christian for submit to my holy authority.
And that you automatically prove you show complete ignorance about me because I get attacked from all sides because I'm one of the most anti-Christian streamers in the entire sphere. I mean, I've been completely anti-Christian ever since I started streaming. So
well, he's right. You are reducing it. You are reducing it to a binary. You shouldn't deny that you're reducing it to a binary. It's just
okay.
Understand that it's a rhetorical technique. So you're an artist and you have a palette of different paints. Those are the rhetorical techniques. And then you use them to make a canvas, and the canvas is your argument, right? So sometimes it actually does make sense to invoke a reductionist binary, but the fallacy is to then falsely equivocate between your reductionist binary and reality.
Which I'm not intending to do, and I did not mean to convey that. I'm just trying to get you focused on the stakes of this. Meaning you, Kevin.
Well,
or you, Brett.
It's good. Thank you.
So
John,
I just wanted to ask a question.
Something?
Yeah. I just like to make maybe a comment as to the consequences of free speech. I guess
just so you know, John,
over.
John, I don't believe in free speech because I think speech is always constrained to the ideas that form it. So it's not absolutely free. It's only relatively free within the domain of ideas one is capable of experiencing. So I just wanted to make it clear that I think this concept of free is sort of, it needs to be qualified to make sense.
Yeah, and I do actually, now I'm just kind of mulling it over a little bit. I do actually, in a realistic sense, like if we were to start society from scratch, probably have some sort of criteria where some speech, like if people talk about postmodernism, like this Brett guy here, their ideas shouldn't be entertained at all, and should be shamed.
Here's what I came up with for that, because I thought about that for a really long time too, is the ban on the promotion of false ideology. So basically you can say whatever you want, but you can't argue, you can't say this is the truth. You can say like, well, I believe in purple ponies, but if you say purple ponies are the truth and you must be in the purple pony cult or else you're a total loser, right? So that's where it passes the boundary. So we want to give people freedom of expression. We want to give a good range of expression because of human creativity, because we don't want people to stagnate, right?
Right.
So we need people to be able to play in the sandbox of ideas, and at some stage they're gonna kind of figure it out for themselves to some extent. Like there is a large degree of learning that's self-directed. So if you are like, well, you can't talk about this and you can't talk about this and you can't talk about this, everyone's going to be like, well, oh, you know that the Barbara Streisand effect is? Sorry, it's just a Streisand effect.
Is basically when you censor something, it only gains more attention to it, unnecessary attention to it.
Do I want to be fanning the flames? Okay, think about it from the perspective of the leader. Does the leader want to be fanning the flames of something they see as bad by actively censoring it? Because there's a certain desperation that's conveyed by censorship, right? But in fact,
Mhm.
it is actually a violation of the commonwealth to have people promoting falsehood as truth. It should be qualified because we want to give truth a special meaning, and because we've already realized through our talks that agreeing on the basis of religion is probably not in the cards. What do we think about that?
Yeah,
I
that's
agree
probably
with that.
yeah, it's fair.
Okay, so I propose only statements of scientific fact can be identified as true. Gravity, for example. And everything else is a subjective thing. Yeah, sure, it maybe represents some core human truth. And if that's what it is for you, then great. But
Mhm.
to be able to equivocate between actual laws and our own fanciful notions about how we think things should go or whatever, those are on different
Mhm.
levels of truth.
I see. Yeah, I
So I
mean,
think that's like
there always going to
that's
be
like a
some sort of.
balance. Basically, I think
Mhm.
that's like a balance between, because like unrestrained freedom, quote unquote, of speech, you can totally
Mhm.
argue that it leads to degeneracy.
Yeah.
And we don't want that, right? Like we want to look at it as like, well, what are the elements of society that we're identifying as degenerate? And then what would be a way to minimize? We kind of have to accept in our heart that a tendency towards degeneracy is just a human thing. And if
Mhm.
you become one of these self-aggrandized, self-righteous quacks who just always goes around quacking moral imperatives, really it's because you're just in denial about your own sort of shortcomings. And you just wish so much that you could be a good person, but it's like, well, you gotta actually make that happen. You can't just fake it until you make it by making all these assertions and thinking, "Oh gosh, I have the moral high ground now." I mean, that's the problem, right? Is that we all feel like that. We all feel like our own experiences are somehow indicative of some deeper knowledge about how things actually work. But who's
Mhm.
actually right? I mean, whoever's right has to. I mean, if we're going to have any type of communications is predicated on consensus, okay? And we can't have a
Mhm.
consensus. And you can see why we can't have a consensus when people believe things like what Brett believes.
Mhm.
Because for him, it's just about attacking. Because every time I make an assertion, it's immediately attacked. So
Mhm.
that attitude of just constantly attacking, it's like, well, that just leads to destruction.
Mhm.
But human interactions, there's a certain aggression to that, right? So, you can think of the way that young animals play fight. They don't hate each other.
Mhm.
I mean, yeah, sibling rivalry is a thing, but there's, no one's going to deny that they love their sibling.
Right.
So,
And we've degenerated to a point where, at least in the United States, the red team and the blue team want to kill each other over shills on TV. Like this is the WWE.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I've definitely woken up these past couple months. Have definitely woken up to the true nature of the political system and how it actually works, um, and that we can't be reliant upon, especially our leaders and especially people who act like they know everything and they basically assert it as truth, when we blatantly know it's a blatant lie. I'm just talking about our leaders in general. Um, and and then you have these I also, there's the education system too has basically failed people in how to process information, because I've noticed a kind of like a system glitch, like people call you a conspiracy theory about mandatory vaccines and mandatory mask and
it's
the
like
Great
in the
Reset.
Matrix
And then
with
when these
the
things
red hair.
happen, it's just kind of like, okay, what are you going to be held accountable for that? No, they're not.
It's like
They're
the
just going to go to the
Matrix
next
with
thing.
the lady in the red dress. That's
Hmm.
what it is.
Yeah, yeah,
They turn into Agent Smith.
I like that.
yeah.
Someone in the chat is like, why don't you guys man up and challenge Jen? It's like,
Was that Claire?
learn to the point where you can actually, where your challenges will actually be meaningful.
What has Jen said that is worthy of being challenged? I want to know. If she's saying something that makes sense and it's truthful, why am I just going to stir things up to stir things up? What's the point of that?
Yeah, it just doesn't work. Like, it's not conducive to knowledge. Like, you have to accept the process. And I mean, you can stop at any time if you don't agree with the traditional interpretations. You're free to reject the tradition, but like, and there is some room for nuance. Like, there's different schools of traditional interpretation, but you're talking about disagreeing on an axiomatic level with no basis.
Someday, I just dream of a world where an orange reality TV star and an 80-year-old dementia patient arguing over nonsense isn't treated as politics worthy of a civilization.
It's a legacy of the Roman Empire, man. You're living in history, a space-time event, bro.
Yeah, it's great. I'd rather be arguing about, oh, I don't know. I guess more fundamental topics like, I don't know, what kind of architectural styles we should do to make our society beautiful again rather than glass and concrete looking horrible shit.
The good thing about computers is that we can like optimize aesthetics on a numerical basis in a way that we never could. So like we can we can train a model to know what it is we identify as beautiful.
See, that would be awesome because I frankly think our world is kind of ugly. And, you know, like I tie this back into a
It's
meta
because of
issue.
ugly. It's because of ugly beliefs.
Oh, yeah. But to tie this back into an issue we talked about at the very beginning of me coming on here is when people, the previous person whose name escapes me, who was on here earlier, we have this tendency to want to reduce our preference for what we think is true with our own personal aesthetic, idiosyncratic things that we like. And that's just not sufficient for actual beauty. I mean, there's got to be some other standards, and I'd like to kind of discover those and learn about what those might be, and do that in an environment where there's a collective of people working on all these things who've been schooled and trained and humbled themselves to go through the process by which we can do that, so we don't have to live in decaying suburban strip malls forever. Just as an example.
Yeah, there's a certain rigidity to it that it's like, well, that's that's why it works. And Brett, it kind of feels like Brett is saying like, well, I don't really need to be rigid all the time, man. I can be lackadaisical sometimes and maybe rigid other times, but I think you really do have to be rigid in your beliefs because everything springs from your beliefs. If you don't really believe in causality, how are you going to understand causality? Which is basically
That's the thing with postmodernism. It's a cop out. It's that basically like you don't really need to prove anything, man, because nothing can be true.
Possibly.
Well, I mean, postmodernism is why we have this new form of cultural Marxism, which is far worse than, in some sense, than the more economic, mechanical Marxism of 100 years ago, because it's attacking us on a much deeper spiritual level, such that we can't tell our head from our ass anymore, and it's pretty oppressive, if you ask me.
It's pretty cruel. And people don't see that it's cruel because they think that they're doing the right thing because essentially it's a translation of the Christian moral binary. Instead of it being, pagans bad, Jesus good, it's, fascism bad, equality good. So you haven't really changed the temperament. It's still a Christian temperament, i.e., this like reductionist. Like the thing is that as humans, we all have a tendency to want to cast things as a reduction in a reductive moral dualism, right? We all want to paint ourselves as the hero, and everybody else who goes against us as the bad guy. Dun, 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 dun. Everybody has that secret LARP.
And we have 2020 provided us a good example of how kind of early Christian martyrology might have worked. I mean, look at St. George of Fentanyl. I'll say no more about the gentleman. But the way people have reacted to his death has kind of shown how that must have worked and how horrible that must have been to watch the Roman Empire decline that way. It's like, oh, St. George of Fentanyl is showing how Christians probably operated to melt that civilization down to the ground.
Yeah, so I hope you can kind of understand the argument is that like the mode of thinking is like it's an attractive mode of thinking. We all do it to some extent because we want to paint ourselves as the hero of our own story, but that's really all it is. It's like if I applied that method of thinking, I would have terrible communication with people, because John and I have had terrible communication in the past. But because I'm not casting him as quote the bad guy because he said something I didn't like and then I just reduced him into a moral binary as the bad guy, then I wouldn't be able to have a convo with him now. So I feel like that doesn't mean that what he said was not disrespectful or whatever, or that I'm happy that it happened, but I'm happy that I didn't have a reductionist moral binary because I was able to see like, well, he's probably just really suffering because of something going on in his own life and not take it so personally. So
Mm.
why wouldn't you want to have that attitude? Because you don't really want the people that do and say things that you don't like to really get under your skin that much. Like those
Mhm.
people are truly powerless. Like those people are always coming to troll my stream. It's like get a fucking life. Like you're so obsessed with some, who knows what, and it's like you don't even have enough composure to just, you know, it's like
It burns out after a while. It loses its luster, I guess, after a while, to troll people. Like it does serve a purpose to some degree, but to another degree, it just you kind of it gets old after a while. And you just move on to something else.
well, people aren't all
I
good or all bad. That's what it
no.
is that like
Mhm.
everybody has a possibility for going into a dissonant state. And a person, continually repeating the same talking points with seemingly low awareness is probably a sign that they're in a dissonant state. And when people are in a dissonant state, they can really lash out. And so, like,
Mhm.
ultimately, what you want is to not have the regret of lashing out at somebody, right?
Right.
Well, I don't. I can't speak for other people, but I feel like it would be nice to
Yeah.
have not the
You always
regret.
have to have some sort of mercy for your enemies to some degree, or
I think it's good to
because
have it's good. It's good, but it's more important to have compassion for yourself. Mercy is sort of uh it's good, but if you don't have that self-compassion, there's just a way that people really destroy themselves through something they call mercy. So I just want to make sure that people understand that.
right.
It's a
I don't
garnish.
Like
It's like it's a nice to have, and you're fucking lucky if the person willing to take the reins of your horse shit is merciful, but it's not a prerequisite. The real prerequisite is the uh, devotion to self-acceptance at any cost. Basically, you have to be
yeah.
able to see your own demons,
Mhm.
and without that self-acceptance sort of principle or axiom or whatever, you're just going to get spooked by your own demons. It seems silly. It's like, what, we're really scared of something that's inside of us? Like, oh my gosh, we're such pussies. But it's like, on some level, we're animals.
Well, I think that's why Christianity, to my mind, is so evil, because I think it plays on that in a very, very subtle sense. It makes us hate ourselves.
It incentivizes the descent into the reductionist moral binary, which is something that we should be trying to get out of every step of the way. If we're going to build mercy, like John says, we got to depersonalize it every time. Want to move away from that. We want to say, okay, we acknowledge this is something humans have a propensity for because we're just pretty simple computationally and tend to want to paint things in a me versus everybody or us versus them paradigm. Acknowledge it for what it is. It's vestigial compression. Or you can think of it as like a lens. It's a vestigial lens through which your consciousness, your primordial consciousness, experiences the world. Don't deny it.
Well, to some extent, that's why I always thought one of Carl Schmitt's most, I think he's probably one of the most brilliant juridical thinkers of the 20th century. His little dictum that the beginning of politics, in some sense, is the distinction not between good and evil, and it's notable that he didn't use those terms, but between friend and foe. Is the beginning of politics, recognizing friend from foe. I think about that a lot. I think there's some deep truth in that statement.
Yeah, and how I do that is the axioms thing. If somebody professes the axioms, then they're predictable in some sense. That's a first step.
Like, so in your case, do they care about the law of causality, and do they care about the laws of physics and nature?
Well, if somebody wanted to be have their testimonial authority on physics accepted, then they would have to accept causality and existence, I suppose. Those are very low barriers. It's very generalized. You're really only saying, sorry?
Sadly, many people who claim to be scientists can't clear that hurdle, and that shows you just how
well, there's an aspect
degenerate it
that
is.
It's no, not at all. Like even at the best of times, it's hard to understand. Like you're talking about, the totality of karma. That's an enormously complex system. Arguably, can't be perceived in its totality. So it's like it seems simple because of the material realm. We've sort of tricked ourselves into thinking it's simple because we can describe the material realm with math, and we're like, oh wow, we're so smart. But it's like I can prove to you that is like only 1 out of 3 out of it's a fraction of the total dimensionality of existence, whatever the actual fraction is. It's a fraction of the total dimensionality of existence of how big, quote unquote, consciousness actually is. Because consciousness is like 11 dimensions, right? We're only in 3. Clearly, there's information lacking. But how do we get to that information? Well, at every stage of the fucking process, you have to have this huge debate, like what we're doing right now. Only it's even harder because you're adding more suppositions to your equations. So this is actually the easy part, is where people are like, yeah, I agree with existence and causality. But then what's the next step is interpreting causality. And then you have to ask, well, who's going to do that? And then you have to ask, well, who's going to correct them if they're wrong? And how are we going to know if they're wrong? So it's a system. It's not relying on one individual. It's like a system for error correction. There's always going to be errors. You have to
Well,
build
it's
in
kind
a
of
way
like
to correct.
the lab coat. I don't know. Maybe I'll come up with the word lab coat fallacy, in that people will trust somebody with a lab coat over somebody with just a YouTube channel, just by the mere status of perceived higher status of their attire, as opposed to the substance that they actually present. I
It
find that
takes a
that's
lot
a
more
major
work.
problem.
It takes a lot more work to do it
Mhm.
based on substance than form. So
Right.
that's a prediction of the law of entropy, is that the statistical majority will conform to the max entropy or minimum energy state, which means people, when faced with the choice of a complicated explanation or a simple explanation, they tend to go with the simple one, statistically speaking.
Mhm.
And that's just how it is. And then you can kind of identify yourself as not like that.
Hmm.
because it's like
Yeah.
ideally the people who didn't think about things too much would at least sort of believe things that were good enough that they wouldn't destroy themselves in the process
Hmm.
because they're like always going to want to take the
Orange Man era and that particular brand of mass hysteria, there's been just a change in the tone of a lot of the streamosphere that's just a lot more conducive to nuanced and careful conversation. And I really like it. I'm kind of happy about that.
I think binary dialogue is breaking down in the mainstream politics or just mainstream life in general. Is basically people have gotten so entrenched in their position, they're now at a point now where they're, I won't talk to you because you're anti this or you're skeptical of this, and they won't necessarily hear it out. That's why you have the whole phenomenon of cancel culture.
well, you know
Is
what the good
because
analogy for that is, right? Is the Tower of Babel.
right.
Is that we've managed to create a situation like that while still speaking the same language, effectively suffering a complete communication breakdown.
Hmm.
It's a real tragedy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because it's like there's such a, solitude to human existence, even in the presence of other people. But when you can conceive of the same ideas together, that creates a certain intimacy that's wonderful. So I guess, Brett, what we're saying is that your manner of speech is not conducive to the intimacy we all so desire in our little club of big brain thinkers.
Ah, big brain thinker. Big what?
People who care about what the hell is actually going on rather than a comfortable pair of socks. It's really a material illusion.
Yeah, I care about our civilization.
Basically, people who are so tired of looking like a friggin' dumbass from being wrong. That's usually the thing that
Yeah.
it. Because I can definitely
At the same time,
I can relate to this. Like, it's dreadful, the thought of being wrong. You really want to build that. I don't want to say fear because fear can be paralytic, but you want to have aversion to looking
I've
like a
said,
dumbass in public. I mean, it's always better to say nothing if you're risking looking like a total dumbass, isn't it?
well, I'll say this: I've said a lot of stupid stuff while I'm streaming, but I've said a lot less stupid stuff to other people. But the stupid stuff I've said is stuck in my mind forever because, well, the internet is forever.
Well, that's what you do. You remember the regret.
I think you're right about the tower.
You make a vow to minimize the amount of regret you have subsequent to interactions, but you also make a vow to like be compassionate to yourself if you fuck it up because it's unrealistic to expect to go from never practicing it to being perfect. Or in the first time you do it, like it's really hard to do any type of mental type training technique.
We need more we need to get beyond the Tower of Babel to a level of truly integrative holism versus postmodern pluralism. In my view, we have to advance the cultural dialogue.
I think we need to be a lot more humble than that. I think it's just
You did it
better
again.
that I think you got to be a lot more humble than that. If you look at the culture of streaming, I think a better, more humble thing to say might be, it's best that the trolling, the shit posting, the screaming, the shouting, the fed posting, all that stuff that used to be pretty common in these spheres a few years ago are a lot less common.
I never condone that crap. I only ever did the blood sports in order to impose order. I was being charitable.
Well, yeah,
Wasn't trying to
I'm
destroy a culture of horrible shit posting.
Yeah. Well, I meant the streamosphere generally has seemed to see a lot of that decline. That's maybe
Claire
the only.
seems to be still on that train.
Who does, Claire?
Just from the last couple streams, I just scanned a little quick, and it's just like,
There's been a
yeah,
couple
it's
times where
still.
her voice just breaks, and I'm just like, she's just, as divorced as she was from reality when she started out. She hasn't
Mhm.
she hasn't tethered back to the reality in the direction that I would have liked to see.
Mhm.
But I mean, for someone like that, that's such bad karma that the chances of any type of redemption is just basically zero because the attachment to the persona is too strong.
Mhm.
I mean, you gotta love Claire Kaw's very formulaic secular Quran memes.
Oh my god, I know. Deep lore.
Academic Agent should do a show on Claire Kaw. But
But the thing is, you have to acknowledge, like, high precision thinkers and like complex thinkers, we also have our subjective biases. We may not have the exact same carbon copy biases as like the unthinking masses, but we still have biases. And to sort of empathize to a degree with the experience of somebody who's just not that concerned with all this other stuff, it contextualizes our concerns. So I think a lot of people, like the people who watch the stream, are sort of like preoccupied with the suffering of others.
Well, you noted one of my biases. I think you corrected me 2, maybe 3 times in this stream. One of my biases when I was explaining something, when I would get too apocalyptic.
Oh
And you
yeah,
said
you
that.
were. Well, I was just saying that it is. I was actually trying to clarify. I wasn't trying to make a correction there. I was saying that I suggest embracing, because Brett alleged that it was a moral binary and you denied it, and I was saying make the same argument, but don't deny that it's a moral binary, because the moral binary has like something about a paintbrush.
Oh, okay, yeah. But I appreciate. I always think like the leader of a purported entity sort of represents something of the spirit of the place. And I'm just thinking, watching my own grandmother die of Alzheimer's in the last 2 years and seeing an Alzheimer's patient sitting in 1600, it's just kind of fitting we're in this particular moment of senescence. And there's something kind of sublime about it. And I'm feeling it very strongly in this moment, uh, combined with this clarity of thought that seems to be evident in this stream amongst, at least 3 of us here. Do you know what I'm feeling?
Well, yeah, like the accelerationism on the side of the mainstream propaganda has sort of shaken some people out of their comfortable illusions.
Yeah, I
It's
think.
opened the door for them to accept something that's more true. So there's an opportunity, because a lot of people will, for whatever reason, as things accelerate, seek an answer which solves the problem of, angst. I need an explanation, quick explanation. I mean, that's kind of like where you get people like Alex Jones and the guy, the white hair, who talks about the moon being made of cheese or something.
Well, it's interesting. Alex Jones, because talking about cults of personality, Alex Jones was caught. I think Tim Pool was talking about it on one of his big live streams that Alex Jones was caught saying, "I wish I'd never met the Orange Man. He's ruined my life." It's funny because Alex Jones hitched himself to that wagon, and that wagon ended up destroying him. I mean, Alex Jones is the first person to be blocked from everything.
The
So
only
it's like-
way to deal with Trump is the way that Trump deals with people, which is to discard them as soon as they're no longer useful, which is exactly what I did with him. So I really have no issues with Trump because I don't suffer from false expectations. That's another thing I would argue in favor of. Your false expectations is what is causing your suffering.
remembered him being in public life forever, that so many people who you think would have known better would not have fallen into that personality cult. I mean, he's a real estate con man, for fuck's sake. And people thought he's Jesus. In fact, some people thought that all the way up through January. I mean, what the hell is the
I think-
matter with us?
Yeah, well, I think he was he's a product of his environment, and he was a character that was basically like a bull in a china shop, and he really did wake up a lot of people, and but at the same time, a lot of people latched on to him and basically thought that they didn't really need to do anything. They just needed a cheerlead for him to, fix all their problems, and everything will go back to what it was. I don't know, 1950s America or something like that. But I think now people have. I think the good thing about Donald Trump is he's discredited basically the whole system, especially even up to his last days of the presidency, especially when Twitter censored him, and people basically were hunted for showing up at the Capitol. Like the surveillance state and the prevalence of that. I think a lot of people are kind of now aware of it. They think they were invisible, but now they know how much freedom they actually have now, as opposed to being in this like fantasy of like they don't need to be as careful as they think they need to be. They can always be on social media, or they can live stream themselves entering the Capitol. Nothing will happen to them. Like it just like it really like takes back. You're just like, okay, we're gonna have to reassess how we approach things as opposed to our traditional understanding of it.
Well, it's just interesting to watch the anthropology of a cult of personality. It's interesting that that people both who loved and hated Trump during the period between June 15th, 2015, and roughly January 6th, 2021. So that period where the cult, I would say, existed historically as something that's real. It's remarkable how these people who are doing the postmortem on that particular time period I have since recognized that the whole thing was just one cult of personality. We could go back and study that cult of personality and watch how it functions. I think someday that would be an interesting.
It's definitely a synthetic because it's Jesus and Caesar and Krishna minimum.
Yeah, it's all of those things, and it's
So
just
it's like a minimum 3 characters amalgamated into one. I don't think you could really, see it as a single thing.
oh, that's interesting. So the Christ, Caesar, and Krishna. It's you had said something to me a while back saying before Donald Trump existed, you couldn't red pill people on anyone. After Trump came down the escalator, all of a sudden you could drop red pills all you wanted. Yet at the same time that happened, it seems like the people that attached those red pills to Trump themselves went into the craziest of delusions.
Their dissonant state was revealed. The nature, some unseen attribute of the nature of their state of mind was revealed. I.e., the fact that they really don't care if they look like a fucking jackass in public. Like, I don't know about you guys, but I'm plagued by, I don't want to say crippled, but I always worry about that. Don't want to look like, what's up, John Gishala, buddy? Thanks for joining. We got 5 people on the show. Yeah.
What's going on?
We have
hear me
had a
all right?
fucking awesome convo. We had a guy come on who wanted to like particleize the convo, and then Brett came on and he was like deconstructing the convo, and Gandalf came on and worked on his rhetorical strategy, and then John came on and he's
Sounds like
just
you're
been
having a
chilling.
fun time tonight, huh?
Yeah, man, this is chill. This is just like exactly what I want to be doing, just hanging out with people kind of on the same page to some extent. Maybe
Oh,
not even
good,
on the
good.
same page, but like not in a total automatic arousal state of having dismissed me as most evil person alive.
Oh, they still calling you the most evil person, or you moved on from that?
I was slightly exaggerating, but did you? I guess I don't know if you watched Duvid on Charles Moskowitz's stream. Like really hilarious and educational.
I tune in every once in a while.
Cause yeah, like Duvid said some stuff that upset Charles so much that he called him an anti-Semite like 10 times.
Oh, triggered him, huh?
A little bit. And the same thing happened
Nice.
with Brett. He called me, what was it? Oh yeah, fascist, like 7 times.
Oh, I love
He
that.
called
I
you a
love being
sexist,
called
too.
a fascist.
Oh dear, I'm a sexist. All right, patriarch.
I get called a fascist a couple of times a day myself.
What? What the fuck?
Well, it's funny when Jews call each other anti-Semitic. It's kind of hilarious. I need to see that Duvid Charles Moskowitz stream now.
It was classic. He just like doubled down. It was really classic. And then he canceled the next show. So let's hope that he's not so dissonant that he becomes despondent, because
Is it still up?
I think so. Yeah, it's the last one that happened, I think.
Okay.
I haven't looked at it, but I watched it when it came out, and I might have rewatched it because my husband and I really enjoy. It's the
Did he
cadence.
like call him like the N-word?
What? I don't know about
Did he-
that. I don't remember that part.
Oh,
But
okay.
I just
Oh,
find
okay.
the two of them talking is like almost like a song, like a poem. Maybe poem is maybe the better word. There's something a prose like about it. I'd be really gutted if that fell apart. But yeah, some people just really don't like having any cognitive dissonance at all. So that's kind of the norm. So people kind of tend to become despondent if you ritualistically cause them too much dissonance.
Mhm.
So yeah, that's something some people have an issue with, because they just get so excited with like the principles of demonstrating truth that they don't understand that it can come across as obnoxious sometimes to people who just aren't really interested in a deeper sort of understanding of reality. Like it's just not on their radar, and maybe it's wrong for us to assume that it should be on their radar. That's just how they are. Can't we all relate to the idea of being lazy?
Yeah, Chillstream, lazy stream. Yeah, I relate. I got you.
So really,
Huh.
like, if we go in a direction that's not lazy, that's just a blessing for us. And I don't want to say it's a curse if people are lazy, but it doesn't make for a very satisfied life to just have a perpetual laziness about everything. But there's a tendency in human thinking to optimize energetic usage, which does sort of entail laziness, not using more energy than required. So, how do you reconcile those two things? You need to have the chilled attitude fundamentally, but then also have the discerning attitude when it comes to accepting axiom.
I think there's definitely something to be said in the post-Orange Man era of just the cultural zeitgeist that it's more cool to be chill now, as more and more people wake up to the fact that the whole socio-cultural political environment is just one wave of mass hysteria after another.
Yeah, Joe Biden's so chill, his brain's off.
I know. I love it.
Yeah.
I mean, who really is president? who really is president?
Does it really even matter?
Yeah, exactly.
See, that's
That's the
and-
beauty of it too.
It's very beautiful because it's got people in a frame of mind thinking, okay, why are red team and blue team, at each other's throats over all this nothingness? We still haven't. I still haven't gotten my $1,400 check.
You're
Damn.
supposed to get it this week, aren't you?
I think we will get it this week. They kind of have to because the state budgets are going to run out by the end of the month.
Yeah, King Kush, I like to think of it as a think tank because it's a method, it's like a dialogue, but you can also have a panel too, and it can be fun to have a panel because different people can have a chance to contribute and maybe suggest ideas that other people hadn't thought of.
I have a friend who watches, and it's great comedy, and this is how we need to look at it, who watches the daily press conferences of the New York mayor. They are hilarious. I mean, I know what. One thing I do every morning while I'm doing some other work-related stuff that I need to make money, I watch the New York mayor give press conferences every day, and he just says the most nonsensical, crazy stuff. Like one day he actually talked about like the city funding a program of interpretive dance where they'd go into every neighborhood and just the city would hire dancers to inspire people to enjoy living in New York through all this stuff. And he meant it as like a serious policy proposal. And he was telling reporters all about this. And I'm thinking, this is how you show real leadership in a degenerate society in 2021. It's just great. When you have a city burning to the ground, you just have a bunch of people dancing.
I'm eating locusts. They're just so.
Are they
delicious,
wearing
and I am
clown wigs and
dancing,
clown
and I'm
noses?
just so happy as hell. Sorry, go ahead.
Be like the
No.
Joker. Oh,
Well, it kind of is. It's like, well, I watched the movie with Joaquin Phoenix, and then there's the image of Bill de Blasio with his wife dancing alone while the ball dropped. Now, I used to live in New York, and I attended a couple ball drops, and it's like, well, the ball dropped, and only the mayor and his wife were there to see it. Just there's so many surreal.
I love my Soylent. It's creamy and whatnot. It's hard to open. I use a robot. You like that? I say we should do it, guys. Let's just push the pedal to the metal.
Oh, see, that's what I was in KMG stream, just on the side chat, and my whole strategy. I mean, because his whole I kind of like his shtick, where he's like, I think he's embracing sort of the dour, dark humor of the collapse of quote unquote Western civilization or whatever. And my whole thing is when dealing with all the woke stuff he condemns. I just take what MSNBC said with lean forward during the Obama years. I basically say lean forward and bend over. And it's really quite liberating. Like, I'm happier than I've ever been when I feel that way. Just lean over and bend forward. Lean forward and bend over and enjoy it. Be detached. Not in a way where you don't care, but in a way where you stay free of the hysteria. Like, at least in
So
terms of
your
my...
advice is get a thing of lube. You getting fucked in the ass?
Well, encourage those who want to lean forward to bend over a little more, I should say. So every time
Let's start putting it in Goldman Sachs. Let's don't hurt yourself.
Well, yeah, always, no, not quite. What I'm saying is for those who want to lean forward, help
Stick
them
it to
bend
Goldman
over.
Sachs.
No.
Well,
Nope. It's got nothing to do with Goldman Sachs, so you're not getting the thing.
Oh, nothing to do with Goldman Sachs.
Nope. you just lean for those who want to lean into this, you lean forward and help them bend over.
Let's help the major banks bend over and enforce regulation.
No, you're looking at narrow policy. We're looking at the zeitgeist. For those who want to into the woke world, who want to lean into it, you lean forward and help them bend over. It's an attitude. So fine, you know,
Okay.
we don't like binaries around here, so I want non-binary military leaders and non-binary this. Just give it, just let it go, and detach. Not in a way which is completely aloof, but in a way which just gives this thing what it wants, in a way that steers forces in the least destructive path possible. Because the thing is with cults is that people are going to follow it to the end. So steer things in that direction without by causing the least possible harm along the way.
Well, you need you also have the awareness that you're outside of that cult, or what the like axioms that cult is accepting. I'm thinking about, you mentioned Goldman Sachs. For some reason, Occupy Wall Street came to mind when in 2010 people thought that they were rebelling against this. I guess in some sense, but you see how that Orwell actually mentions this about in Animal Farm, where all the animals thought were trying to change the living conditions of the farm of poverty, and when they all banded together, everything went wrong, and it got corrupted. And I just think about that Occupy movement from the left in 2010. It seemed very genuine, and it was very constructive. And then now it's just deteriorated into like corporatism's basically co-opted some of the left's values into their, basically materialized it and commercialized it, and basically people who are on the left now are actually like pro Twitter, pro corporation, in order to censor their political enemies.
Are you
Political
saying you're
foes.
like trying to ascertain the nature of the axiom that allows for them to hold what appear to be contradictory beliefs? Is that what you're saying? You're sort of after that?
Yeah, it's just
You
like
want to look at it. You want to
just,
look at it as the qualifiers of the mind. Okay,
Mhm.
those things are very superficial. Most of what we're thinking is emotional. So when people embrace an ideology, it's because it accommodates their emotions more so than their beliefs. Usually, okay, this is clearly some people are very staunch, principled, and care only about whatever truth discovery, but that's minority. We're not talking about this, minority of special people. We're talking about
right,
what the average person.
right, and corporations are really good at capturing that emotion and directing it into something that is more to their benefit, as opposed to the original movement's intentions.
Well, corporations have legal compunctions. A corporation is legally bound to maximize profit to its shareholders. So that's placing a positive burden on the corporation to basically do what it can to maximize this profit.
So is profit a human ethical, like, is that ultimately what humans or institutions should be fundamentally concerned with?
Clearly, it has its issues, right? It's not a tremendously stable system. You could argue, I would say that the desire.
I mean, if we incentivize profit over human,
You are still, the nature of that question and how you responded to it is you're still in this capitalism versus socialism dynamic that is just such a fake dichotomy.
No, it's us versus the. In some sense, it's not a fake dichotomy. What Kevin B was saying is that the left has been co-opted, and we need a shift to a real discussion about the totalitarian system, which is basically industrial capitalism ripping through, destroying Western civilization, destroying the planet, destroying everything we might cherish.
Okay, I said, remember, I skirted on purpose the whole capitalism versus socialism discussion and said the main problem is usury as practiced under fractional reserve central banking.
Isn't it the corporate?
But that's taking away from the.
Isn't it statecraft dictated via corporate entity? Isn't that the thing rather than this vague usury thing?
Exactly.
I'd say so.
Well,
I mean,
Like
I would
your
identify-
ID
I would
number
say
is
that
a customer
JF's
number.
JF's theory about phenotypic revolution is a good metaphor for how the corporate entity works, because they have this, like, no human has a positive burden. Like, there's supposed to be these positive rights in the states, but see how well that works out. But the legal entity of a corporation actually has a positive. Like, I don't think I can overstate the importance of this.
Yeah, there's a certain
The
compunction there.
The fractional lending is a concern. I'm not denying it's a concern, but this other thing is also a concern. This
Yeah, so the
centralized
question is
corporate entity. So is it valid to
Yeah.
run a state according to the values of a corporation? Well, if you do, now you know how it works out. So it's up to you to decide whether you think that this society aligns with your values, or if you'd like different values, perhaps.
Perhaps destroying the planet shouldn't be part of our basic values.
Well,
I mean,
if there's a market for destroying the planet, the corporation is under a duty legally to destroy the planet if it makes the corporation money.
exactly. That's the destruction of the social commons. Yeah.
So what you're saying is you don't think corporatism is a viable strategy of government. So why not just do
Ultimately,
that without having to invoke all these additional constructs that nobody can even agree as to what even is the nature of their existence? Nobody's going to disagree.
yeah. What was your
I'm just saying, I think if you are trying to allude to some moral end, as you appear to be, you should choose strategic language to actually convey your point rather than peppering with nebulous terms that really don't have any meaning.
corporations have too much power, and I think they should be regulated.
By who?
But the state is
By-
also
Yes. Who? By. Say that again.
The state acts as a corporation as well too.
Correct. Well, yes.
You are a customer of the state, right? And they have
Say that again.
You are a customer of the state. You're not a citizen of the state. You're a customer. Of the state.
Customer implies corporate fealty.
Yes, you are a customer under the corporation.
A corporate slave of the state. The corporate slave of the corporate state.
Wait. Listen very carefully to what Dr. Kevin B is saying. You are a what? You are a customer of the state,
You're
not
a customer.
a slave.
You're like if you're in
Customer. I don't want to be a customer.
Listen.
I want to be.
You look at your ID. There's a customer number. I don't know. Maybe I don't know which country you're from, but if you're from Canada, on your ID it has customer number. Underneath is your number. So it doesn't say citizen number, it says customer number. With that entails certain legal ramifications as opposed to what they can do to you. You could say that, you have a choice between blue and red, and it's just the same as having a choice between Pepsi and cola. It's it's in the grand scheme of things, it's frivolous because these institutions and the people that vie into these institutions ultimately have a grander agenda. Even if they say they're for the people, they have a grander agenda and other legal options, which is why people call them puppets. In that their legal obligation ultimately is first to serve the corporations, and not only to expand them, but also expand their power as well too. So once they see an opportunity to expand, they will take that opportunity and basically flatten all your rights away, and and basically you'll have everything that you've known, like growing up in a free democratic society. Like, I'm not talking about free speech, but I'm just talking about like freedom of assembly, freedom to practice religion. Basically, it goes out the window because that in itself gets in the way of their expansion. It's not necessarily like they might view you as a moral evil, but they actually just view you like, if you're exercising religious right or your democratic right in a real tangible way, and that gets in the way of their growth, they view as an impediment, and they'll do anything they'll do all the intimidation tactics possible to basically keep you constricted and keep you confined. Stay home, stay safe. That's there's a reason why they say that. It's not because the virus is deadly. It's because they don't want you to get in the way of their growth. If you know what I mean. That's the state, right? Like, you hear all the time, like the state, whatever opportunity they have, like any crisis they have, they use that to grow.
I think
So
this
what's your thoughts
analysis
on
is
that?
brilliant.
Yeah. Because it makes sense, when you think of it that way. You know what I mean? As opposed to, just like some, weird like 20th century myth about like fascism or communism, and you get convoluted, you get like lost in the clouds with that. But this actually gives you more concrete kind of analysis on how the state actually operates. Anyway, that's what I think. Any thoughts on that, Brett?
I have a question.
Sure.
Yeah. So the state, you're describing the state as a net positive, or would you describe it as a net negative? Is my question.
It just depends on what you value and how you want to advance in life. If you want to believe in the state and not rock the boat and not get in their way of any sorts and be ignorant, I mean, sure, you might view that as a good thing. Hey, more government, more protection. Even if it's not justified. A lot of people, they would be for government if it was actually justified, and it was people who serve for the greater good, as opposed to just bureaucrats making up ridiculous, unjustified laws that just don't make any sense in order to grow their power, in order to grow in size, and to be more profitable. So
But
it just
at the
depends
highest,
I wouldn't necessarily look at it as like a evil of itself. It would just depend on who the actors are, and I guess
Yeah, the state is a social institution. It's some form of statehood has existed since the dawn of civilization. I mean, that's
right,
what civilization is some sort of state.
right.
but can we go beyond the moral presupposition of a state?
It's not a moral presupposition; it's a factual observation.
Yeah.
Okay, but do we need to pose our factual state as a matter of fact?
Yeah, facts tend to impose themselves as facts. It's like saying, well,
Yeah.
let's get rid of money because it's evil. Well, can you conceive?
Let's get rid of facts if they're hindering.
Can you conceive of a world where we don't use money? It's like, no, that's kind of a stupid plan. Same with abolishing the state. It's just no evidence this can work. Foolish, LARP, immature, what it is.
Mhm.
Basically saying, because I don't like stuff that's flawed in the government, we should just get rid of it entirely because living as cavemen is somehow going to be better. But it's not, because as we can see from experience, people prefer civilization. So
See, this is exactly why I am pro-technocracy, as Gandalf would say. I'm pro-technocracy because we don't have some form. We can't regress to some form of proto-fascism, proto-traditionalism, Christian fascism. I think, yeah, we have to move
what are you
forward.
talking about?
Well, who's likely to be a fascist? That's my question.
I
You
don't
have
believe
to
in
define
fascism.
what a fascist is, and then you have to prove what's wrong with fascism. I don't think you can do either of those things.
Okay, so I want to offer two definitions. My first definition is archetypal fascism, which is just any form of just not really understanding, not seeking to have dialogue. It's like the far left, social justice left. That's what I would call a form of fascism. And on the right,
who doesn't want to have
Yeah.
dialogue is a fascist.
yeah, exactly.
A person
And that's more archetypal.
maybe it's a person who doesn't want to change their mind who's a fascist. But then you're basically describing
Yeah,
that's a problem.
it is a problem because most people have fascist elements.
Right. So you're saying
So someone steadfast in their values is a fascist in some way. Like if there's some sort of disagreement.
I mean, if there's what?
So you're basically saying if someone won't change their mind, when they're sure that they're right. What if they're actually right? And you know, and the other person's wrong, but you still call that person fascist. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. It's almost like I kind of went through this phase in my early 20s where I just like, yeah, science, it's like mainstream science, it's fascism, or the state, it's fascist. We need this to totally disband the state and just live complete egalitarian lives. But like I think the old saying is like, in your early 20s you're like a communist, and then when you get a job and start paying taxes you become more conservative. I think
I never went through that phase.
Oh yeah, well some people do, I don't know, but
Yeah.
I think more
So this was my by my definition of archetypal fascism. I would also include scientism. But then I would say true fascism belongs to the Christian, right? That's the sole proprietor.
So following religious principles is fascism as well.
Yeah, that's a really flimsy definition.
No. I would say Christian heresy is fascism.
That doesn't even make sense.
What I mean is not every Christian is a fascist.
What?
I think
Okay.
you're afraid of this boogeyman of fascism that's just hiding behind every corner. You're like, "Ah!"
I'm afraid of Christianity. I'm afraid of Christianity.
I'm afraid
Here's why. I'm afraid of.
of looking like a dumbass in public. Isn't that enough to fill up your fear windshield?
Say that.
Where did you find this guy? Sounds like
Media?
Antifa. Yeah.
Yeah, Christianity.
Sounds like anyone who disagrees.
Christianity's got a lot more aligned with communism than it does fascism historically.
Well, the thing is, like, fascism is ill-defined because how much did Hitler and Mussolini, how much did whatever it was they stood for differ from what everybody else stood for I argue it's not enough to distinguish it as fascism, as being something unique. So historical fascism is not a thing. And then literal fascism just appears to be an assail on any
Historical fascism is not a thing. Are you
Excuse
rewriting
me.
it?
Well,
I'm
the
saying
thing is, like the
you
word.
can't point to a shared ideological basis. There's a very trivial ideological basis of historical fascism. What
That's
is
not
it?
true.
Okay, well then what is it?
That's just wrong.
So tell me what exactly the fascists believed that's so unique that nobody else in history believed it. What distinguishes the
They
fascists?
believe
You
through
can't
growth,
do
through
it.
moral.
It's basically everybody I don't like is a fascist. That's your reasoning. So you have this boogeyman
No, there's
corner, and I'm saying
fascism is a real thing.
you're your own worst enemy here because now you're invoking a neologism and you're saying everybody that doesn't agree with my neologism is a heretic, i.e. a fascist. Everything I don't like is fascism. We're back to the reductionist moral binary.
So, Brett,
No, I'm not trying to.
fascism-
Yeah.
So when people call out like somebody a fascist, usually that evokes like the Holocaust, like being a Holocaust denier, and you know,
This is why I said
So would that
I had said there was archetypal.
those are archetypes?
Well, the Holocaust. Oh, the right says the Holocaust didn't exist.
Can we not talk about the Holocaust?
Do not talk
please?
about that subject here.
Okay.
It's a straw man, okay? It's a straw man. You can't define it. You can't isolate it.
That's not a straw man. This is history, and if you don't,
Fascism equals evil. That's a false equivalence because you can't even tell me what fascism is.
communism is just as bad.
Okay, now you're
They're
totally
different.
onto a totally different subject.
What
it's
makes
very
it bad?
frustrating.
What makes communism bad?
Like,
Or
how do
fascism?
you ever expect to progress in understanding if every time a little bit of progress is made, you diverge into a completely irrelevant tangent?
What?
Struggle session.
I'm just having a hard time following the direction of the conversation because it seems every time we've established some common ground, you've immediately departed into another direction.
I'm just trying to understand. Yeah, I'm allowing everyone to have their voice.
Telling someone that they're a fascist 7 times is not allowing people to have their voice. It's self-righteously dictating terms and implying you have the moral high ground. That's a fallacy.
Well, I'm implying we live in a post-truth. I'm implying we live in a post-truth era.
Oh God.
That's not a very strong case that you're making for that system. Why would I want to
It's non-systematic.
ideology? It seems foolish.
Well, I mean,
can't define
the only idea I can define fascism easily. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, which definition would you like?
That's what I'm saying. You
Give
The
can't give
definition.
a definition because
There's no the.
I don't see what you can draw as the parallel between what is typically defined as fascism to distinguish it to the extent that you can then mind read to know that I align somehow with this dogma. Basically, what you're saying is something about what I'm saying. You don't like it. Something about what I'm saying is rubbing you the wrong way. So instead of actually acknowledging what it is that you don't like, you're just going to call me a fascist and then wash your hands.
I like what you're saying.
I'm such a good person because I called Jen a fascist. Now I get to ridicule her and demean her and make her not human, dehumanize her because she's fascist.
As you know, I'm not far left.
I have permission to be a bad person to Jen because she's already proved that she's evil. So that's the problem.
No, I'm not a social justice. I'm not an SJW of this.
Then
I'm not one of the.
why'd you call me a fascist 7 times then?
I'm telling you, there's a difference between archetypal fascism, which I've
That's not
defined
answering the
is a
question.
form of dogmatic.
That's not answering
But
the
then
question.
there's true fascism, which is the providence of Christianity.
Well, I insulted you by calling you
I had
a
mentioned
bunch of times, but actually there's more than one kind of fascism, so maybe I wasn't insulting you as much as you thought. No, it was an insult. You meant it as an insult. Don't try to fucking backpedal now that I've caught you out on your moral hypocrisy.
Okay.
Brad, do you
So-
realize that Mussolini had a definition of fascism? Do you know what it is? And I'll tell you that it's actually not that radical. Or I should
You
say,
can tell
it's
me.
not that at variance with as many things as you think it is.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know what Mussolini's
you can tell
definition
me.
is?
Yes.
The marriage of the corporations and the state. But by corporations, Mussolini had a slightly different understanding of corporations than, what you would think is like Wall Street or Silicon Valley or Fortune 500. He meant corporations meaning social bodies. So the state and large social bodies would be fused. That's fascism.
Yeah. That's fascism.
So every labor union, every
Basically, the
church,
control
every
of the
political
corporate.
party, and every business would be fused together. That's fascism.
Yeah. Like if
When
anything,
the state what? Oh,
Every guild, labor union, political party, business interest would be fused with the state. That's the definition of fascism.
I think it's when agents. I think it's when liberal politics at a certain level broke down, or the Republic, and even the values of the Republic of Weimar had gotten to the point that Hitler was democratically elected. We have to remember that.
You
Whoa.
keep invoking non sequitur after non sequitur after non sequitur. I'm just like,
No. This is relevant. Hitler was elected.
Hitler's election is not relevant.
this
I
guy
gave
worked
you-
for the anti-racist
I
department.
gave you the actual definition of fascism from 1920 by Mussolini.
I don't need your false
Institutions,
definition.
meaning trade unions, guilds, business interests, and political parties were all merged and fused with the state.
That's not my definition.
Okay, then so the guy who invented the term fascism as it was historically used is wrong.
He didn't invent a term. He didn't invent a term.
He did invent the term.
He didn't invent a mere term.
Racist slogans.
I'm just saying, we need to be more intelligent.
Oh, God.
so are you going to tell me that wasn't condescending? Did you just say you need to be more intelligent?
I gave you Mussolini's
I
exact
said we
definition
need to be
and
more
his historical context
Brett
for which he
Hendrick.
said it.
We
Brett,
need
do you
to be
have-
more
We need to be more
intelligent.
intelligent.
Are you included in that equation?
Brett Henrik.
Absolutely.
Okay. And then you went
Wait, did
into
you
a
call himself a
disquisition about
fascist?
Hitler being democratically elected instead of dealing with my definition.
I was so fucking shocked by that non sequitur. I literally forgot what it was.
That's not a non sequitur. That's called not knowing your history.
Oh my god, yes, that's right. He said complete. Oh my
It's
God.
not a non sequitur. You know,
Everything is just coalescing into this giant
that's
ball.
relevant to the definition.
I
The
have
definition
actual
of
Nazis-
fascism is
I've had actual Nazis want to destroy me because I know their history of their beloved mustache idiot more than they do. I know everything about that fucking idiot. It's almost insulting that you think I don't.
you just sound like an alt-right troll.
How do I sound like an alt-right troll? All
Okay,
these
hold
people
on,
are
pause,
celebrating
pause,
that guy, and I
pause.
hate him.
Pause. We
Okay,
have to just
who do you
take
work
a step
for?
back.
who's paying
We
you?
just have to take a step back and just be like, this is the exact same song and dance as the fascist thing, only you've replaced fascist with alt-rightness. You realize this is still the same moral dualism.
Oh,
Yeah,
Jesus.
but seriously, this is not dualism. I'm talking about like I'm trying to understand why we have beliefs that are dogmatic at the social and psychological level.
So
I'm trying to understand things.
calling people by insulting names isn't really conducive to that end, is it?
I mean, it depends. I have free speech, don't I?
So you interpret that to mean that if someone says something you don't like, you can demean them?
I can question their premise.
Alleging that someone is, quote, a fascist or a alt-right troll is not questioning their premise. It's an ad hominem attack. So it's like, how many ad hominem attacks do you have to
But ad hominem, I mean, Christopher Hitchens, great at ad hominems. A lot of people like.
Christopher Hitchens was a worthless drunken shill.
According to you?
Yeah, Christopher Hitchens didn't know shit about Shinola.
Okay.
He was a neocon.
I used to be a new. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like you're.
The Iraq War, and he claimed to be a progressive at the same time. He was an idiot.
Yeah, like ad
He was a progressive before he became.
Ad homing people is not a very good idea, because then you're basically saying like, oh, I have the power to mind read people. It's like, do you?
Plus, you also don't know my streaming history. I did in the day, I had a lot of enemies among the so-called alt-right people because my position was always anti-Hitler, and you claimed I'm an alt-right troll who was pro-Hitler, and you don't even know anything about my views on the subject.
Oh, okay.
So we have to ask the question, why do you continually reduce things to a moral binary and feel compelled to issue ad homs as a result of your synthetic moral judgment?
I'm trying to understand my world.
I'm saying that you're trying
by
to determine,
assessing.
but insulting people is not conducive to determining things. Launching unfounded allegations, someone's bad, is actually going to set you backwards in forging a shared understanding. You think that would be self-evident?
I mean, is it? I mean, I feel insulted that I've been called Antifa.
Well, I didn't call you Antifa, okay? So if you want to address that, you can do that. But now you're not addressing the substance of what I'm saying either. You're saying, well, actually, I'm the victim here. So you're jumping from ad hom to victim LARPing, and it's like we just want to get off those trails of like automated thinking. We want to be present in the moment and really listening to what the other people are saying, because that's good.
Yeah, I'm trying to help us
You
have
can't
a glimmer
really
of truth, beauty, and good.
what you're doing is you're saying, well, I'm just going to pass judgment on everybody, and I'm just going to wait till they say something where I can interject and pass judgment.
No, I view most of what happens in the world as the preoccupation of basically people who are lesser men and lesser women.
Yeah, so you think you're just the most self-actualized guy out there. A lot of people have this inclination. But if you're right,
I'm just saying that's my I have a right.
You stop and you check whether there's any accordance between your own personal preferences and objective reality. And if those things don't really line up in your own experience, probably best to just, not assert your own personal opinions as true. But you're saying you want to do that.
Okay.
And when you keep saying why, on what basis, why, and you just keep resorting to increasingly more desperate tactics. First, it's
You're using desperate tactics, it seems.
That it's like, I'm being persecuted because John called me Antifa. You fucking called me a fascist. Like, why wouldn't he say that what you're doing is an Antifa thing?
Because there's a difference of values.
Antifa is anti-fascist, and you're saying you're bad because you're a fascist. So that's the same thing.
Well, I'm not a Christian, first of all, so I feel
But you have to understand that
attacked
in
by.
terms of morality, communist morality is consonant with Christian morality. So communism is just a continuation of Christianity. It's like a secularized version of Christianity. It still has all the exact same shapes as Christianity: the guilt, the self-loathing, the hatred of nature, the hatred of logic, the hatred of authority.
So does fascism. If communism does, so does fascism. That's why I'm against.
No.
Again, it's like
No.
yet another non sequitur. It's just like, my God.
Is he sympathetic towards communism? I think he is, right? Yeah. Are you sympathetic
What?
towards communism?
Why? Is this like a trial against?
The point
Are we reverting back to the 50s?
Brett, you started it. You made this a trial against fascism. We were talking about ideas. And now you want to start making it into labels, and then it gets turned around on you, and you're like, oh, they persecute me. So it's like, dude, you started with the aggression. Words can be aggressive, and antagonistic instigation derails.
You didn't hear my word.
conversation.
I delineated between archetype, but this is why I delineated between archetypal fascism and true fascism.
You were using it with a pejorative.
It doesn't. Words matter.
I think it's dishonest to deny that you were using the pejorative context. Are you denying?
I told you the context.
In a pejorative sense? Are you really going to
Max,
deny
you
that?
care about your feelings here.
Evan,
Well,
Because
tell me the answer then.
Evan Balfour. Does that ring a bell?
yeah, the Balfour Agreement in Britain, 1905, 1950, 1954.
Okay, never mind.
Okay.
So, what's your fascination? So you mentioned you're kind of making these slogans here, like these Jordan Peterson like slogans about facts over feelings, and then when you get pressed upon, what do you mean? What's the definition of fascism? You can't necessarily provide that. Why is that?
The definition of fascism is unquestioning fealty to a supreme deity or deity, basically Christian heresy.
Okay.
Neither Mussolini nor Hitler had any conception of themselves that way based on their own writings. So historically, that's false.
And then also,
It's not
by
false
your
for
own
Hitler.
definition, you applied it to Jen in a dishonest manner as well.
I did not apply that definition. I'm telling you, I have the definition of archetypal fascism, which I have repeatedly told you.
Right. You said it was a unknowing question as to a deity. Is that correct?
No, that is true fascism, fealty to an idol. But the less distended definition.
Okay, so it's idol worship.
Yeah, yes, idol worship.
So what has Jen
I cannot
demonstrated that was idol
believe
worship?
that the conversation has come back to idol worship. Can you believe that, Jack?
One God.
We need Claire to lecture us on idolatry. Cue that next.
At least I got it out of him.
I don't
So
think I
idol
have
worship.
ever heard fascism equals idolatry as argument. I don't know if you just fucking pulled that shit right out of your ass, Brad.
Well, it's a real it's a real definition.
I've literally read dozens of books on Hitler and Mussolini, and I know everything you can think about that period, and I'm struggling to think how I could have concluded those things from reading about the 20s and 30s.
Well, I don't want to say I agree with them, but I would argue that if you want to use fascism as a thing, it could be defined as ideological collectivism.
That's what I'm saying. I'm against that.
But you're espousing the collectivist edicts of an ideology, ironically.
Well, I'm saying I'm trying to be careful about that, but I'm trying to also delineate between archetypal fascism, which like the social justice stuff that you see on the left. It's not pure fascism. It's not pure idol worship, but it is a form of collectivist idol worship. And then on the right, which is there's scientism, which is the new atheists, which is another form of simple-minded, simple-minded.
Ideological collectivism.
So I'm
and
against
idolatry. Okay, ideological collectivism and idolatry aren't the same thing. Ideological collectivism is when you have an ideology and a bunch of people who identify with that ideology have collective behavior, a political movement. That's what I would argue if you're going to
Yeah.
invoke the word fascism, which I would argue against. Use that as the definition.
Like idol worship is you're worshiping a dead thing, like you're worshiping
Idolatry is a
idolatry. Yeah.
completely
Yeah, it's-
fucking different thing. Idolatry in the classical sense is
Disagree.
identification. Okay, you keep cutting me off here. You need to stop doing that. It's identification of divinity with statues, aka graven objects or images. Okay, that's those two things to me seem not really the same. One
And
seems
his-
neutral, and one seems not neutral. Because if you say you
Okay.
have ideological collectivism, you're not really saying anything about whether it's good or bad. You haven't gone to the stage of defining good and bad. You've just said there's an ideology with an associated collectivism. You haven't gone to the point of it's good or it's bad because we really want to
Well, Christian.
those
That's
judgments.
why I'm saying Christian heresy. I'm saying Christians have to determine who are the true kind of ideologue fascists, true fascists in the sense of Mussolini, Hitler, within their own ranks. I can't do that.
I'm sorry, why are you invoking Christians?
Because Christians need to correct the far Christian fascist movements that are within their own flanks.
You are not able to establish why ideological collectivism is bad, is categorically bad. So you want to
it's not always bad.
you say you oppose it, and now you're saying it's not always bad. So on what basis are you opposing it?
I'm opposing the inability to freely think or think freely or be a free spirit of any sort.
Well, that's not something that's possible in this universe.
I would like to emphasize communal bond. I also have to stress that I'm in favor of community and strong communities.
Well, there's no such thing as freedom, but the illusion of freedom. You're saying
we do need a measure of.
You're saying you want two things that are contradictory. You can have the rich community life. The rich community life necessitates the rigid community rules. Or you can have the free to be a little bird, quote unquote individualism LARP, which comes with a loosening of social bonds. That's how it works. You don't get to say, oh, I want the tight bonds, but I also want the freedom. I'm a little tweedle bird. I want to be free. This isn't a movie. You realize that it's real life, right?
You know,
we can have.
Which people in America are healthier, the Amish or city bug people?
What's sitting bug?
You know,
The Amish are
basic
fascists.
urban guy, bug people. Which people are happier, the Amish or the bug people?
I think the
depends,
individuals
but
that pursue their hedonistic pleasures are the happiest, according to Brett, because they're free.
no, I'm saying we need to go beyond hedonism. We need to go beyond existential poverty
And that comes
of
with,
the soul.
that comes with a duty-oriented lifestyle.
It does. That's
So you
absolutely
have to
correct.
see yourself as a person who has a debt to the greater society. And you have to see yourself as a servant, as a person putting a single brick into the castle of civilization. And you have to ask yourself, like, how can I be of service? And I don't think that a lot of people are in that mindset, and that's to their detriment because it's a very wonderful mindset.
That is a good mindset. I would agree. We do need a revival of healthy Christian values and healthy Hindu,
Talking where,
healthy
I don't know
Muslim,
where you
healthy,
get Christian values from, bud. You're
healthy Jewish values.
Well, I don't know where you get these ideas from. Seriously, like you just start. It's like
Sounds
you're
like-
rattling off talking points. It's like, do you have a list there that you're reading from?
No,
I think he's just been listening to Jordan Peterson videos.
I have listened to a few. Yes,
Yeah, I can tell.
I have listened to quite a few.
Yeah.
Is your
But
room? Is
I've
your
also
room
I also
clean?
have different.
Is your room clean?
No,
It's not clean. So you weren't even able
No.
to observe the easiest Kermit the Frogism. You weren't even able to do that, so your room isn't clean. Is that an issue?
it's up there. It's getting there.
But that's the thing. My room is really clean, and I wasn't even planning to like have to talk about it. It's just always clean, you know.
Yes.
I'm not saying a clean room is sufficient to do anything other than that, but if you can't even clean your room, I mean, at what point do you take a step back and say, yeah, there's definitely something wrong with my beliefs?
Well, yeah. I think this is the problem with the social justice cult. Is that
We're not talking about the
there's
social
this.
justice cult. We're talking
No.
about you
Sorry.
and your behavior on this particular stream.
Okay.
It would be nice to treat people with dignity, wouldn't it? And that includes resisting the urge to call somebody a bad name when they say something that you don't like. Because guess what? People are going to say stuff you don't like. You should probably have a tolerance to it, and that you're not going to pieces and turning into an automaton stuck in a subroutine every time you get cognitive dissonance. Whatever I believe should not get you to the point where you feel urged to strike me with an ad hom.
Well, I'm no god.
I don't know what the hell that's yet another a non sequitur.
Well, I will.
Can I strike you? Can I strike?
You've done an excellent job displaying how the medicalized anarcho-communist technocracy plants itself in people's minds and warps their minds completely.
Everybody is warped in this technocracy. You're no independent special entity.
Again, you have no cause to make that judgment. Like,
I mean, you're saying my mind is. I mean, I don't know. You're making a judgment.
based on your behavior. And I think it's very
Behavior is not everything.
well, behavior is a pretty
Understanding is key.
the point is that you being able to deceive yourself into thinking you understand something and then actually understanding it. Like, I don't know if anyone saw Howie when he came on the show, but Howie thinks he has a unified field model. But for some reason, Howie can't actually do the math for it. So that's like, no, you don't have a field model. You have an impression in your own mind that you understand something. But who cares about that? I mean, nobody cares. It's like nobody cares about your dreams. Nobody wants to hear about that. If you want to talk about your own opinions, the burden of proof is on you to establish their validity. So you've jumped to the end. You've already said, yep, all my opinions are valid, and now I can pass judgment. Well, we're just wondering, like, why'd you circumvent the hard part? Is it because your axioms are dog shit and you know that we're not going to accept them and you're not going to be able to make any of your arguments? Yeah, I get it. It sucks. You can't access your normal rhetorical tricks to make a conversation go in circles so as to avoid any actual cognitive dissonance. That's why you have to have the attitude. That's why Gandalf
Attitude
keeps
of-
going back to humility, because it's an attitude that without it, you're doomed.
I have the most humility of any president. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I don't think humility necessarily comes easily to people, because the easier thing to believe is arrogance and to overestimate one's abilities, because that leads to better results, because, higher self-esteem or whatever. But there's a limit to how much that
Yeah.
can take you, and it's a pretty low limit, because you have no foundational basis for your assertions of fact.
I mean, we need to go from assertions to trying to better the world and stop. We need to stop fragmenting.
Well, I feel like you're
Yeah.
fragmenting the conversation by interjecting constant non sequiturs. So you're saying you don't want to be
Well, you
fractious,
can call them non sequiturs.
only fracturously. So do you even know how to act cooperatively? Well, it's certainly not by disagreeing with everything someone says for no fucking reason.
Okay.
You have to ask yourself,
I'm waiting for you.
what's a good enough reason to disagree with Jen? And if you have good discernment, you'll realize not much is there. Because I don't phrase things.
The fact that I can't prove the nature of torsion physics, the fact that I can't prove your quantum entropy, the fact that I can't prove your Vedic assertions, and they're unprovable metaphysics,
So
bad
again,
metaphysics.
you're asserting that they're unprovable, and then you're asserting that it's bad metaphysics. So you've made a moral judgment as well as the logical judgment based on nothing.
Based on what I can see, the
Based on what
quality
you
of
think
your thought.
based on your own impressions, which are worthless. Everybody's own
Bad science
impressions are
and bad
worthless.
metaphysics.
You have absolutely nothing. There's no free lunch here. You have to establish your own credibility. Everybody has to do that. I can't hold anybody to any different.
I don't want to be credible. I don't want to be the only genius in a community of idiots.
Well, who's an idiot here? Talking about yourself?
I don't know. I think
Well, I gave
everyone.
you the definition of classical fascism, and I got accused of being a Hitler alt-right troll for just stating a fact.
And notice how
That's not the definition.
he has not admitted any degree of culpability for his actions. Notice that too. It's always been excuses. So that's another thing. If you want to have better interactions with people, stop making excuses. Nobody cares.
Well, stop saying these innocuous definitions that don't really have any historical weight. Then we can talk about who has moral validity.
Well, you're going to have to be more specific, because I feel that my definitions are extremely good and help clarify things quite a bit.
Oh, okay.
And it would appear that I have evidence.
I have nothing wrong.
But now you want to say that I'm wrong. And again, it's like we keep coming back to the same thing. Zero basis for the assertion.
You have a view. I can accept your view, but I don't know if it translates that well.
Well, I don't think our axioms are compatible, because you're fanatically obsessed with egalitarianism. You have a fanatical attachment to a particular variant of egalitarianism, which means you are essentially at war with the natural hierarchy of nature. So, yeah, of course, I seek to align myself with the will of nature. If you're at war with nature, there'll be some sort of conflict.
I'm actually, I'm a Hobbesian.
Like, he just does words.
Anglo dipshit, some stuffy, puffy Anglo dipshit.
He just sounds like a guy with a fedora,
Like, isn't Hobbes, like, what did Hobbes even come up with? Like, I honestly, like, don't even know. Like, I don't even know what the fuck that's supposed to mean.
Meaning I value human nature and experience of the experience of responsibility, the war of all against all.
To me, that sounds like total gibberish, meaningless gibberish.
Okay.
I don't know how you can possibly clarify that because you've said a bunch of words and none of them meant anything to me. So I'm still no closer to understanding what Hobbes thought. You're saying he thought experience was important. Well, as opposed to what?
He believed in human nature versus Rousseau, who believed in the illegitimacy of institutions and the blind tearing down of institutions without acknowledging that it took centuries to build and construct the sandcastle that we all use and inhabit, what we call civilization.
So anarchism versus still don't really know what Hobbes was saying. Because to say that experience is important without defining what is experience is sort of meaningless. So Aiken says it's don't do unto others as you wouldn't have them do unto you.
Yes. Who said this?
And that's what Hobbes, that's a summary of Hobbes' views.
Oh, okay. Don't do unto others what you wouldn't have them do unto you. That's what you're saying?
That's a pretty hard maxim to live up to.
I don't think necessarily he was into that kind of egalitarianism. But I am a Hobbesian.
That's not egalitarianism, that's moral absolutism. It's a moral maxim.
Which is a form. I mean, I think Gandalf is more of an egalitarian than I am in terms of these moral absolutes.
I'm joking on myself here. I am a monarchist. Doesn't get more inegalitarian than that.
Yeah, that's quite egalitarian.
I think we have
Monarchy?
to be careful. We have to kind of be careful with our use of words because there's obviously something egalitarian about the universe. Everybody's under the same force of gravity. Okay. So, there's obviously some type of universalism out there. The laws of physics are universal. Now, if anybody wants to posit something else than that as universal, I do see that as problematic.
I think the nature of the human is a universal concept.
It's
But
not.
I wouldn't view that as problematic.
If I go to Uranus with a probe and I look around, I can't find evidence of human existence. Human existence, as far as we know, is constrained to this planet, hinging on very criteria.
I think there's limits to what we can know, but I don't think it helps to speculate about quantum.
Again, asserting a
entropy.
negative. Again, asserting a negative. On what basis? Conclusion, you have no basis. Further conclusion, why make the assertion?
I mean, nobody has any basis. This is the thing. I think nobody has any.
Because I know nothing, no one else must know anything either. That's your philosophy there, but
Certain people. I mean, my philosophy personally is that life is a process, a drama, wherein we're born, we grow up, and we existentially succumb to the fruits of our labor, and then finally we tumble it towards a death that's ultimately in our future, infinitely in the future. And so, at that point, I mean, I think that there is a spiritual question to life, and I think Yeah, as somebody who has attained and actualized a state of nirvikalpa samadhi, I do think that there is a spiritual dimension to this technocracy. So
So you
I assert that.
what?
Mm,
What is it? Samadhi?
a state of nirvikalpa samadhi.
I don't know what that is. Sounds made up.
Well, you don't know basic Hindu dharma, I guess.
Oh, okay. But you've achieved enlightenment. You just took a twirl, took a spin in the enlightened state.
Say that again.
You just took a twirl, a spin into the enlightened state, and now you're a perfect expert to speak on it with unquestioned authority.
Well,
It
that's,
seems like you really haven't
it's not a
learned. You
democracy.
haven't absorbed any real.
It's not a democracy.
Like,
Enlightenment is not a democracy.
I don't think you're
Enlightenment is
fit to
not a
speak on
democracy.
enlightenment. You know, why would I think that?
Say that again.
I don't think you're fit to speak on enlightenment. Well, why would I?
Well, I don't think you're fit.
Well, weren't you sympathetic towards democracy earlier?
Yes, but ultimately, I think it's the best we have.
Denouncing
But
me as a fascist to now invoking his own prestige as a supreme theocratic fascist. So please tell us more about your experience with enlightenment and how it is somehow
I'm not saying
gives you the authority to speak on all matters metaphysical. Please.
So who are you
No,
to say
just
that
one-
you have all the answers? Doesn't that make
say
you a
again.
fascist?
I have within a domain of experience and knowledge, by the definition of empiricism, I have observed the state of nirvana.
Yeah, this
So
is
by the
words-
definition
I
of
don't know what that means.
You've experienced the state of nirvana. So you're
Correct.
enlightened. Basically, you're
Did you
enlightened
sit
by your
under a
own
tree and gain
intelligence.
enlightenment?
Say that again, both.
Did you just sit under a tree and gain enlightenment?
What I said
It took
was
a long
what
time
I
and
said
said
was
much better.
basically you're enlightened by your own intelligence. That's what I said.
That's called Buddhi in Buddhism. Buddhi means cutting through illusion and understand. It means understanding the nature of
I think he
Of
knows
the
like,
relative and the
topic, doesn't know like much about each topic he has. Like he delves into like all these different topics, and he has like a talking point he gains out of to make it seem like he's very intelligent and smart and big brain, but really he's just. That's why he always deflects, because he can't really expound upon much further on what he's trying to. Let's say, convey.
I'm really happy with how well you're forming your sentences.
I'm tired of rationalists, like thinking rationality is somehow determines the limits of human thought.
Nobody
Like, what makes that true?
rationality determines the limits of human thought. You need to stop imposing your own impressions on what it is that we're saying. We're trying to show you how we see things. That's it. And you're saying, no, I disagree before even knowing what it is, just because it didn't sound good. I'm a fascism. And I'm saying maybe that's something wrong in your thinking process.
Well, I'm not accusing you of true fascism, but archetypal fascism.
And again,
Yes.
this backpedaling is just, it's cringe, you can't even own up to it.
That-
Now you got to try
That's
to
not backpedaling. That's my definition.
Okay.
I've given that definition consistently.
Nobody here is dumb enough to believe that you didn't mean it in a pejorative sense when you said it. No one is going to believe that. It's an insult to our intelligence.
But if you're an SJW, I'll call you out on the same. If you're an SJW, I'll try to.
But aren't
What
SJWs
I'm
also
trying to do is
fascist
call
as
out.
well too? Aren't SJWs also
Say that
fascist
again.
as well too?
By my definition, I've tried to say this over and over.
So SJWs are fascists.
By my definition, they are a form of archetypal fascism.
And what makes them archetypal fascists? Is it because they believe they have a collective identity, or is it they believe in non-traditional values?
It's the pathological version. No, they don't adopt traditional values, but it's the pathological adoption of the communitarian ethic, if you will, the communist ethic. But it's the pathological version of
But you
said
said you're
ethic.
pro-community, though, right? So having a community.
Well, I'm not necessarily pro-democracy.
Okay, what about democracy you're not too fond of?
The fact that it's for basically mentally. How do I say this without sounding offensive? But we are so stuck at the rational stage of our cognitive development, and basically it's not working that well, and it suppresses the traditional instinct to build families and to have freedom and to have a joyful, meaningful life, to pursue life, liberty, happiness.
I asked about
Say that again?
you don't like about democracy. They just want some random tangent.
Random by whose standards?
Oh my lord. So okay, so you basically went on this like irrelevant tangent about the meaning of life and all that. I'm just saying, like, what you don't
So
like
who
about
determined that?
democracy? Is it because of absolute free speech? Is it something like policies? Is it a type of government? Like,
I think it's the best we've got. I've been telling you, I think it's the best we've got. I'm not against state communism necessarily. I'm not against state capitalism necessarily. But
so name something.
I think we have to be new. Say again?
Name something specific you don't like in democracy. And I don't want to shovel anything. I want you to figure it out yourself.
What I don't like in democracy?
Yes.
Well, it's pretty much a form of institutionalized bribery. Maybe start there.
Okay, so you don't like taxation.
It's not quite. I love taxes, but I don't like corporations pillaging and assaulting family values.
You love taxes because you don't pay them.
Okay, so
you don't like having social programs?
Okay, so bribery. So you don't like that corporations bribe politicians. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. We're getting somewhere. So what would you?
I mean, you tried to say my position is, I don't know. It seems like you're not really interested in listening.
Well,
are
you kind of went off on a
are you
different
interested
tangent.
in listening? Are you interested in listening, Brett?
Very interested. I'm not interested in arguing with monarchists.
Okay, so you're not interested in arguing with monarchists.
Canadians.
You have no recollection whatsoever of what my position is. So really, you just want to come in
basically
and
scientism.
Impose you just want to write it off as scientism, and you want to come in and impose.
That's what it is.
Your reductionist moral paradigm of good versus evil as you see it.
I want to balance science and my moral paradigm. I want an equilibrium to be established between internal states and external structure.
Okay, so let's establish the credibility of what Brett is saying. So, Brett, have you studied physics before? Are you familiar with physics, mathematics at all? To discredit Jen's scientific theory?
Of course not. He thinks he can dismiss it on the basis of my tone of voice. Oh, Jen sounded too authoritative. She must be wrong. It's evil. I have to oppose Jed. I'm a good person for opposing Jed. Why? Good, good, bad. Not
He's
the
enlightened.
greatest
He's enlightened.
moral
He's
compass.
above concrete definitions.
Yeah, definitions are for plebs.
I'm the one giving these nuanced definitions constantly, trying to help people understand.
No, you're trying to indoctrinate us into your ideology, and we're not sympathetic to it, and therefore you're calling us bad names. And it's reached the point
I
where
mean,
it's
each one.
clear nobody wants to be proselytized, nobody wants to change their ideology, yet you keep assuming that it's your place to somehow persuade us to be guilted into submitting to your moral authority.
Well, basically, Kevin is a corporate shill. It appears to me that you're a corporate shill. Jennifer, you're no better.
And I'm an alt-right Nazi troll, I guess.
You're fine. You just have to work on that.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, what are you trying to prove my point here? It's okay, you've already proven it. You don't have to keep proving my point over and over again.
What's your point?
That you're resorting to ad homs because you can't handle the truth.
We don't even know what the truth is, much less we can handle.
Notice how it's always ad hom, backpedal, rationalize, ad hom, back. Or no,
What is truth? I'm asking you, what is truth?
ad hom,
What is
backpedal, rationalize, evangelize.
Who's to say ad hom is not
I
true?
found it.
There you go. I found it.
Who says ad hom isn't a form of understanding?
I think most people say that. The way that ad hom is not a fallacy is that if somebody is a hobo covered in piss yelling at you, you might be disinclined to take their advice. Why? Because it's a piss-stained hobo, right? So character references do matter, right?
Why not assume that people are?
That's why.
Why not assume that everyone has a voice that deserves, understanding?
Why not assume that everybody has credibility? Because I don't want to live in a world of hopeless despair and disappointment. How about that?
Basically means you don't
You
want to live
haven't
in Portland
demonstrated
or
any
Seattle.
credibility. All you've done is resort to name calling. That doesn't necessarily.
Yeah, but I mean,
that doesn't necessarily make the argument strong.
well, it doesn't mean you have credibility per se. I mean, who has
Well, we're trying to
credibility?
understand
Why establish?
You basically go off on these tangents that are not conducive to the subject matter. And
Well, tell me the subject matter.
And then when you get challenged on it, you start calling people names.
Tell me the subject matter. I want to tell me the subject matter.
So you're saying
Well-
we're this far into the conversation. We're literally, 5 hours and 30
I just don't think that anyone here has anything
And now
intelligent
you're
to
saying you
articulate.
don't even know what the subject of the conversation is.
Nobody here has said anything half intelligent this whole time. I see a scientific crackpot, and I see someone who's afraid of social justice.
Well, Klaus Schwab was right. You will own nothing and be happy. And that nothing will definitely include not your sanity.
Okay, Mr. Gandalf.
The alt-right troll. Dun dun dun.
Dun dun dun. The
Are you
alt-right
gonna
troll.
do a hit piece? Are you gonna do a hit piece on this afterwards? On your buzz? On your
A hit piece on what?
I'm
I will-
talking
I will-
about a corporate shill, a fascist, and an alt-right troll.
Well. I mean, what should I write? I mean, you tell me. I have a blog.
You have a blog?
I can sell stuff,
Okay.
and I can sell things.
Just that we were, I don't know what would you say. You'd be like, these people don't understand what I'm saying because I'm so enlightened and I have all the answers in the world. Like, you know what you sound like? You sound like a liberal journalist. Like, you know, uh, you're not. You actually you are probably you're very condescending like a liberal journalist, and I'm very skeptical about your affiliation and what your agenda is because it seems like you don't really approach this in a serious way. It just seems like you want to impose some sort of like you have all the answers in the world, but you can't articulate anything. That's exactly how a liberal sounds. And then when you get challenged on it, you just deflect onto something else. Like you're just
So
like,
you're not liberal.
You are like the CBC journalist. You are like all the anti-racist government officials. So I'm kind of skeptical. Is like, who are you? Like, where did you come from? Like what's your
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Because it's kind of skeptical because you're name calling us, and it's just like that's what like the liberal journalists do. And I'm just wondering, like, who's paying you? Like, what do you do? Like, do you have a job?
I see. Okay.
Yeah. So, have any thoughts on that at all? How
Yeah, I'm just.
So, if you write an article, how do you think you've gone at this rationally so far? Let's just say it that way. Let's say, okay, you have all the
Sorry, I didn't hear
how
that.
you accurately described your position, like that you BTFO'd a corporate shell, a fascist, and an alt-right troll. I'll let you have the floor.
I'm just here to discuss with an open mind. I'm not here to wage some kind of vindictive war, but I would like to begin to have an interpersonal dialogue about our true bedrock values in this nation, and I just want to move this nation forward.
This is like some serious Jekyll and Hyde shit right now.
I want to move us forward.
Well, where'd you get the idea that insulting people moves things forward?
Well, I don't know. I think you've been injured by the social justice cult before, so
Yeah,
I just
mind reading.
I know you have.
Now you're reading my mind. It's like, no, just address what I said. Don't have to go into reading my mind to find some injury that I have in my psyche. Is all it's going to do is project your own impotence.
All you can do is project your SJW trauma.
Yeah, this is
And,
like
you
a
know-
globalist like ideology he's espousing. Basically, he thinks that everyone operates in their own individual bubble, and no one really has any collective solitude. And we're basically this individual atomized people with this sprinkled in as like some sort of new age spiritualism as the answers to everything of the known universe. And yet as you could see,
Humble
if
enough
you
to
play it
say-
back, your arguments have been incoherent at best, and when you get challenged on it, you resort to name calling.
But the question is, should rationality be the only determinant of true discourse in our society? I'm not sure. I'm using post-conventional logic, and I'm really tired of talking to people who can't engage at the same intellectual level.
Well, you're mad that we don't espouse your ideology. I feel your ideology is not.
I'm angry that you can't develop to be as intelligent
You get
as I.
angry and you
We're
call
all
me
bigots.
dumb
We're all
so
bigots.
easily. It's like, why the hell would I want to believe something that makes me so irritable? Like, you're so irritable. It's like
I'm
my
not.
beliefs are bothering you. It's like, now you got to speculate as to what my motives are. It's like, no, it's not enough that I just want to illuminate things for people. I got to have some revenge fixation. Ha 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 ha. And therefore, my opinion
I've
is
studied-
validated.
I've studied quite a bit of, and I'm aware people are
Freud
fixated
was a
on
coke
these kind
addict
of
who had
things.
sexual fetishes about his own mother.
I'm surprised he hasn't thrown out the incel word yet.
He probably is one. That's why he can't use it. But he would if he could, probably. Because it's really just like, I mean, I'm sure the people who've been following the show know that I sometimes do have to insult people, but I don't like doing it, and it isn't really effective unless the thing is.
But your voice is so condescending. It seems like it's always your voice is so condescending.
You need to take your personal problem with my.
See, you're saying you need
shove it up your
to.
fucking
You
ass. You need to realize that it's not.
see what I mean? That's what I mean.
That's the thing. By
That's-
accusing me of
Hey,
being
shut up with your
condescending,
passive aggressiveness.
you're
No one
being more
appreciates that.
arrogant than I am. You're saying that you know better and that actually I should be behaving differently. Who the fuck are you? Who is it?
You should treat people kindly and
to fucking judge what is a condescending thing or not.
This is a
It's like,
social comment.
yeah, you just want to be a pissant and a prick and make an accusation that's only going to ruffle feathers, but then retreat from it and not take any responsibility for it. Yeah, I guess that is passive aggressive, isn't it? Yeah, I'm not a fan of passive aggressive because I feel like it's a dishonest mode of communication.
Yeah, he's just like a CBC journalist now.
Okay. So who do you work for, Ken or John?
I work for myself.
Okay.
I'm a member of a political party, and the reason why I ask these questions is because your behavior is very cognizant of an establishment journalist who has no accountability. And I think this is why we're very frustrated with you, because you're not accountable to what you say.
Yeah,
You'll
this
say
is the
one
same
thing
thing
and then
that
you retreat
Conops
from
does.
it. You just act like a bureaucrat. It's cowardly,
Okay.
really, but at least you know you're more honest about it. So you're a little step above like a cowardly bureaucrat, which is not really saying much to begin with.
I'm just saying we need to question all presuppositions. We need to defend Western civilization, and we need to ultimately come up with a vision to carry this thing forward.
So do we have to question the supposition that we need to save Western civilization?
Why not? Why wouldn't we be allowed to question?
Well, go ahead.
Thank you. I mean, if we can agree to work towards that end, why can't we just get along and start, integrating our diverse opinions
Towards what end exactly?
towards the project of building and cohering the Western dialogue?
Oh, really? So a thing that you can't
Absolutely.
present any positive evidence for and has tons of evidence that it's bad. You want to take it as an axiom that it's good. Well, here's an idea. No. If you're the spokesperson
So you don't want to.
Western civilization, I think my work here is done.
Hard no
You haven't
on
adequately,
saving
you haven't
Western
adequately
civilization.
explained the history of Western civilization. What part of it you actually want to preserve?
The
Like, if you want to preserve like the current order, it's kind of pointless at this stage of game.
I mean, yeah. I want to preserve the valid. I think everybody traditionalists. I want a healthier version of Christianity. I want all Christians to flourish, and as a Christian, in some sense,
happen. You have no idea how that's going to happen, but you're certain that it's possible.
I am certain. I just know we need transcendent values.
People need to go to church.
Yeah, people
and worship their idol on a cross. Yeah, okay.
Well, Jesus is not an idol. He taught against idols.
I want absolutely no Christianity. It's been a 2,000-year mistake, and it's made us, I've always used this line: why are people of Indo-European heritage worshiping a dead guy from another group altogether who was a rebel religious teacher, born of a woman not of my own tribe, and the son of a god not of my own people? That's absolutely insane. that our people have been enslaved to this ridiculous cult for 2,000 years. Christianity is one of the biggest disasters that's ever befallen Indo-European peoples. No Christianity, no Old Testament, none of that crap. Please keep that Near Eastern Levantine Semitic trash out of our culture. It's been a disaster.
Well, yeah, it has been rather somewhat of a disaster, but there's also been a lot of benefits.
The benefits are minor
You
compared
know,
to
this
the
is the whole
cost.
thing. Is like you ask yourself why such a shit ideology can persist for so long. It's people like this. Self-righteous, self-aggrandized know-it-alls who don't listen to anything you say except to cherry pick things they can undermine the credibility of.
So Brett, can you explain to me what the validity of the Trinity is?
The validity of the Trinity, the Trinitarian doctrine. You can Wikipedia that.
Oh, he doesn't even know what
Okay.
the purpose of the Trinity is, and we're supposed to take him seriously. Like, yeah, we're gonna have some Christian revision.
I just said I do.
Like this is ridiculous. Sorry, I'm just being too hard on you.
Well, it's an opportunity to practice restraint, right? Because usually losing your temper is not the way to go because you have less control. What you want is a strategic, dialogue as much as possible. Just sort of call these things out as they arise. But if you want to make these, it still baffles me, Brett, that you haven't clued into this issue of making these grand sweeping statements that you don't see that that's a problem to just come in. Like, could you imagine being somebody experiencing you? Some guy just comes in and thinks he knows everything and he's fit to pass judgment on everybody. Is that ever going to be well received?
Not necessarily, but yeah, no, not necessarily.
So why invoke a rhetorical strategy that has such a low probability of success? Answer, you're a rookie. And you have to
I
acknowledge
just like
that.
getting BTFO'd.
You just like getting BTFO'd. I highly doubt that.
Exactly.
You could find a lot more.
And I like the Trinity.
You could find a lot more happiness if you so choose. If you pursue two strategies: listen and ask pointed questions.
Listen, what was the second one?
Ask pointed, relevant questions.
Okay, I'm more of a goo person.
Because if someone's saying something, if let's say someone's speaking and maybe you don't understand, it's perfectly reasonable to ask a question for clarification because that really helps everybody because maybe other people were also confused.
So instead of trying to understand me, it seems like you want to pigeonhole, misunderstand, misappropriate. I don't see any attempt to push that.
You're just using you're using verbal diarrhea now. You're just vomiting up a bunch of unconnected words.
See, is that really conducive to call someone's words verbal diarrhea? I mean,
well, what did you just say? How conducive was what you just said? It sounded like yet another slurry of accusations. It's like you make a bunch of accusations.
Well, we have to question.
You don't.
We have to question our.
When I do it to you, you don't like it, and now I'm the bad guy. So it's like you've engineered the conversation so that you can't lose. You've convinced yourself, you've got this hall of mirrors in your mind where you've deceived yourself into thinking that you're all knowing. It's a common trap.
So that's you trying to assert the authoritarian claim of basically that I guess you're trying to invalidate my free speech.
I think that's a pretty blatant mischaracterization of what I'm saying. So you might want to.
That's what it feels like. That's what it feels like.
Why do you feel compelled to share your feelings? One, why do you feel compelled to mischaracterize what I say? Two,
I'm not mischaracterizing. This Gandalf can't define fascism in its context, in any context.
I gave you the exact
That's wrong. Your definition.
context.
Send him a link.
That's not the historical context.
This is funnier than Claire in a way.
I don't know if you like Claire too much because Claire's kind of authoritarian. So, but he kind of sounds like Claire a little bit in his arguments. Just kind of avoids it, deflects it.
Well, he's trying to invoke.
You're deflecting too. What are you doing?
He's trying to invoke the moral high ground, or presume the moral high ground, which is a common rhetorical strategy used by women.
Did you have both parents grow up in the home, Brett?
I can't hear.
Were you
Say that
raised
again.
by your mom and your dad when you grew up?
That's. I wouldn't disclose.
Okay, that's fine. You didn't have to answer it, but just curious.
And you're. Say that again.
I just thought I know it's a bit of a personal question, but you didn't have to answer it.
Okay. I'm just. Yeah. I haven't been treated fairly this whole conversation. It seems like you're the most
Want me to get out
open-minded,
the world's
John.
loudest violin out for
Oh,
you?
okay. I'm the most open-minded. Okay.
What's that?
The corporate show's most open-minded. Don't you forget that, guys.
So, like,
Um,
who started with the ad homs, right? You did. You totally derailed
Yeah,
the
but I just
conversation
feel
by lobbing the accusation of
Jennifer,
fascism, and you still haven't taken
who
responsibility.
cares? Who cares what you are? Nobody cares.
There's a clear cycle here, which is insult somebody, then
Jen, you're nobody. Your theory is nothing. Your theory is nothing to me.
insult
It's
somebody,
ridiculous.
then
There's
backpedal with
there's
excuses,
nothing there, Jen.
then start
There's nothing there.
proselytizing your theory again, and possibly with some peppered in
No,
interruptions.
I'll tear your theory. I'll
And then when
deconstruct
somebody
every
calls
last
you out
clause.
on what you're saying, which is nonsense, start with the ad hom again. So see how that's a cycle? You've been through this
Jen.
cycle 5 times already on the show.
You're trying to enculturate. You're trying to.
You have
so
to
what about
stop
our theory you
thinking
can
understand.
deconstruct, Brett?
You have to stop thinking that you can
It's
understand what I'm thinking.
it's bad metaphysics.
Capacity to do that.
If you have valid science, show me.
You have no capacity to relate to my experience, so I would let that go as an expectation. You can't read my mind, Brett. You just can't.
Okay.
So the presumption that you think you can is a proof that there's something wrong with your thought process.
I don't presume to know anything particularly.
So you notice again, it's a defensiveness and an excuse, right? So excuse is terrible habit. Terrible habit. Should be curtailed. It really just breaks down the communication. So Brett has several techniques
Jen, why do you attack your guests?
that really.
So
Why are you attacking me and my guests? You know, you started with the attacking, and now you're saying, well, I'm getting some criticism back, and I don't like it. Well, why'd you start with criticism then? Why'd you start with an ad hom? Because you think you're better than me, and that's a bit disgusting in my eyes, frankly. So why would I be well disposed to you? You haven't comported yourself very well on this stream, have you?
If you just want your views to go unquestioned, then continue.
I like good questions, but undermining what someone says for no reason is just a waste of time. Like, what's your
Yeah, I feel.
basis, right? Like, you have to go in stages, right? So step one is establishing authority, and that is a longer process where other people have to confer that authority on you. You can't skip that step. You're trying to skip it. It's cringe. In short. Like, how many times have you tried to pass moral judgment on the stream? More than once. Hello? Is anybody else there?
I'm here. Oh, by the way, I also in the pretty decent article I have in my bookmarks, Marktos looks at the history of fascism and the corporatist ideology in which it emerged. So you can read that article and get a pretty good understanding of the historical context in which fascism actually developed. And you can read it and not call me an alt-right troll, because it's pretty good. There's pretty good historical scholarship on this.
Well, I think we should probably all try to not make ad homs unless, it's absolute worst case. Like, if someone is behaving absolutely horrendously, maybe an ad hom helps to accelerate the downfall of the conversation. I don't know, but I think we should be as sparse as possible with our ad homs. What do you guys think?
I would tend to support that. Ad homs should be used very sparingly and only for rhetorical purposes.
Well, I would say it's a disciplinary measure. It's like, stop being an idiot. Sometimes you have to say that if somebody's way off in the weeds, right? But I mean, you don't want to, but that would be as far as you would go. Ideally, right? Like, how far do you need to go to express that someone is behaving in a way that is unacceptable to the goals of the group? I don't think you need to go that far. And other uses of ad homs is just completely unacceptable. Like, it's a debate fallacy for a reason, right? You understand that invoking an ad hom is actually a sign that your argument is weak.
I disagree with that. I fundamentally disagree that it's a sign of weakness.
Wow. How illuminating. I am forever transformed by your arguments.
I'm not arguing that specifically. I'm just saying I don't view it the same way.
Yes, I don't really quite know where this comes from. I think it's ultimately an attachment to this false construct of individualism, this idea that you can have independent existence. It's really toxic, because clearly our identity is very much hinging on the milieu in which we find ourselves ensconced. Yeah, so I think that's the sin. There's believing one capable of independent thought.
Just buckle up. The bootstrap theory is put on your bootstraps and get to work. I guess that's like a globalist kind of psyop in a way, because like you look at like how civilizations were formed. It wasn't formed by individuals. That's more of like a John Locke idea of like the idea of tolerance and for other people's views no matter what, and you can do what you like. And even in like medieval like England, that delved into like speculation economy, and basically it all crashed, and the government couldn't really do anything because there was really no higher morals that was governing at the time. It was basically individual pursuits. And this is basically where this ideology comes from. It's a very toxic ideology, and it should be discouraged at all costs, because it doesn't promote the survival of the people. It is a sin. I would definitely say it's definitely a sin.
It's weird to think of things in terms of sins, but I think when your belief is actually going against a literal inclination of nature, it is going to result in a tremendous suffering. So I guess that's a pretty good way to qualify.
I would say I agree with this kind of the substance of that. Yes.
So you believe that, you know, there shouldn't be like a higher morale of governance. Like it should be just there's just individuals interacting with each other, and there's no really higher moral principles that go into policies other than the furtherment of the individual.
I think we need to further the individual because that was kind of, it goes along with the Hebrew, the basic goodness, that the benefit that we got from the Judeo-Christian faith and from the Greek peoples. I think we have to preserve.
That's not really a religious tradition. It's an offshoot.
Where did the Greeks assert
I think where we
individualism?
say again?
Where did the Greeks assert individualism?
Well, just if you read Aristotle, he was an ego theorist, and most of the Greeks were they theorized about hedonism and various forms of ego, self-fulfillment, and self-understanding, and ultimately great Greek values that were based on the self.
Right, but the
And,
original
yeah.
definition of self is a transcendent thing. Self is not.
So I think self.
They understood as self, and what you're describing as self is not the same thing. Self is a metaphysical thing.
What's my definition?
About the order of causality in the universe. Self being.
I don't think the self.
Primordial nature of consciousness.
I don't think the self.
Nothing to do.
I don't think the self has any.
That's the thing, that there's self in everyone, so it's not actually individualistic.
But I don't think the self. Yeah, that's right. That's right. So that means it can't be atomistic either.
Well, the concept of an individual, that's not a thing, because everyone's identity is based on their relationship
If that's true, then
and to society, not on themselves. People are not really able to define their identity in and of themselves.
I get that.
You're saying individualism is good, and I'm saying it doesn't exist. And you don't have an argument against that because you've never thought to substantiate it, because it's just something that you worship because it's an idol. You're transfixed by the mirage.
We all worship individuals.
It's just a mirage. You still want to have the freedom to disagree with facts, and that is the mirage of individualism, luring you like a moth to a flame to your doom. Because when you go down that path,
But facts are not.
you start to isolate yourself when you go down that path, and then you lose your identity even more.
We're already losing our collective identity, our collective senses.
Irrelevant.
What my question is?
Irrelevant. Completely irrelevant.
My question is how to stop the loss of meaning. That's not irrelevant.
Step 1. Stop assuming that what you think is right is right. That's step 1. Purge the false.
Sounds like brainwashing.
Well, you're brainwashed now, so in order to become able to think with maximal autonomy, you have to decondition the brainwashing and then hopefully get some correct axioms. Now, you want to call that brainwashing. I'd say it's brain cleaning, and I would argue you're currently under mind control, as evidenced by your lack of personal control over your inclinations towards ad hominems.
Oh, okay. I see.
Does a person under mind control know it? Well, no, by definition, they don't know it. But you have to look for signs, right?
But does the Inquisitor know?
Stochastic, repetitious statements are definitely in the profile of cognitive dissonance, which tends to correlate with believing false things, aka being under mind control.
what is mind control? That's the thing. Who is being mind controlled, and for whom are they being mind controlled? And what do they cling to? I'm interested in that question as well as defending Western civilization. I'm interested in why we are basically engendering the sixth mass extinction of human species at this point in our planet's history, and what can we do to not only understand ourselves but to use that self-understanding
I say it started with Christianity.
to mitigate.
I say it started with Christianity, really oppressive, and then it really fully went full off the rails at the French Revolution. So we're searching
Oh, yeah.
for liberté, égalité, fraternité, and these things are just not. They're almost completely devoid of meaning. So we're like, let's go look for something.
Well, that's what I mean by fascism, though. That's the
Oh my
definition
God,
of fascism.
I'm mad that I didn't
The
find
definition,
it.
Oh my lord.
right? But the definition of fascism is égalité, fraternité, liberté in some sense, right?
That's the definition of liberalism.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not necessarily.
So you're saying, well,
I'm not
liberalism is
necessarily
actually
for
fascism.
Say it again.
So
You're saying
I'm
liberalism.
saying
so
Actually,
your
fascism.
idea of individualism is based out of liberalism. It's a spawn off of liberalism. So you and yourself, you're calling
Yeah, I
yourself
think-
fascism de facto.
I'm not saying. I'm looking at the terror, the reign of terror in France in whenever that took place, 1700. There was something called a reign of terror where 10,000 people, in the name of these egalitarian values, they were killed. They were murdered in the name of liberalism. So that's a lot of murders underneath that label, that banner. That's what I call fascism. You know. So that's
fascism, and liberalism is fascism.
say that again. Say that again.
So you're saying
Not all liberals, not all Christians. We need to be nuanced.
anything that led to a lot of people dying is fascism?
Definitely.
Oh
Why wouldn't it be? It's totalitarian.
So the whole idea that it's possible to keep everyone alive and that that's somehow a desirable outcome has led to the outcome where we're going to have a mass extinction event, which could have been avoided.
Okay.
It wasn't avoided due to people like you who think that it's their job to fix everything in the world. Well, congratulations, you've ensured that more people will die when we eventually run out of food.
The first step is education, really.
Mm-hmm.
Educate yourself about these things and yeah.
Because you
Get
don't
educated. I mean,
you don't really sound educated to me. You sound like an ideological demagogue who's hell-bent on imposing your own vision. You don't seem like a student.
we've just gone through a demagogue. I'm here to enlighten other people with values they may approach, and
Well,
I
if
may.
you were really serious
I may be the
about
person that.
influencing- Look, if you're serious about influencing other people, the first thing you have to do is establish your credibility. Now, you haven't done that, which means you don't actually care that much. You don't care enough.
Perhaps you don't care about understanding.
So
Right, so you want to have influence.
I just view it as fun. For me, it's fun talking. But
so you think like basically any political violence is fascism. So like all the colonial powers.
not any. If it kills, who is fascist?
So anybody like any colonial powers that committed, violence in the early colonization days, like say like in America, let's just keep things simple here. So any wars that they made and people died, that's fascism. And you think they died?
It's oppression.
because people
I
died?
think there's something wrong with. Yeah, I think there's something inherently wrong with oppression of other people in the name of any cause.
So
or
the people on both sides, they were engaging in fascism.
So
when they warred
basically, we
against
could
each other.
boil your worldview down to people die bad.
I think that's beginning. Yeah, that's a good step. people do die, and we need to mitigate and reduce the amount of suffering. And
Now you
we
said
need to be more egalitarian about killing.
you just switched. Notice how you just switched between death and suffering. Which is it?
Suffering and death are co-equivalent
No,
to
they're
me.
not.
Yeah, that's just
Cool. No, they're not. By avoiding death and allowing a population explosion to happen, you're enabling more suffering. Because there will eventually be a food collapse and a bunch of people will eventually die. More people dying, more suffering. Congratulations.
That's-
You caused more suffering to happen just so you could pat yourself on the back for how moral you are. You're so good. You know, that's the fucking price tag for your delusions of moral superiority. A complete fucking shit show and a complete unawareness of how it's your fault.
But it's a shit show. I mean, with you, it's a shit show because you're unaware of how Western imperialism has shaped planetary and global cultural currents. It's total ignorance.
Okay, so
Total absolute.
why is that statement a problem in my view?
Because you don't think that the West has ever done anything that's worthy of moral condemnation.
Did I say that?
It seems like that's what you've been implying this whole conversation.
You
is
seem
that-
to be interested in reading my mind for the second time now. You're not in a position to do that.
I want you to tell
I'm
me,
getting
yeah.
tired of my positions being mischaracterized so blatantly, not even using a single word. It's like with Claire. It's like, okay, I said, I can't even think of how ridiculous something she would say would be, but it would be something extremely ridiculous.
Like if you go off on a different tangent, she'll be like, "Oh, well, but Jen, we got to focus on restoring the patriarchy."
Okay, here's an
and-
example.
yeah,
If I say
that's
like,
right.
I don't really like Christianity, and then Claire says, "Oh, so you hate Jews, right?" So it's like, well, me
Oh,
saying
yeah.
I'm not a fan of Christianity, mischaracterizing that as hating Jews, it's like that's kind of a pain in the ass to have to constantly correct your misrepresentations of what I say. So why not just stop mischaracterizing and start actually understanding what I'm saying rather than having to force me to correct your your like blatantly childish, simplistic, reductionist moralism, basically blind assertions about my alleged motives.
I'm not.
You don't know,
Well, I'm
what
saying.
you don't know anything about me, and now you think you're going to tell me, oh yeah, that's my secret key. I'm triggered because my yoga class got canceled.
I told you I'm not into cults of any kind. I'm not into fascist cults, communist cults.
Well, you seem to
I'm
worship your
phobia
own
of
ego
cults.
pretty bad, so I think you might be in a cult of self-worship.
Perhaps, but
And
I
that's
don't know anyone who. It could be, yeah, it could be idolatry. So that's why I'm lucky to have this.
that way as well too.
I mean, not all idolaters are fascists.
Oh my lord. Which so give me an example where
All fascists are idolaters, but say that
give
again?
me an example. Give me an example where idolatry can serve somebody good. Go.
I don't really know.
Okay.
I don't really know the history of idolatry.
The argument is that people, when they start their spiritual journey, they have a hard time conceiving of God. So you can think of it like a stepping stone on the path of eventually, like think of it like a way to center your mind. Like you ever heard of people who sit in a meditative pose and gaze at a candle? So the purpose of that, in the grand scheme of things, is ultimately to train your mind to be focused. And maybe a pretty statue can help focus your mind, but it shouldn't be taken as the be all end all. So like I think the statues are cool, but the point of identification of divinity with a statue or other inanimate matter, like a book, is a human misapprehension that has and does lead to horrible consequences. But I think that terms like
Yeah,
idolatry,
absolutely.
I think that even to go into idolatry is too vague. I don't think we should be lobbing accusations of idolatry either, uh, as a habit, because it is an ad hom, and it's like, well, what if the person doesn't really accept your axioms about idolatry? And it's even worse with fascism because it's even more vague of a term. I try to stay away from it. Like sometimes it does come up because there's some examples that are just such blatant displays of idolatry that it's like it's actually good to mention it because so people can actually learn to recognize what it actually means. Because I think most people don't really, it's not on their radar.
But I just see so much idolatry, on the left. I'm just sick
I
of
think what you're saying is that you
the.
see, I think what you're saying is that you see fanaticism. Okay, so if there's idolatry, you have to state the object of idolatry. But fanaticism is undirected. So unless you can point to that object of idolatry, then you're sort of on weak ground to assert that they're idolaters. Like it doesn't bolster your position to just keep making accusations about people. Especially if they're tenuous.
The left, though, is possessed by a particular. The left is possessed by a non-tenuous form of self-aggrandizement and communal self-inflation.
I suppose you could call it emotionalism.
Yeah. My feelings don't care about your facts.
Yeah, it's a bit of a hug box.
Yeah. So, again, I'm not really a leftist.
Speaking of hug boxes, I want to be hugged by my bed sheets because I'm tired and need to get some rest. It was a
Thank you
pleasure
so much,
streaming
everyone,
with
for
you all.
participating in the show. We'll wrap it up. I'm getting pretty starving myself, but maybe we could do final words. You want to go first, there, Gandalf?
Well, it's good to bring up a lot of issues. I think humility is important. I think making a choice between two broad futures, more or less, for heuristic purposes. I'm not saying
Don't
the
you
only
think it's
way.
more about a choice of axioms? And I think it's just like it's like reincarnation. Like I think it's so much more about reincarnation. I understand the binary, but it's like it is reductionist, and maybe people don't know what you're saying. It's a long, like I noticed that about what you said about the medical dictatorship thing. It's very long. The longer it is, the harder it is to remember it.
I use the acronym MACT. You want to be MACT or not? MACT or not? But I'll think about your formulation of it. Maybe that's better. But
Well, you're still trying to convince people with logic. And I think actually John has made some progress in not taking a purely logical strategy because that's a failing strategy, right?
yeah,
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can have that
Mm.
combo with somebody who you're, close with and they're open and it's a smooth thing, but it's not usually going to be smooth. There's going to be some point of like, what? Ruffled feathers, right? But
yeah.
we have to be open to trying different rhetorical strategies. Like, I think I kind of fell into it too. Like, I just didn't know what to do other than just state exactly what Brett was doing. I didn't know how to take it in another direction and actually make the conversation fruitful again. So yeah,
Yeah,
that
I
whole
hear you.
conversation
Yeah.
couldn't progress because Brett was upset because he thought what we were saying was fascist. So it's like, Brett, take a look in the mirror. You just totally derailed all that possible learning we could have had. You derailed it with your feelings, and it's like, why?
Yeah, and I think I applaud. I just want to say I applaud Brett for staying here for as long as he has. So there is some, I guess, character redemption in that way, but I think what Brett needs to work on is he needs to, instead of, it seems like he just researched a whole bunch of different subjects and he knows like maybe like one or two things and then maybe a talking point or two, but he can't really expound on it too much. So my advice to Brett would be to pick a topic that you find interest in, delve into it a little bit deeper, and understand it more thoroughly. So when someone asks you, "Hey, can you explain this to me?" you can actually go into it a little bit deeper as opposed to deflecting. I know I did this too, but yeah, that'd be my advice to.
I just call it patterning. It's like we're kind of stuck on autopilot until we take an active role in cultivating a better personality. And there's no shame in doing that. It's actually fucking great because you want to be entertained by your own conversations rather than them feeling tedious. You know,
Right.
oh God, I've been through this again, and oh, not this again. Not this whatever you want to call it, misunderstanding. Did you have any final words, Brett? And yeah, I guess I should also acknowledge that it was pretty good that he stayed on the stream the whole time and didn't give up in frustration. So yay, Brett,
Yeah,
for
yeah.
not abandoning the show and being a somewhat good sport.
Okay, yeah, sure. No problem. My final thought is that from this I've learned a bit I've learned a great deal, and I'm grateful for that. And another thing is that I just think that we should be. I would like if people understood the need for moral discernment and not just rational application of linear models, but if we could go transverbal and start to congeal some deeper and necessary dialogues instead of sequestering our views and instead of becoming fortifying ourselves into ideological pockets. The thing that corporations don't want us to do, I feel, is to actually come together and start to agree, and not only agree, but to understand the need for new dimensions of Vedic, Buddhist, Hindu, Dharma, as well as new dimensions of modern truth, beauty, goodness, progress. And also, we need new notions of postmodern uh, anti-reductionism, postmodern intersubjectivity. My question is how we can put these all together, and that's my final thought.
Well, thanks everyone for joining. Really appreciate oh, there we go. All right, so yeah, that was pretty good. I mean, that was definitely you know, it's it's not uh it's not terrible. It's it's a good start, and I keep coming back to like this beliefs thing, and it is really important. There's a Zen koan about a student who goes to a teacher, back in the good old days when students actually recognized teachers, and he said, oh, please teach me how to be a master like you. And the master just says, like, I can't, because you're already, your cup is full and you have to empty your cup before I can instruct you. So this is what we sort of see here is this pathology of when you already think you know everything, that doesn't leave a lot of room to learn new things. And this whole notion about considering an idea without committing to it is of quintessential importance. Like, just because you see your way to understanding what the argument is doesn't mean that you're now forced to agree with it. You still have, you know, that autonomy to say no, I'm not cool with that. But people's, I don't know, they're just not used to thinking about the structure of their arguments or the underlying presumptions to the arguments. So that's just remedied by understanding that there's different modes of conversation, and some of them are higher entropy and some of them are lower entropy. So when you start just criticizing everything, that derails it. And so it's increasing the entropy. But sometimes you have to break things up because they become stagnant, which is going to involve criticism. So it's not about criticism being a good thing or a bad thing, it's about understanding where it's appropriate to use criticism and where it's really just counterproductive. So we saw a lot of examples today of where criticism was just flat out counterproductive. It didn't allow, because we were sort of threading along, stitching a conversation together, and that required focus and concentration on the part of the participants to follow along to the best of their ability, and then hopefully interject with questions or clarifications, especially if a word isn't clear or definition isn't clear. It's not a bad thing to ask a question. It's actually a good thing to ask that question as quickly as possible, because it's a bit frustrating to give a 2-minute long dissertation and then have someone be like, remember that first thing you said? Like, I kind of didn't really agree with that. So it's like, you don't have to agree with anything, but you have to understand what the argument is. So the argument is, you accept the axiom. You don't have to accept it in your soul. You accept it for the sake of the argument, and then you see what knowledge bases builds up as a consequence to the axiom. And people seem to think that being shown what the axioms are means that now they have to believe in the axioms. It's like, no, you don't you believe in free will, bucko? I mean, there is a degree of fear there. It's like, we have to recognize all these elements of unpracticed thought, right? So excuses, blaming. What else do we see? I think the excuses one is a really good one, because it's just like, that's a total conversation killer. That's just completely like you got to start from basically nothing after that, because it's just like, you can't have a resolution. You have both people sort of in an aroused state, and your basic rule of thumb is like, anything that can cause a defensive arousal is best avoided, because a defensive arousal is a neighbor of cognitive dissonance, right? You don't want that. And when you're making ad hom accusations on people, yes, that causes a defensive arousal typically to arise in most people, unless they have some technique for dealing with it. And as these conversations progress, we'll just keep getting more and more techniques, because we'll actually have them play out in real time. And people will see that, this is a scientific process, and we always want to be going further into that process of, diagnosis. What are your axioms, and what do you believe? What do you want? And then trying to get to whatever it is people are after. And it does work. That's the cool thing about the method, is if you can, it's sort of down to how well you can define your objective. Like, how specifically can you define the desired goal? Because if it's just a vague goal, it's like, well, not the more specific, the better. But it certainly like allows you to see the role that your beliefs play in your thoughts. Because I think that's hard to. It's counterintuitive, or maybe not self-evident, that our beliefs form our thoughts. The beliefs are like the soil and the thoughts are like the plants. So the soil and the plants are not the same thing, but qualities of the soil will determine the qualities of the plants. We have this like hierarchy, right? On the bottom, it's actual vestigial emotionalism. So that's the biggest one, is aligning the vestigial emotionalism with the faculties of the higher mind that are sympathetic to reason and inhibition of the impulse, right? So we really want to value this notion of inhibiting the first impulse, because if it's coming off as a knee jerk type thing, it's probably not super rational, because that heightened state of cognitive dissonance hijacks your rational faculties. So yeah, it's a journey, but there's a lot of different steps that need to be taken in order to situate yourself because it's just so hard that like you absolutely can't half-ass it. So I'm not trying to show people the way, quote unquote. I'm simply showing them the types of beliefs they would need to espouse if they wanted the result that I have. But whether they accept those beliefs is up to them. But people seem to be getting caught up at a point of like not even being open to learning what the idea even is. So just because you understood one of my ideas, I don't see how that would mean you couldn't disagree with it. But then you'd need a reason, and then maybe you won't find a reason, but maybe just your own feelings. That's a good enough reason. Because I'm not like looking to trick people into anything, and I just speaking from my own experiences, works super well for me. Thanks everyone for tuning in to the show. We'll see you again on Sunday for the week in review, if not sooner. Take care. And
That's just so to say, a worthless opinion of.
It's so important that she can't be told, she won't be told that it's wrong. And
bringing it back to Church of Entropy and her attack dog Gandalf the White.
Why don't you learn to shut up and fuck your goddamn logic?
They control the media, and the media is capable of making the sheeple believe in anything.
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, we've had these streams, and I've been doing with Church of Entropy, and she's been bringing on new people, and like we did those streams on like stream etiquette. We walk through like the technology.
I have like very strongly negative opinions of the kind of Brundle clique.
Is she trying to garner herself cult prestige by